Catalan, my child, we're going to have to bother you this time. The silver-haired, white old man who held the Paulinus family's power smiled as he spoke. The black-robed man in front slightly bowed. Uncle, after hearing the message you sent, I immediately brought my two good friends here. This guy here is the world-famous blood shadow Ethan. As he spoke, the skinny white man too, his side slightly bowed. And this one here is also my good friend, Great Bear, Kata, said the black-robed man. The savage brute slightly bowed. We'll have to trouble you too, smiled the silver-haired old man. Catalan, do you still need some other people? The people in the family. Anyone else will just come to die. The black-robed man interrupted the Paulinus family's chief's sentence as he said discontented, even Vulture Li Yao couldn't get the spirit of nature on that misty island. The danger of this trip is obvious. The war gods. The family is paying, and the war gods in the family aren't good enough. His words were arrogant. He clearly looked down on the other war gods in the family. But the one speaking these words were Phantom Demon Catalan. Out of all the powerful war gods on earth, Phantom Demon Catalan was definitely one of the most powerful ones. Even the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo have tried everything they could to get Phantom Demon Catalan to join them. However, Catalan was part of the Paulinus family, so of course he couldn't join them. However, one undisputable fact is that Phantom Demon Catalan is a major reason why the Paulinus family has their current position in the HR Alliance. Uncle, there's no time to waste. 12 minutes have already passed since I received your message, said the black-robed man. I'll depart to Australia immediately. All right, I'll be waiting for the good news here in Paris, said the silver-haired man. The other four old people all had smiles on their faces. Whoosh. Catalan immediately turned towards the exit and walked out with the other two super powerful fighters. If it wasn't for Catalan's relationship, it would be extremely difficult for the Paulinus family to invite Great Bear, Kata, and Blood Shadow Ethan. As they watched Catalan and the others leave, the five old people stayed silent for quite a long time. Chief, Catalan is only bringing his two good friends there this way. We won't even know how many spirits of nature they'll obtain in the Misty Island. When that happens, Catalan might take most of them for himself and only give a portion to the family. A bald old man couldn't help but to say. The silver-haired old man's eyes were dark as he said indifferently, take them for himself. Catalan is our family's most brilliant child. The stronger he becomes, the stronger our Paulinus family becomes. If he wanted to become the chief, he could have become the chief 3 years ago. Remember, don't hold anything from Catalan. Doing so would just hurt a powerful person's pride, said the silver-haired man, slowly. The other old people remained silent. In just a moment. Whoosh. A completely black, disc-shaped fighter jet swiftly ascended and departed Paris headquarters city. It quickly became a flowing black light as it disappeared into the horizon. One of the three hazardous regions, the continent of Australia, the Misty Island. The cave under the rocky layer, deep underground. It's about time. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. Around an hour and 30 minutes has passed since Li Yao contacted Vanina. 90 minutes. Li Yao, I gave you guys a whole 90 minutes, that should be enough. It's time to contact the Dojo of Limits. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. He had a special number which he used to communicate with the inner part of the Dojo of Limits. He retrieved his Rewards through this number, and he also uses this number if there's anything important to tell them. Indeed. He's going to contact the Dojo of Limits. Initially, when he heard Li Yao's conversation, he thought about taking all the treasure for himself. However, after reading the threads underground, Luo Feng understood one thing. Even if he can obtain the spirits of nature, he doesn't have the power to keep them. An advanced level war god isn't able to hoard such an incredible amount of spirits of nature. If he's too greedy, the consequences will be dire. Furthermore, he isn't even Vulture Li Yao's opponent in an upfront battle. Once Li Yao finds someone even more powerful to help him, Luo Feng's chances lower even more. Not only does he not have the ability to get the treasure, he might lose his life when faced against so many powerful fighters. So after thinking carefully, the best course of action is to notify the Dojo of Limits. The Dojo of Limits is one of the largest powers on Earth. Once they send some fighters, they'll definitely be able to get the treasure on this island, and the Dojo of Limits is extremely fair, so they'll definitely give Luo Feng a bit of the treasure, since he was the one who found the Misty Island and gave them the information. Otherwise, how would the Dojo of Limits convince the public? Although he has decided to contact the Dojo of Limits, the timing is extremely crucial. If Luo Feng notifies the Dojo of Limits straight away, the fighters of the Dojo of Limits will arrive earlier than the helpers from the Paulinus family. Since the Dojo of Limits headquarters is in Western Asia's Hongning headquarters city, if that happens, not only will the HR Alliance receive nothing, they also wouldn't dare to fight with the Dojo of Limits. And when that happens, Li Yao will definitely escape in fear, which means Luo Feng wouldn't be able to use the Dojo of Limits. The best situation is let the people from the Paulinus family arrive first and allow them to search hard for the spirits of nature on this misty island. The spirits of nature aren't so easy to obtain, as shown by Luo Feng and Vulture Li Yao's struggle with the Willow Tree King. Obtaining the spirits of nature is extremely difficult. The people from the Paulinus family will struggle and fight with the spirits of nature. And during that time, the people from the Dojo of Limits will arrive. When that happens, the Dojo of Limits will definitely make the Paulinus family give up some stuff. 90 minutes. Is 90 minutes not enough time? Luo Feng looked at the number on his tactical communications watch. I can't let the fighters from the Dojo of Limits arrive earlier than the fighters from Europe. Just to be safe, Luo Feng waited another 30 minutes. It's about time. This entire island is covered in thick mist, so searching the entire thing will be quite troublesome. One day might not even be enough for such a task. Luo Feng lightly tapped a button on his tactical communications watch. He made the call. 2 hours after Li Yao's phone call, Luo Feng dialed. Beep beep. Hello. A low voice carried over. Hello, I'm Luo Feng from the elite training camp, said Luo Feng. What do you need? The low voice was absolutely emotionless. Luo Feng reported, it's like this: I discovered large amounts of spirits of nature on a mysterious island in the continent of Australia. 12 spirits of nature have been discovered on this island so far. There's also a willow tree with a diameter over 3 meters that also has a spirit of nature. Spirit of nature. The low voice gave a slightly surprised and then said, very good. Finding a place like this, according to the distribution rules of the Dojo of Limits, the person who discovers the location of the treasure, once confirmed, can go to the dojo and receive 10 of the profit the people who go to fight. And harvest, according to the rules, earn a total of 30 of the profit. The rest of the 60 goes to the dojo. Please send me the coordinates of the Misty Island, continued the low voice. The call soon ended after Luo Feng answered some questions. Who would have known that rules were formed for these kinds of situations? Already 10 goes to the person who discovered the location, 30 to those who come and get it, the rest to the dojo. Luo Feng nodded his head. 10 is good enough. Just 10 of those 9 willow trees would get me 1,000 year willow heart, and I'll probably end up getting even more. 1 hour later. Luo Feng quietly popped his head out from a bush. Where's Li Yao? It was currently night time. The thick mist was everywhere, even though the 9 willow tree spirits of nature caused the mist in the area to lighten up a bit. Even Luo Feng could barely see past a distance of 200 meters, and the image of Li Yao was not within that distance. I'll just wait slowly, since they definitely will come back here. Half of Luo Feng's head was above the ground as he watched the 9 willow trees in the distance. Slowly waited. His spiritual force spread out to a 100-meter radius, cautiously watching his surroundings. After a while, rumble, sonic booms rang in the sky, and Luo Feng quickly turned his head towards the sky. At this time, a disc-shaped fighter jet was hovering in the skies of the Misty Island. As it hovered, its hatch directly opened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Black-robed Catalan, the savage man Kada, and the skinny man Ethan, the 3 of them directly jumped down from midair, and they swiftly fell towards the ground. The Paulinus family's people are here. Luo Feng let out a smile. And when the Paulinus family's people arrived at the Misty Island, a purplish red triangular jet fighter was currently soaring through the night sky at an unbelievable speed, leaving behind a mixed-up stream of air in its path. Inside the triangular jet fighter, there were only 2 people in this jet fighter, and both of them were passengers. Out of the 2 people in the plane, one of them was extremely handsome. Even though he was wearing his battle uniform, he seemed to be out of this world. His face seemed to reveal that he was only around 30 years old, but his 2 eyes were as deep as the sea. He always had a smile on his face and seemed to be quite relaxed. He was one of the 5 big investigators, Investigator Liu. The head actually sent you out too. Looks like he's really taking this island seriously. Investigator Liu looked at the person beside him. The mysterious person beside him also had a battle uniform on, but he was wearing a golden mask. Investigator Liu, if you take all of the spirits of nature on this island away, you can take all of the 30. The golden masked person's voice was low. I don't care about these unless I really have to. I won't do anything, but once I have to take action, we're going to have to split that 30. Investigator Liu couldn't help but to be overjoyed as he heard this. He's actually willing to give him all of the 30 if he doesn't do anything. Isn't that too foolish? Those are spirits of nature, something even Hong takes seriously. Haha, no worries. I doubt there's anything I can't deal with on that island, smiled Investigator Liu. He, an existence surpassing the war god level. After following Hong for so long, he has many tricks. There are barely any places on Earth that can give him any kind of trouble. Boom. The fighter jet headed towards the continent of Australia with alarming speed, with 2 of the strongest fighters on Earth riding in it. Luo Feng listened closely and indeed heard a rumbling noise. That's probably the sound of the Paulinus family's people landing on the ground after jumping out the plane assumed Luo Feng. At the same time, he retracted his spiritual force, shortening it from a 100-meter radius to just a 30-meter radius. Powerful fighters, like advanced-level war gods, can sense the spiritual force that scans across them. Suddenly, Luo Feng heard a faint sound of people talking coming from the mist far away. Catalan, up ahead is where the 9 willow tree spirits of nature are. Li Yao's voice carried out of the mist as he spoke English fluently. Spirits of nature usually aren't that powerful, Li Yao. How come you can't deal with them? A gloomy sound rose. As they talked, they walked out of the thick mist. Luo Feng squinted as he looked through the gaps of the grass. In front of the group was someone in a black robe. He looked quite peculiar. Li Yao was talking beside him, and he was clearly being respectful. Behind the black-robed man was a big savage brute and a white, skinny man. The savage brute and the skinny man didn't lower their heads in front of Li Yao at all, which clearly showed that they weren't afraid of Li Yao. Looks like the black-robed man is the head of these 4 people, thought Luo Feng to himself. The images of the 4 people in the distance became clearer and clearer. Deal with it. That willow tree king has a diameter of 3 meters back. Then, the willow tree that had the 1,000-year willow heart only had a diameter of 1 meter. This willow tree king is much more powerful than that willow tree in particular. Its dark golden branches are extremely tough. Once someone gets caught in it, even if it's me, they'll definitely die. Li Yao pointed to the 9 willow trees that had the spirits of nature in the distance. Over there, Li Yao and the others, at around a distance of 120 meters away from Luo Feng, walked towards the 9 willow trees. Since it was nighttime, there was lots of mist, and Luo Feng only popped half of his head out of the ground and was in a bush. So even Li Yao, Catalan, and the others didn't notice Luo Feng's presence. Only the 4 of them are going to go up against the willow tree king. Luo Feng watched silently. These 4 people want to cut down the willow tree king, probably not too realistic. When Li Yao and the others were around 50 meters away from the 9 willow trees, the savage brute said lowly, "Li, you said all of these willow trees have spirits of nature. If you don't believe me, you can go closer," sneered Li Yao. Catalan said. Li Yao, seriously, look there, at the willow tree in the center. Of those 9 trees, it's the largest and also the most powerful one. Its dark golden branches are long enough to cover all of the other willow trees. Because of that, I couldn't even attack the other willow trees. Catalan examined closely. Where are the dark golden branches? Look, they're tied around the trunk, pointed Li Yao. Oh, Catalan also felt that this willow tree king was unusual. This willow tree only has one type of attack. It strangles its target to death with its branches. Its tree trunk can't move and its roots are absorbing nutrients underground, so they can't attack, said Li Yao. Same as that willow tree that had the 1,000-year willow heart from back then. Catalan nodded. There are 2 ways to kill this willow tree king. The first way is to get rid of all of its roots. The second way is to cut apart the trunk. Li Yao also nodded as he heard this. Yeah, but its dark golden branches are 200 to 300 meters long and can sink into the ground to protect its roots, and such a large willow tree probably has tons of roots, so getting rid of all of them is probably harder than cutting down the trunk. 200 to 300 meters long. Catalan slightly frowned. Catalan stayed silent for a bit. HUA. Catalan's black robe instantly disappeared and revealed a black battle uniform. set within many daggers were placed on the trousers of his battle uniform. Set, 12 of them in total, and on his back was javelin after javelin. There were 6 javelins on his back, as if he was wearing a shield made out of javelins. He has a black god, set Luo Feng, who was observing from afar, was shocked. There's only explanation for Catalan's black robe's sudden disappearance. The black robe was made out of a transformed black god, set. The black god set can transform into all sorts of different shapes, based off of the user's will. His weapons are the javelins and daggers. Luo Feng slightly frowned. At the moment, Catalan's face was ice-cold. The sight of the silver javelins and the black daggers caused one to shiver. Even Liao slightly squinted, his eyes on the side. "Leave the Willow Tree King to me." Catalan's voice was cold as he commanded. "I'll attack the Willow Tree King." Liao, Kada, Ethan, you 3 go in from the side and attack the other willow trees. Remember, your safety is the most important thing. After I get the Willow Tree King's full attention, you guys give everything you have and cut down the other willow trees. Understood. The savage brute licked his lips. Okay, Ethan slightly nodded. All right, Liao nodded. Catalan slightly smiled in response. Chi-chi. His entire body was swiftly covered in a black coating. Instantly, the black coating instantly covered his entire body, including his face. In other words, Catalan's face was completely black too. His eyes, nose, and mouth were all sealed. You can say that Catalan isn't afraid of any piercing attack from anyone below the level of existences surpassing the war god level. Spirit readers don't even need their eyes to fight. Liao sighed as he witnessed this scene. Alright, let's begin. Catalan's voice carried out. Whoosh. Catalan rushed towards the Willow Tree King like lightning. He was so fast that he was within 10 meters of the Willow Tree King in a blink of the eye. The Willow Tree King started angrily attacking the large number of willow tree branches that virtually covered the sky and ground. Crazily swarmed around Catalan, and the dark golden willow tree branches quickly joined the battle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Vulture Liao, Blood Shadow Ethan, and Great Bear Kada left behind. After images as they teamed up and charged towards a willow tree that had a diameter of around 18 meters. A black, flowing light extended on Liao and Ethan's bodies, covering them completely. Clearly, the both of them had black god sets. Because they had black god sets, the 2 of them didn't use any shields. 3 of the 4 have black god sets. Luo Feng was shocked as he watched from a distance. It's not that black god sets are common on Earth, but that the war gods who dared to come here are all at the top. Even Liao was heavily injured, so would anyone inferior to Liao dare to come? There are barely any people on this Earth that own black god sets, and each of them have astonishing strength. Is that Catalan a spirit reader? Luo Feng's eyes were completely widened. All that could be seen was a dagger in each of Catalan's hands, and, at the same time, there were 9 daggers hovering behind him. Chi-chi. The branches were breaking quickly. The flying daggers easily cut through branch after branch. Soon enough, large amounts of dark golden willow tree branches covered Catalan, whose entire body was covered by the black god set, didn't use his eyes to fight. Rather than his eyes, he uses his spiritual force that was spread out to a 100-meter radius to observe his surroundings. The dark golden branches aren't easy to mess with, thought Luo Feng to himself from afar. Indeed. Chi-Chi, the hovering 9 daggers, struggled to cut through the dark golden branches. Humph. Catalan used the daggers in each hand and his extraordinary speed, pu, and cut a few dozen dark golden branches in one breath. Right when he did that, he instantly charged out of the encirclement. This scene shocked Vulture, Li Yao, and completely and absolutely stunned Luo Feng in the distance. Those dark golden branches are extremely tough. After I cut through one, I immediately retreated and went underground. Luo Feng was stunned. He knew exactly how tough those dark golden branches were because he fought with them before. Even Li Yao can't cut through a few dozen in a moment. How powerful are those daggers in his hands? Oh yeah, the daggers controlled by his spiritual force seem to struggle with those dark golden branches. It looks like his spiritual force isn't much stronger than mine, thought Luo Feng to himself, but those 2 daggers in his hands are way more powerful. This shows that he probably can bring out an astonishing amount of strength through his force exertions. Advanced war god levels, especially those at the peak of the advanced level, have fist strengths of around 400,000 to 500,000 kilograms. With force exertions of 2x to 3x multipliers, their fist strengths can reach a million kg. And what if the multiplier reaches 5x to 6x? His fitness level is probably at the advanced level war god level, and his force exertions are high. Adding his spiritual force to that, Luo Feng nodded to himself. With his body's power and his spiritual force added together, stunning results can be produced. At the exact instant, he charged out the encirclement and approached the willow tree king. Open. The daggers in his hand cruelly slashed into the trunk of the willow tree. King Chi-Chi, the daggers were only able to slash through 6 to 7 cm. Before stopping, little drops of green fluid slowly seeped out of the trunks. Wound. Boom. The originally spread out dark golden branches that were after the other people were finally enraged. Nearly 10,000 willow tree branches crazily danced as they surrounded Catalan from every direction. Whoosh. Catalan ferociously charged outwards as he swung his hands at the same time. Whoosh whoosh. The 2 black arms suddenly enlarged, giving Catalan a pair of 7 to 8 meter-long black arms. Both of his black hands held daggers as they swung towards the willow branches as if they were opening a door. The 7 to 8 meter-long black arms directly split apart the willow tree branches into 2 sides. Whoosh. Catalan instantly dashed out, even though the dark golden branches immediately wrapped around the black arms. The black arms instantly slipped out of the large amounts of dark golden branches like noodles. Alright, the trunk is quite tough. Catalan stood around 100 meters away from the willow tree king. He walked around the other willow trees and, while doing so, a silverish gray javelin appeared in his hand. Breakthrough. Catalan's face was fierce as he let out a roar. He held the silverish gray javelin with one hand and his entire body instantly turned into the shape of a bow. His right arm's biceps bulged through the black skin. On the tip of the silverish gray javelin were some screw threads. He then threw it like lightning while sprinting. Whoosh. A stream of lightning. A rotating stream of lightning. That javelin was indeed rotating as it flew. The large amounts of dark golden branches wanted to block it, but the javelin was way too fast, probably surpassing Mach 10. Only 3 dark golden branches managed to touch it, and then the stream of light stabbed into the willow tree king's trunk. buzz as if drilling through a wooden plank, it blew up ferociously. Chi-chi. The entire javelin sank into the willow tree king's trunk, and a little bit of the tip of the javelin even popped out of the other side. Catalan's Phantom Eye and Phantom Strike, just what you'd expect from his two world-famous ultimate moves. Li Yao couldn't help but to tremble a bit. Combining his body's power and his spiritual force to create an attack like a phantom demon. Incredible, the power of this attack might even barely reach the level of the existences surpassing the war god level. Luo Feng gasped as he watched from afar. He never would have thought that such powerful war gods could exist. Catalan's slash with his dagger just now couldn't even cut through 10 centimeters, and the willow tree king's diameter is 3 meters, but now, Catalan's javelin actually managed to pierce through the entire trunk. Messed up, too terrifying. Rumble, the entire willow tree king started shaking crazily, and, at the same time, the dark golden branches started crazily dancing as they surrounded Catalan. Attack the other willow trees, roared Catalan. Okay. Vulture Li Yao, Great Bear Kada, and Blood Shadow Ethan all surrounded a willow tree on the side without the help from the willow tree king. This willow tree with a diameter of only 1/8 meters had no chance against these three powerful fighters. Only after a few seconds, boom, the gigantic willow tree fell. Take the 1,000-year willow heart. Li Yao, Kada, and Ethan simultaneously smashed the trunk. Boom. Wood chips flew up and a heart-moving green piece flew up with them. It's the 1,000-year willow heart. Li Yao and the others were overjoyed. Luo Feng also saw that green thing, since Li Yao and the others weren't attacking the trunk anymore and were charging at the green thing. One could conclude that's the 1,000-year willow heart. Furthermore, Luo Feng had already seen a photo of the 1,000-year willow heart on the war god discussion boards. A 1,000-year willow heart that can raise fitness level and regeneration. And it's a spirit of nature from a willow tree with a diameter of 1/8 meters. Luo Feng's eyes let out a light that has never been let out before. That's mine. Whoosh. The formless spiritual force instantly extended. It extended so quickly that its speed was comparable to teleportation. The spiritual force instantly wrapped around the 1,000-year willow heart as it wrapped around Luo Feng's spiritual force naturally invaded the area where Catalan's spiritual force was spread out, so Catalan found out. Whoosh. With the spiritual force, it instantly retracted. The green thing instantly flew towards Luo Feng. Spirit Reader, Catalan's spiritual force, discovered Luo Feng's spiritual force. However, it still took him a very short time to react to the fact that there's a spirit reader here. And right in that short instant, the green light was only 80 meters away from Luo Feng. Retract. Catalan also tried to pull it back using his spiritual force. Pung. The two formless spiritual forces collided. Whoosh. The green light immediately flew into the bush where Luo Feng was, and Luo Feng immediately dug underground as fast as possible. 1,000-year willow heart. Li Yao, Kada, and Ethan all charged over. Catalan also flew over. The four powerful fighters stood on the grass as they looked at the inconspicuous hole in front of them. The 1,000-year willow heart was stolen. Kada and Ethan were enraged. How come there are still people here? Catalan looked towards Li Yao with anger, and he's a spirit reader. His spiritual force is probably nearing the advanced level war god level. It's Luo Feng, followed Li Yao. Luo Feng, he's that Luo Feng from the elite training camp, asked Catalan. Yes, it's him. He has a grudge with me. Truthfully, I came here to chase after him, but I didn't think I would be able to discover all of these spirits of nature, replied Li Yao. Catalan's face wasn't looking good at all. Catalan, you're a spirit reader too, you can probably catch him. Go underground to chase after a spirit reader who's basically an advanced level war god. Catalan sneered as he glanced at him. You think that spiritual force is that easy to train? All these years, my body fitness level has been at the peak of the advanced level war god level, but my spiritual force has been improving extremely slowly. When Catalan was young, he had his growth period as a spirit reader. When Catalan reached the beginner war god level spirit reader level, it stopped. After that, he had to train by himself. Sadly, training spiritual force is many times harder than training the body. After all these years, Catalan's fitness level has already reached the peak of the advanced level war god level, but his spiritual force is only at the peak of the intermediate level war god level. However, his spiritual force and his strength combined gives him incredibly horrifying strength, which is how he got the name Phantom Demon. Go underground to chase a advanced level war god level spirit reader. Even existences surpassing the war god level won't say such a thing. Catalan commanded. Now, Kada, patrol the area and don't allow that person to come near again. Li Yao and Ethan, you two and me will swiftly get rid of these spirit of natures. Yes. Everyone nodded, and Li Yao could only clench his teeth as he held his anger in. Not good. Catalan's face changed. That Luo Feng must have heard what we said before, so he knows that these are all spirits of nature. He'll definitely contact the Dojo of Limits. Dojo of Limits. Everyone's face changed dramatically, and Catalan glanced at Li Yao with anger. Hurry, the Dojo of Limits will probably need at least 3 hours to get here, but to be safe, let's all hurry up and gather the spirits of nature and leave within 2 hours, commanded Catalan. No matter how many we get, we definitely have to leave within 2 hours. Yes. At this time, Li Yao didn't dare to say anything more. Everyone was in a panic. Luo Feng, who was digging underground with astonishing speed, continued to dig past the rocky layer. Thousand-year willow heart. Luo Feng grasped the thousand-year willow heart with extreme passion and excitement. Luo Feng pierced through layer after layer of rock as he continuously dug down, completely surpassing the depth of the original cave where he originally rested. He kept digging down as if his life depended on it. After Luo Feng digs past an area, the dirt and rock that was separated will automatically close itself. Because of this, it was hard to discover Luo Feng's tracks. That Catalan is extremely powerful. I should keep digging deeper so it'll be harder for him to find me. Luo Feng kept digging down. Wait. When I fought over the thousand-year willow heart, my spiritual force met with Catalan's spiritual force. His spiritual force seemed to be slightly weaker than mine. After Luo Feng thought of this, his speed unconsciously slowed down. Peng. Around 2,000 to 3,000 meters underground above an underground river, an image broke through the boulders and directly fell into the dark, underground river. Pu. Luo Feng leaped up and landed on a rock beside the dark river. There's actually a river like this so deep underground. Luo Feng stood on the rock as he looked around the dark river. It was quite black and turbulent. The river was around 15 to 20 meters wide and there was basically nowhere to stand on in this entire tunnel where the river flowed. There doesn't seem to be any water-type monsters in this underground river. Luo Feng didn't find any. I wonder where this river leads to. Luo Feng stood on the rock as he looked around and then shook his head. He then smashed into the rocky wall beside him. To Luo Feng, those rocks were as soft as tofu. After smashing open a huge hole, 3 black throwing knives led the way in front and Luo Feng quickly opened up a cave that was around 20 to 30 meters away. This cave was only 20 to 30 meters away from the underground river. Thousand-year willow heart. Luo Feng opened up his clenched left hand and looked at the green egg-shaped crystal. This green crystal structure was quite odd. It seemed as if there was a green liquid rippling inside the crystal. The sight of this thousand-year willow heart was stunning. Luo Feng felt refreshed as he held this crystal. The thousand willow heart can increase regeneration and fitness level. For Luo Feng right now, this is probably the best treasure. Even if you give him something even better, it'll be a waste. To Luo Feng, because Luo Feng isn't that far away from the peak of the war god level. Even if you give him a 10,000-year willow heart, Luo Feng will still stay at the peak of the war god level. From the peak of the war god level to an existence surpassing the war god level. To cross over this one step, extremely difficult. This is also why quite a few people are stuck at the advanced level war god level. How do I use this thousand-year willow heart? Thought Luo Feng to himself. That post said you eat it, but is that really true? Maybe that post was lying. The thousand-year willow heart itself was extremely tough. Even a sharp blade would have trouble destroying it. You can eat something like this. If you consume dragon blood, you'll die. And what about this thousand-year willow heart? Luo Feng slightly frowned. It's a good thing he got this treasure, but he at least needs to know how to use it. If he uses it incorrectly, then he might bring about a disaster instead of a blessing. After hesitating, Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch and then called a number. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, hello, a low voice rose. Hello, I am Luo Feng from the elite training camp, replied Luo Feng. This number is indeed the number he used to contact the insides of the dojo of limits, whether to just contact them or to ask for his rewards. He used this number, and now that he doesn't know how to use the thousand-year willow heart, after thinking a bit, he decided to ask. After he uses it, his strength will fly up, so the dojo will definitely know he used it. If so, then there's no need to hide it, since he stole it from someone else. Anyway, what do you need? Asked the low voice. I want to ask, how are you supposed to use the thousand-year willow heart? Asked Luo Feng. The other side went silent. Luo Feng couldn't help but to worry. After a while, the sound came. The crystalline outside of the thousand-year willow heart is extraordinarily tough. The liquid inside is the thing you want to use. This, you pierce through the outside and then drink the liquid inside. Beware, do not swallow the crystal part. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Good thing he asked. The post in the War God discussion board only said consume it, but didn't say how to consume it. If he foolishly swallowed the entire crystal, he would have been in trouble. You'll feel extremely comfortable while consuming it, and there will be no pain at all. As for how much your strength improves, and how long it takes to improve, it's different for everyone. The low voice slowly continued. Anything else? No, thanks Mr., said Luo Feng. Mr. The low voice let out a rare laugh. Beep. The call ended. Yea, under the weak light coming from the tactical communications watch. Under the dark cave, Luo Feng's eyes were flashing like never before. My current strength isn't too far away from Li Yao, with his black god set. However, after using the 1,000-year willow heart, Luo Feng was extremely excited. Ever since his astronomical bounty was released, he never dared to relax. The pressure caused him to bitterly train, and he never relaxed for even a bit in the elite training camp. Maybe, the Vulture-Scorpion couple is one of the reasons why he was able to get into the elite training camp and receive a gigantic reward like a portion of dragon blood. If they didn't give him any pressure, why would Luo Feng train so hard? Vulture, Scorpion, in the future, you too will fear me like I once feared you. With a thought from Luo Feng. Who? The green egg-shaped crystal floated in the air in front of him at the same time. Luo Feng's SS-grade throwing knife drew across an arc as it directly stabbed into the surface of the green egg-shaped crystal. Pucci the tough crystalline outside was directly pierced through under Luo Feng's deliberate attack. Goo goo. The liquid inside slowly flowed out from the crystal. However, this green liquid that was full of life was controlled by Luo Feng's spiritual force and made to hover in front of him. Come. Luo Feng opened his mouth. Whoosh! This heart-moving essence of the 1,000-year willow heart that was filled with limitless vitality directly flew into Luo Feng's mouth under the control of his spiritual force. Even though the entire crystal was about the size of an egg, the essence inside could probably only fill up a small cup. He swallowed it all in one gulp. The essence flowed down his esophagus, which brought about a cool, relaxing feeling around his entire body. It felt so good that it even seemed like his soul was shaking. Feels good. The mysterious guy from the phone call said that there won't be any pain at all when consuming the 1,000-year willow heart and will instead feel great. Looks like it's true. Luo Feng lay in the rocky cave without moving as he clearly felt the changes undergoing in his body. Luo Feng definitely won't be able to forget the pain he went through when using the dragon blood. Of course, Luo Feng would be extremely happy when he can raise his strength without going through a painful experience. So comfortable. I can feel the changes in all the tendons, muscles, and bones in my body. Luo Feng lowered his head and, using the small amount of light coming from his tactical communications watch, saw the small yet startlingly fast vibrations on his skin with his naked eye. During this vibration, black stuff seeped out of the pores of his skin. This feeling was quite magical. His entire body felt cool. At the same time, it felt like all his skin and muscles have left their bones and went out of control. He could only feel the slight, incessant vibrations, as if it was a massage. And in Luo Feng's body, the limitless vitality in the essence of the 1,000-year willow heart virtually instantly combined into every single part of Luo Feng's body. This vitality caused amazing changes in the cells of Luo Feng's bones and muscles. It was as if a small seedling was growing into a tree that could reach the sky. At this moment, the countless number of cells in Luo Feng's body were undergoing startling changes. His genes were soaring to perfection as they abandoned the useless parts and recombined themselves. This process was extremely fast, and the genes that absorbed a bit of the 1,000-year willow heart changed in a special way. Their liveliness was increasing rapidly. With this liveliness, Luo Feng's entire body was improving extremely quickly. His tendons seemed to have completely transformed, and his skin and muscles were still changing dramatically, and yet, this process didn't give Luo Feng even the slightest bit of pain. Luo Feng only felt relaxed, very relaxed, as if he was receiving a massage. In his realm of consciousness, in his limitless realm of consciousness, the dark golden ball was currently rotating rapidly as it let out energy. The realm of consciousness was filled with mist, and, in this never-ending mist, large amounts of liquid were being produced, as if they were drops of dew. This rate of improvement has never been heard of before. Luo Feng's fitness level was improving, and, as a result, his spiritual force crazily increased as his body was able to handle more. Luo Feng's fitness level went from the lowest level of a beginner-level war god. Level fist strength of around 64,000 kilograms, average beginner-level war god. Level fist strength of around 96,000 kilograms, peak of the beginner-level war god. Level fist strength approaching 128,000 kilograms, intermediate-level war god. Going up step by step. Right when his fitness level reached the intermediate war god level, the dark golden ball in Luo Feng's realm of consciousness rapidly expanded, and then, crack, 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 the entire dark golden ball cracked open. Countless amounts of spiritual force directly flowed out as it filled the entire realm of consciousness. A fitness level of intermediate level war god level can practically withstand the maximum amount of spiritual force available to war gods. His spiritual force increased rapidly. Luo Feng's fitness level continued to rise. After his transformation finally ended, Luo Feng quietly lay in the cave beside the underground river that was around 2,000 to 3,000 meters below the surface. The dark golden ball shattered. Ever since his awakening, his future as a spirit reader was limitless. He has always been worrying about how long his dark golden ball will last. For keep in mind that many spirit readers end their growth period when they reach the advanced level warlord level or the beginner level war god level. Spirit readers with growth periods that can sustain them to the advanced level war god level can practically be counted on one hand. My realm of consciousness. Luo Feng sank into his realm of consciousness. Before, when he was barely an advanced level war god level spirit reader, his realm of consciousness were filled with a few droplets. And now, in the infinite realm of consciousness, the mist spread all the way to the horizons. Rumble, a raging liquid current was flowing in Luo Feng's realm of consciousness like a galaxy. The amount of spiritual force contained within it was absolutely amazing. A few dark golden pieces could be seen within this spiritual force liquid galaxy. In the cave that was 2,000 to 3,000 meters below the surface, Luo Feng opened his eyes as he lay. This transformation only took around half an hour. Luo Feng lowered his head and checked the time on his tactical communications. Watch his face full of filth, couldn't help to let out a smile. Half an hour ago, he was an extremely powerful fighter in the circle of war gods, but there were still people like Phantom Demon Catalan who were more powerful than him. But now, boom! Luo Feng randomly threw out a punch and caused the air to explode. A random punch is comparable to my punches in the past with force exertions. My body fitness level is at least intermediate level war god level right now. And maybe even advanced level war god level. Luo Feng could only rely on his hazy feeling. He's sure that he's at least an intermediate level war god, but Would need a machine to test whether or not he's at the advanced level war god. Level. He can't be too sure about his fitness level. But he can be absolutely and positively sure about his spiritual force. Peak of the war god level. A spirit reader at the peak of the war god level, Luo Feng, didn't doubt this. At all, his flowing, roaring galaxy in the realm of consciousness contained way more spiritual force than he had before. Keep in mind that he was already at bottom of the advanced level war god level, before after improving so much, of course he'll be at the peak of the war god level. Powerful. A feeling of unrivaled power. One thing that's known by all is that spirit readers at the peak of the war god level are invincible in the war god level. Luo Feng let out a smile. Alright, I'll wash up first and then check out Li Yao, Catalan, and the others. I'll also end my grudge that I've been having with Li Yao all these years. Whoosh. Luo Feng went along the tunnel as he charged towards the rock beside the underground river. He used his spiritual force to float a gigantic ball of water in front of him as he swiftly cleaned his entire body and his battle uniform set. Time to go. In just 3 minutes, Luo Feng ferociously soared up. Rumble, he broke past layer after layer of rock as he swiftly charged towards the surface. It was still night time in the misty island. Mist emanated everywhere. After charging out the surface. There are sounds of people fighting over there. Luo Feng smiled as he walked over step by step. He was indeed headed towards the direction of the 9 willow trees. Who would have thought that they still haven't been able to cut all the willow trees down in half an hour? The place where he popped out of was at least 1,000 meters away from the 9 willow trees. However, on the extremely silent island, the crazy attacks of Catalan, Li Yao, etc. produced sonic booms, which made it easy for Luo Feng to find them. Oh, Luo Feng looked closely. As of now, 8 out of 9 willow trees have fallen and the 1,000-year willow hearts have been taken out of their split trunks. The only one remaining was the willow tree king, with a trunk that's over 3 meters in diameter. There were already 6 javelins stuck in the main trunk of the willow tree king. The willow tree king had hundreds of dark golden branches surrounding the 6 javelins. Catalan's 6 javelins are all inside the willow tree king's trunk. Luo Feng watched from afar after his transformation. His sight improved by a lot, at least 2x better than before. The javelins are stuck in the trunk and are wrapped around by the dark golden branches, so it'll be hard to retrieve them. And the 3 people with black god sets, Catalan, Li Yao, and Ethan, were currently crazily attacking. The willow tree king's trunk is damaged and weakened. Hurry, Catalan, who had some traces of blood on the side of his mouth, yelled. The daggers in his 2 hands crazily danced. The dark golden branches were much slower than before, so Catalan slashed through a huge amount of dark golden branches. However, there were just too many. Break, roared Li Yao. Yaya. Ethan crazily howled as if a whirlwind was closing into the willow tree king. Large amounts of dark golden branches broke. The trunk was damaged, and the speed and power of the branches were clearly weakened by around 60 to 70, only their toughness remained. After weakening so much, Catalan, Li Yao, and Ethan just need time to break all of those dark golden branches. Even though these branches are long, liquid will leak out of them once they're cut. When this happens, their power lowers and become even weaker than regular branches. Hurry, while we still have time. Catalan's eyes flashed as he yelled an A. Hurry, after cutting down this willow tree king, we still need to go get the other spirits of nature. Okay. Understood. Liao and Ethan were giving all they had as they cut down branch after branches for Keita. He was still patrolling the area, but because of the night and the mist, Keita had a difficult time discovering Luo Feng, who was hiding in a bush over 200 meters away. Haha, broke them all. Haha. There was lots of laughter even though there were so many dark golden branches. They couldn't stand against the crazy attacks of 3 advanced level war gods. Finally, all of the dark golden branches were broken, liquid leaking out of each of them. The damaged dark golden branches were weakened greatly, so they no longer posed a threat to the advanced level war gods. Attack the trunk. Cut it down. Catalan, Liao, and Ethan crazily charged. Keita, come, yelled Catalan. Coming, the savage brute Keita also excitedly charged over to help. The gigantic willow tree king, with a trunk of over 3 meters in diameter, couldn't fight back at all since it couldn't move. It could only let the 4 humans attack it. After pulling out the 6 javelins, Catalan started crazily cutting at the places the javelins pierced, clearly attacking from the inside. Makes it easier. After they cut over and over again, the toughness of the willow tree king's trunk seemed to lower. Chi-Chi, the large amounts of willow branches started withering swiftly. The entire trunk of the willow tree king started rapidly losing its vitality. Even the naked eye could see how quickly it was losing its life. As it lost its life, its defensive capabilities clearly weakened. Boom. The entire willow tree king slowly fell over. The gigantic willow tree king smashed into some trees and plants beside it, and with a rumble, it fell onto the ground of the misty island. Haha, finally succeeded. Hurry, find the 10,000-year willow heart. Catalan and the others were extremely excited. They spent over 10 times more effort to cut down this one willow tree king than to cut down all the other 8 willow trees combined. Luo Feng has already observed for over 10 minutes in the distance. Hee. Good thing my transformation only took 30 minutes so I could see them cut down the willow tree king in time. Luo Feng let out a smile. The people from the dojo of limits haven't arrived yet, but no problem. After his transformation underground, Luo Feng's strength improved greatly right now. He desperately wanted to test his skills. The rumbling wouldn't stop. Those group of people were currently slashing at the trunk of the willow tree king. Hurry, hurry, and find it. Catalan and the others wanted to find the 10,000-year willow heart in the trunk. Catalan spread out spiritual force, felt someone enter. He couldn't help but to be shocked as he turned his head. What was seen 100 meters away was Luo Feng in his battle uniform, carrying his shield and holding a ghost blade. He slowly walked out of the mist of the night as he headed towards them. Keita, Ethan, and Liao also discovered this. Luo Feng. Liao's eyes immediately bursted with ferocity. Long time no see. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at Liao. Catalan looked at Luo Feng as he sneered with his accented Chinese. Luo Feng, if you hid underground, with your abilities as a spirit reader, even I wouldn't be able to catch you, and yet you surfaced. How foolish, Great Bear. Keita and Blood Shadow Ethan also sneered. Nobody in Catalan's trio is weaker than Liao. The 3 of them with Liao, with this combination of 4 fear Luo Feng. Or could it be that you used the 1,000-year willow heart and became a Spirit Reader at the peak of the advanced level War God level sneered. Catalan, he was a Spirit Reader, so he was clear Spirit Readers were rare in the first place, and most Spirit Readers' growth period only lasted them to the advanced level Warlord level. It would be quite good to last until the beginner level War God level. Intermediate level War God level Spirit Readers were quite rare. As for advanced level War God ones, they could be counted on one hand. A Spirit Reader that rapidly grew until the peak of the War God level. Even if you look across the entire world, you would find one or two nobody knows. Thanks for helping me cut down the willow tree, King smiled. Luo Feng, that saved me a lot of effort. Boom. He left behind an afterimage as he charged towards the Willow Tree King. Kill him, roared Catalan. Luo Feng, Liao roared as he charged first with his blades in both hands. There seemed to be a burning fire in his eyes. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 6 throwing knives. Like 6 black lightning bolts, even Liao couldn't dodge them under this distance, but why would Liao dodge? He was completely covered in black and only his eyes and nose were slightly revealed with his ability. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to hit such a small target. The Black God set. Even Emperor-level monsters have difficulty piercing through the Black God set. The only way to kill a War God wearing a Black God set is with impacts. Even if you can't pierce through the Black God set, the force of impact can shatter the target's organs. Rumble. 6 throwing knives all hit Liao. Luo Feng, who was at the peak of the advanced level War God level, possessed incredible and horrifying strength after using the dragon blood back then. The fist strength testing machine displayed that his throwing knives had a force of impact of around 220,000 kilograms, and now the force of impact of one throwing knife surpassed 500,000 kilograms. One throwing knife over 500,000 kilograms. 6 throwing knives added together is over 3 million kilograms. Spirit Readers' advantage reside in their peculiar attacks. However, at the peak of the advanced level War God level, just the pure force of impact has reached an incredible point. This is basically the strength of someone with a fist strength of 500,000 kilograms with a 6x multiplier of a fighter at the peak of the War God level. Boom. Liao was blown off his feet and flew backwards at a startling speed. At the same time, he smashed into Blood Shadow Ethan behind him and even tumbled a few times in the air as he flew a few hundred meters away. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The 6 throwing knives that were as fast as lightning and as heavy as mountains smashed Phantom Demon Catalan, whose face was full of shock, away. Humph. Luo Feng landed beside the willow tree trunk and his 6 throwing knives crazily smashed the trunk. The trunk already lost most of its vitality and was extremely weak, so it quickly blew up. A green thing with hints of gold flew up and was immediately wrapped around by Luo Feng's spiritual force as his spiritual force retrieved it. This was an oval-shaped crystal that was as large as a fist. Inside the crystal flowed some green stuff with hints of gold in it. Just looking at it would move one's heart. 10,000-year willow heart. Luo Feng slightly smiled as he swiftly put the 10,000-year willow heart into the pockets of his battle uniform. Liao, you're not getting away. Luo Feng laughed loudly. Boom. The sound of a sonic boom rose, and Luo Feng charged at an incredible speed towards the place where Liao landed. As of now, Luo Feng's maximum speed was around 500 ms. Once he adds his spiritual force, that's at the peak of the War God level, Luo Feng's speed can reach up to 700 ms. In the distance, Li Yao, Catalan, Keita, and Ethan were running like mad. That Luo Feng is chasing after us. Catalan's face changed. Luo Feng Li Yao was extremely regretful. He never would have thought that Luo Feng, who he could have squished like an ant in the past, would grow to such a point so quickly. Li Yao hurriedly said while sprinting, Catalan, the four of us can cooperate and get rid of this Luo Feng. Sorry. Catalan slightly smiled and then signaled with his eyes towards Keita and Ethan. The three of them have been through who knows how many battles together, so of course they understood what Catalan meant. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Phantom Demon Catalan, Blood Shadow Ethan, and Great Bear, Keita. These three powerful fighters made a sharp turn to the left at virtually the exact same time as they sprinted away. They split up with Li Yao in an instant. Keep in mind that their speed is over 600 ms, so by the time Li Yao even reacted, the distance between them was already over 500 to 600 meters. And Luo Feng was already coming. Bastards, bunch of idiots. Li Yao cursed in his heart, and Luo Feng was approaching extremely quickly. This Luo Feng's speed is actually a bit faster than mine. Li Yao grieved as he clenched his teeth. Catalan and the others started slowing down after splitting up with Li Yao. Phew, Catalan let out a sigh of relief. That Luo Feng really did go after Li Yao and not us. Catalan looked behind him and spoke in English. His spiritual force strived to release to a distance of 150 meters and discovered nothing. Blood Shadow Ethan sneered on the side. That Li Yao was looking for it. The sonic booms in the quiet night were especially obvious. Catalan, how come we aren't helping? Li Yao frowned. Great Bear, Keita. Help him? Why would we help him? Scoffed Catalan. After that, he became serious. Keita, even if we wanted to help him, we can't. You need to understand that Luo Feng is definitely a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level. War God level, an invincible existence in the advanced level. War God level. Great Bear, Keita, and Blood Shadow Ethan looked at Catalan with surprise. Ethan couldn't help but to say, Catalan, even you aren't his opponent. For my phantom strike, a spirit reader just has to slightly push my javelin to the side with his spiritual force, thus breaking the move. As for my phantom eye, this is a type of attack using spiritual force. Luo Feng's spiritual force is stronger than mine, so not only will I not be able to injure him, I'll just end up injuring myself. Catalan's face wasn't looking good. Then if we work together, followed Great Bear. Keita. Yeah, let's all go for it. Ethan's gaze turned cold. Against a spirit reader, numbers don't mean anything. Catalan slightly shook his head. I've already confirmed that this Luo Feng is a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level. War God level. Don't mess with him in the future. Okay. Keita and Ethan slightly nodded. Let's use our time to get some more spirits of nature and then leave with our fighter jet, said Catalan quietly. Remember, we don't have to walk too quickly. Don't make too much noise, or else Luo Feng might come after us when he hears us. Keita and Ethan nodded seriously. Catalan sighed to himself. Another invincible war god has appeared in the circle of war gods. An invincible war god is a special title given to a powerful fighter in the circle of war gods. Catalan's position in the circle of war gods is extremely high, much higher than Li Yao's. However, he hasn't received the title of invincible war god, and even though Vulture Li Yao has a black god set, that's only good for defending If your attack power is lacking, you don't have the right to be named. Invincible War God. Rumble plants shattered in the places Li Yao passed, who was sprinting as fast as he could. Escape. There was only one word on Li Yao's mind: escape. Ever since he suffered the attack of Luo Feng's 6 throwing knives, Li Yao was clear of the distance between him and Luo Feng. Even Phantom Demon Catalan ran away from Luo Feng. So what can Li Yao do other than run? Li Yao Luo Feng's body was like a mirage and his eyes were like lightning. Die. 6 black lights instantly shot out from Luo Feng and flew away faster than Luo Feng and Li Yao's sprinting speed. These 6 black lights instantly covered the distance between them, which was less than 50 meters, before Li Yao even had the chance to dodge. The 6 throwing knives smashed into him. Each throwing knife was like a small mountain. Each throwing knife had an astonishing amount of piercing power. The black membrane on Li Yao's body slightly sank, but wasn't pierced by the throwing knives. However, the horrifying force of impact from the 6 throwing knives wasn't to be taken lightly. Rumble Li Yao was blasted away, but swiftly started sprinting away again. He actually used this force of impact to increase the distance between him and Luo Feng. What's going on? Seeing how the distance between them just increased, Luo Feng's face changed. Adding the first time I attacked him, this is the 3rd time. 3 attacks. How is this? Li Yao not dead, or at least on the ground from his injuries? 6 throwing knives, each one with a force of impact of over 500,000 kilograms. 6 throwing knives, over 3 million kilograms in total. And he attacked Li Yao with this horrifying force 3 times. Even the most powerful war gods would turn into a pile of meat after getting hit with such a force 3 times. Yet, Vulture Li Yao was still sprinting as fast as he could, his speed not even dropping in the slightest. Could it be because of his black god set? Is the black god set that great? Luo Feng frowned. Thankfully I have my black god set, or else I would have died already. A bit of blood could be seen at the side of Li Yao's mouth as he sprinted as fast as possible. However, his powerful body was swiftly recovering. Li Yao only needs a bit of time to recover most of the injuries he receives from Luo Feng's attacks, so all the way until now, Li Yao only spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. The defensive capabilities of the Black God set is incredible. No wonder even Emperor-level monsters can't pierce through it and can only rely on impacts, thought Li Yao to himself. The Black God set was extremely mysterious. The material it's made out of is extremely tough. Its toughness means that no matter how sharp a weapon is, it'll never be able to pierce through, and not only this, any force of impact, after being transferred through the Black God set, will weaken by 90. In other words, after going through the Black God set, only 300,000 kilograms of the original 3 million kilograms actually hits Li Yao's body. And this 300,000 kilograms is spread out across Li Yao's entire body. If a force of impact of 300,000 kilograms was focused on a single spot, it would gravely injure an advanced level war god, but once it's spread out across the entire body, then Li Yao doesn't care anymore. There is a saying, other than existences surpassing the war god level, emperor level monsters, and laser cannons, there is nothing that can kill a war god wearing a Black God set. This is praising the miraculous defensive capabilities of the Black God set. Of course, there are some exaggerations here. For example, Li Yao almost died when he was stuck under the lake because he couldn't breathe. In conclusion, the defensive capabilities of the Black God set is incredible. The 6 throwing knives hit Li Yao once again. This time, Li Yao didn't use the force of impact to run in a straight line, but used it to make a sharp turn instead, and Luo Feng, who has been chasing for a while, thought that Li Yao would keep running in a straight line, so he continued to charge forward. By the time he came back, the distance between the two of them has already surpassed Luo Feng's spiritual forces range, because of their amazing speed. Luo Feng was mad. But Luo Feng was clear. He landed 6 blows on Li Yao, but wasn't able to kill him. This Black God set sure is amazing. Even though I can beat this Li Yao, killing him is trouble, thought Luo Feng to himself. I'll make a net when I go back, a SS grade net. I'll use my spiritual force to control the net and catch this Li Yao. If I can't kill him, then I'll tie him up. When that happens, I won't give him anything to drink or eat. I'll even throw him into water and kill him like that, thought Luo Feng to himself. There was no other way. He could only rely on this simple method. Tie him up and either starve him to death or suffocate him. As for killing a war god with a Black God set up front, even Luo Feng can't do that unless they take off their Black God set. This Li Yao, sure, is sneaky, not making any sound at all. Luo Feng listened carefully and tried to find his tracks by a sound. Whoosh! Luo Feng leaped into the air and stepped onto his shield. He instantly flew up to an altitude of 100 to 200 meters. He looked down from above and spread out his spiritual force while listening closely. Boom! A weak sound carried from afar. There's a sound. Luo Feng's eyes flashed and, with a thought, instantly flew over there. He drew across an arc as he landed. At this moment, Phantom Demon Catalan, Great Bear Kata, and Blood Shadow Ethan were currently surrounding 2 golden yellow weeds as they swiftly dug the dirt beneath them. Hey, what are you guys up to? A sound rose. Phantom Demon Catalan and the others' faces changed. They turned their heads. Luo Feng, who was standing on his shield, slowly descended as he smiled at Catalan and the others. Phantom Demon Catalan and the others cursed in their hearts. Wasn't this Luo Feng supposed to be chasing that Li Yao? Even if they made some sounds, they shouldn't have attracted Luo Feng. They didn't want to make any sounds at all, but how can you not make any sounds when fighting with spirits of nature? Go, howled Catalan. The 3 of them immediately sprinted away. That Li Yao has a Black God set, so I can't attack a turtle with its head tucked in. 2 out of the 3 of you have Black God sets, but after all, one of you don't. Luo Feng's gaze locked onto the savage brute, Great Bear Kata, and let out a smile. Whoosh! He directly chased after Great Bear Kata. Luo Feng, this large, savage brute, Kata yelled in his accented Chinese. Whoosh! Luo Feng also stopped out of surprise as he stood beside him. He looked at this famous Great Bear Kata with interest. You're not going to run away? Great Bear Kata laughed helplessly as he said in his accented Chinese, Luo Feng, my strength isn't comparable to yours. I admit defeat. I am willing to give all the spirits of nature to you. Luo Feng smiled out of surprise. This Great Bear Kata sure is interesting. But Great Bear Kata was laughing bitterly inside when he talked with Phantom Demon Catalan. He learned that Luo Feng was already a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level, a fighter worthy of the title Invincible War God. A fighter at this level can shake the higher ups of Any area with just one word. And if he wanted to kill Kata. 6 throwing knives can instantly blast Great Bear Kata into mush. Kata didn't have a black god set. Good, I know that you have 2 spirits of nature in your bag, hand them over. Smiled Luo Feng, I won't kill you. Okay, Great Bear Kata wasn't shocked that Luo Feng knew how many spirits of nature he had. With his spiritual force, could Luo Feng not know what treasures Great Bear Kata had? Catch Great Bear Kata took out the 2,000-year willow hearts and directly tossed them towards Luo Feng. Good Luo Feng smiled as his spiritual force wrapped around both 1,000-year willow hearts and placed them next to his 10,000-year willow heart in the pocket of his battle uniform. Great Bear Kata slightly smiled. Then I'll be going first. If you ever go to Europe and need something, you can come find me. We better have some drinks next time in the virtual space's Palace of War Gods. After saying that, Great Bear Kata swiftly left. Quite passionate, aren't you? Luo Feng laughed. The virtual space's Palace of War Gods. Luo Feng knew that anyone with the title of War God on Earth can join the Palace of War Gods. This Palace of War Gods was built by fighters like Hong and Thunder God back then. Now he learned that the Palace of War Gods is actually in the virtual space. Wise Kata handed him both of the 1,000-year willow hearts he had, so Luo Feng was in quite a good mood. Above the misty island, Luo Feng stood on his shield at an altitude of 200 meters in the sky as he looked down on the entire misty island. At the same time, his spiritual force extended and tried to find Li Yao. This Li Yao sure can hide carefully. He isn't making any sound at all. My spiritual force can't find him either. Luo Feng frowned as he stood on his shield. His face was quite helpless. Suddenly, Luo Feng turned his head over. In the distance, a blazing red light swiftly flew over from the horizon, as if it was an asteroid in the dark night. This blazing red light was quite conspicuous. Whoosh! The blazing red light stopped in front of Luo Feng, and it turned out to be a white man with curled, brown hair in a battle uniform set. While this white man hovered in the air around him seemed to twist. A bit of fire was burning on his body. The man in fire looked at Luo Feng and spoke in English. Who are you? Luo Feng was shocked. Fire on his body flying. This is definitely an existence surpassing the War God level. I'm Luo Feng, from the Dojo of Limits. Luo Feng stood on his shield and slightly bowed in midair to show his respect. Luo Feng, this man in fire, slightly nodded and then ferociously yelled, Catalan, the 4 of you come out. His vigorous voice swiftly carried around the entire island. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A bunch of sonic booms immediately sounded around the entire misty island. Soon enough, Luo Feng's spiritual force discovered the 4 people gathered below: Phantom Demon Catalan, Vulture Li Yao, Blood Shadow Ethan, and Great Bear Kata. Representative Far. Representative Far. The 4 people below respectfully gave their greetings. Phantom Demon Catalan and the others looked towards the fighter coated in flames in the night sky, and were startled right after Luo Feng stole the 1,000-year willow heart. Phantom Demon Catalan immediately contacted his teacher. His teacher contacted existences surpassing the War God level. But who would have thought that someone would arrive so quickly? I just happened to be training myself in the continent of Australia right when your teacher contacted me. I rushed here as fast as possible. Representative Far, who was coated in flames, smiled as he said, "How goes your spirit of nature harvest, Representative Far?" Li Yao yelled in English, "The most valuable 10,000-year willow heart we found was stolen by this Luo Feng. He also stole 3,000-year willow hearts." In the night, Luo Feng's face slightly changed as he hovered in midair. Luo Feng Representative Far looked towards Luo Feng and his eyes became cold. "Hand over the 10,000-year willow heart and the 3,000-year willow hearts." Whoosh! Luo Feng turned and ran. "Want to run?" Representative Far instantly turned into a flowing red light as he chased, even though Representative Far was an existence surpassing the war god level. All war gods and existences surpassing the war god level were members of the Palace of War Gods. There are rules in the Palace of War Gods. One of those rules is that, unless they have a good enough reason, existences surpassing the war god level are not allowed to kill war gods. Furthermore, Luo Feng comes from the dojo of limits. Existences surpassing the war god level all over the world wouldn't easily mess with the dojo of limits, even though he won't kill anyone. Representative Far definitely needs to retrieve the 10,000-year willow heart. The face of Representative Far, who transformed into flames, suddenly changed. As he accelerated, however, the distance between him and Luo Feng didn't shorten, but lengthened instead. "As I thought." Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a smile as he rapidly flew forwards and turned his head back. This Representative Far's flying speed isn't as fast as mine. When he flew over here just now, I felt that his flying speed was around half of my maximum speed, and now, it seems that even when he goes all out, he's still slower than me by quite a bit. Boom! Representative Far, whose body was surrounded by flames, rapidly descended to the misty island. Li Yao and the others were shocked. Looks like Representative Far wasn't able to catch Luo Feng. "Hurry, we'll split up and search for spirits of nature. If you can't deal with something, contact me immediately," yelled Representative Far. "Yes." Catalan and the others immediately sprinted into the depths of the misty island. While sprinting, Li Yao couldn't help but to ask Catalan, "How come Representative Far couldn't catch up to Luo Feng? Existences surpassing the war god level are way more powerful than war gods," said Catalan lowly. "However, in midair, they have nowhere to use their power. If they sprint on the ground, they are astonishingly fast as for flying. Even though existences surpassing the war god level can fly, their flying speed is way slower than their speed on land." Li Yao, Kada, and Ethan came to a realization. Back when Luo Feng stole the first 1,000-year willow heart, Catalan has already said even existences surpassing the war god level wouldn't chasten advanced level war god level spirit reader underground. Indeed, existences surpassing the war god level are extremely powerful, but within reason. If they were on land, they could catch Luo Feng in an instant. But in the air, their powerful legs have nothing to run on, so they can only rely on their special ability to fly. Even though they fly quickly, even faster than some spirit readers, they're still slower than spirit readers at the peak of the advanced war god level. Luo Feng turned back and hovered at an altitude of 300 to 400 meters above the misty island, his spiritual force spread out. Boom! The air suddenly shook and a purplish-red light stopped in the air above Luo Feng. In a blink of an eye, it was indeed a purplish-red triangular fighter jet. In terms of appearance, this streamlined triangular fighter jet was Virtually the same as the one Hong rode on last time, only the color differed. Voila, the hatch opened automatically. Two shadows flew out and the fighter jet's hatch automatically closed as it just hovered in midair. The Dojo of Limits fighter jet Luo Feng's face let out some joy. You're Luo Feng. The two shadows hovered beside Luo Feng. One of them had long, flowing hair and always had a smile on. He gave off a feeling of a calming, nice breeze as for the guy hovering beside him, he was as cold as ice and as steady as a mountain. He had a golden mask on. Luo Feng greets the two investigators. Luo Feng bowed. How's it going down there? Asked Investigator Lu. Luo Feng replied, Investigator, one of the existences surpassing the war god level from the HR Alliance representative Far, just arrived a few minutes ago. As for the Willow Tree Heart, there are 9,000-year Willow Hearts and 10,000 Willow Heart. 6 of the 1,000-year Willow Hearts are in their possession. I consumed a 1,000-year Willow Heart earlier and took 2,000-year Willow Hearts and 10,000-year Willow Heart. Investigator Lu let out a smile as he slightly nodded. 10,000-year Willow Heart, not bad. Boom. At this time, a flowing red light approached from below. It was indeed Representative Far. Representative Lu Far looked at Investigator Lu. When he saw the golden masked man on the side, he let out a face of surprise. Representative Far, all the spirits of nature on this misty island will go to the Dojo of Limits. You don't have any objections, right? Said Investigator Lu calmly. The flames on Far's body bursted ferociously as he yelled with anger. Investigator Lu, don't cross the line. We discovered this misty island first. You guys didn't discover it first. I did. Luo Feng cut in. You can ask Catalan, Li Yao, and the others to confirm. Indeed, Luo Feng was actually the first one to come to this misty island. After that, he purposefully turned on his tactical communications watch to lure Li Yao here. If Li Yao didn't come, then Luo Feng wouldn't have recognized those treasures. Haha, hear that? Smiled Investigator Lu. Our side discovered it first. Humph. Investigator Far sneered. Nobody owns this misty island. Why would we hand it over to your Dojo of Limits? If you guys aren't all talk, then let's fight over them fairly. Whoever finds the spirits of nature gets to keep it. Investigator Lu smiled at Representative Far. As he heard this, he went silent for a moment and then nodded. I accept. Representative Far froze. Luo Feng was surprised too. Keep in mind that this entire misty island was full of mist and visibility was low here, and for things like spirits of nature, there are times where it would be hard to recognize one even if it was right in front of you. Whoever finds more gets to keep more. Why would this Investigator Lu accept such conditions? It's up to you. Investigator Lu looked towards the golden masked man. Okay, the golden masked man slightly nodded. Whoosh. He flew into the distance and hovered above the misty island. Afterwards, the mysterious golden masked man extended both of his hands and closed his eyes. A formless, special power spread towards every direction with him at the center, as if a radar was emitting radio waves. This process lasted about 5 to 6 seconds. Whoosh, like a bolt of lightning, the mysterious golden masked man directly flew into the misty island. This scene shocked Luo Feng and Representative Far, who were still in midair. Usually, searching for spirits of nature with all this mist was an extremely difficult task. If the spirits of nature don't attack, then they would be hard to recognize even if they're right in front of you, so there isn't much of an Advantage for existences surpassing the war god level in searching for spirits of nature. But why does Investigator Liu seem so confident in letting this mysterious golden masked man take action? Representative Farr, just keep me company here, it'll be easier for you, and it'll be easier for me. Investigator Liu glanced at him. Representative Farr just sneered as he continued to hover in midair. Representative Farr didn't have any special methods to help him search for spirits of nature, so it would be better for him to just stay here and keep Investigator Liu with him. Suddenly, four shadows raced below, and one of them even soared into the air. Luo Feng observed carefully and saw that the one who flew up was indeed Phantom Demon Catalan. A black light extended below Catalan's feet and seemed to take the shape of a petal. Phantom Demon Catalan's feet stepped on those black petals as he hovered in midair. Representative Farr, Catalan said out of anger and resignation, we were digging up an unknown spirit of nature, but it was stolen right at the most important moment. The opponent was too fast and powerful. He was probably an existence surpassing the war god level, so the four of us couldn't fight back at all. Representative Farr's face changed as he heard this. As for the spirits of nature that Li Yao discovered earlier, they were already taken by the time we arrived, yelled Catalan again. Haha. Investigator Liu laughed loudly as he heard this. Representative Farr's face turned green as he heard this. And Luo Feng was absolutely flabbergasted. Damn, that mysterious golden masked man has an ability where he can easily find spirits of nature in all this mist. Usually, spirits of nature are extremely hard to identify if they don't attack. Investigator Liu, I wonder which of the three royal guards he is. Ice Mountain. Representative Farr's face was green. Who would have thought that the head of the dojo's three royal guards have such special abilities? You're quite smart. He is indeed Ice Mountain. Investigator Liu slightly smiled. However, is this worth getting surprised over? Everyone has different abilities after breaking through the war god barrier and becoming an existence surpassing the war god level. Your ability is just fire, and Ice Mountain of the three royal guards has an ability you would never even dream of. There are 5 big investigators under Hong of the Dojo of Limits. But, other than the 5 investigators, few people know that Hong has 3 royal guards. These 3 royal guards have been following Hong with all their body and heart since a long time ago. They are absolutely loyal. Hong also guides these 3 royal guards and assists them as much as possible. All 3 royal guards are existences surpassing the war god level. People say that the 5 big investigators are horrifying. But more fighters are afraid of these 3 royal guards other than Hong. Nobody knows who they are. People only know their nicknames, which are Beast, Ice Mountain, Allure. Royal guards. Luo Feng was stunned, not investigators. Young man. Investigator Liu smiled as he glanced at Luo Feng. Hong is not as simple as you think. He is. The 3 royal guards below him are all existences surpassing the war god level, and each of the royal guards, under Hong's teachings, have extraordinary strength. Otherwise, why would the world's powerful countries and organizations all fear Hong so much? Luo Feng froze. One person, single-handedly raised 3 existences surpassing the war god level. Holy rumble. Who? It was all black below. Sonic boom after sonic boom carried from the mist covered island below, the sounds of attacks landing on a plant. Clearly, these sounds were caused by that royal guard in midair. A shield created out of a breeze covered Luo Feng and Investigator Lu. Investigator Luo Feng looked at Investigator Lu with shock. Just a small trick so representative, Far won't be able to hear us, smiled. Investigator Lu, let me introduce myself, I'm Lu He. The head's rating of you is quite high, saying that you're one of the top spirit reader geniuses on Earth. After consuming 1,000-year willow heart, what level did your spiritual force reach? Luo Feng hesitated. Peak of the advanced level, war god level, said Luo Feng. Investigator Lu took in a breath as he looked at Luo Feng with disbelief on his face. He couldn't help but to say, how old are you? 19 years old, answered Luo Feng. 19 years old, peak of the advanced level, war god level spirit reader. Investigator Lu couldn't help but to shake his head as he started laughing. I've always heard how powerful the geniuses from the legends are during the Grand Nirvana period. The head and chairman Thunder God only took a few years to become existences surpassing the war god level. I've also seen a few that only took a short 2 to 3 years to become war gods at the peak of the advanced level, war god level. But it's my first time seeing a 19-year-old peak of the advanced level, war god level spirit reader. Investigator Lu's gaze towards Luo Feng softened quite a bit. Why is the dojo of limits powerful unity? Raise up geniuses to strengthen the dojo and not worry about the young ones surpassing the old ones on Luo Feng's path of a fighter. He's been taught and helped by instructor Jiang Yan, chief instructor Wu Tong, envoy Yang Hui, teacher Jiang Feng, and others. They tried their best to guide and advise Luo Feng, which was why he was able to grow so successfully. His talent is important, but so is his environment. Very good. Investigator Lu smiled as he nodded. With your strength, you can already be nicknamed Invincible War God, a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level, war god level. Hee. This is quite a challenge. They seem to fly quickly and are quite peculiar underground, making it hard for people to chase after them. Luo Feng couldn't help but recall the scene that previously unfolded. Representative Far couldn't catch him in midair. But don't get too cocky, you're invincible within war gods, but once you encounter an existence surpassing the war god level, it won't be so easy. Every existence surpassing the war god level has a special ability. Investigator Lu lightly smiled, and everyone has different strengths. For example, I fly much faster than Representative Far. Luo Feng nodded. That mysterious golden-masked man is one of Hong's 3 royal guards, Ice Mountain. He's actually able to easily find large amounts of spirits of nature. Investigator Lu carefully reminded Luo Feng that he can't let his guard down. There are tons of existences surpassing the war god level that can get rid of Luo Feng. Show me the 10,000-year willow heart, said Investigator Lu. Investigator Luo Feng took out the 10,000-year willow heart. Investigator Lu took it and looked at it. The flowing green essence with hints of gold inside the oval-shaped crystal caused Investigator Lu to squint. He nodded. This 10,000-year willow heart is definitely something special. I have a feeling that this one 10,000-year willow heart is more important than 10,000-year willow hearts. Luo Feng let out a smile as he heard this. Isn't that right? Cutting down 9 willow trees is who knows how many times more easier than cutting down a willow tree king. The 10,000-year willow heart in the willow tree king is definitely something special. But a treasure like this cannot be consumed without care. We have to show the head to figure out how to use it properly, said Investigator Lu seriously. If a treasure isn't used properly, it'll take lives. 1 year, there was a guy who consumed a certain treasure and his body directly blew up because of it. Luo Feng nodded. You can die from eating too much food. This 10,000-year willow heart is much better than a 1,000-year willow heart, so, without absolute confidence, Luo Feng wouldn't foolishly eat it. Anyways, Luo Feng, you've done something big this time, said Investigator Lu, reporting the location of the Misty Island gets you 10, and you also obtained the 10,000-year willow heart, so that counts as helping us get the treasure. When the time comes, we'll give you more. And now you're a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level. The head will probably organize something for you. There's no need for you to stay in the elite training camp, smiled Investigator Lu. Why would the head not use someone as talented as you? There might be a huge reward for you. The head isn't a stingy person. Investigator Luo Feng was a bit worried. Investigator Lu looked at Luo Feng. Speak. I just want to ask the investigator. I don't know if the head would be willing to reward me with a black god set, asked Luo Feng. Investigator Lu froze. This kid sure doesn't hold back. After the battle on this misty island, Luo Feng really wanted a black god set. The effect of this black god set is too amazing, way better than a SS grade battle uniform set. Actually, Luo Feng still hasn't officially obtained the title of war god. The law says he still isn't a war god technically. Luo Feng can continue to stay in the elite training camp and get first place over and over again. Wouldn't he obtain gigantic rewards this way and also obtain the black god set? If I stay in the training camp, I'll have a chance to get it, clowned Luo Feng. You kiddo, you're already invincible in the war god level and you still have the face to fight over with those kids. Investigator Lu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, I really can't decide over the black god set. We'll have to see what the head says when we return. Investigators rarely interact with students. Investigator Lu took the initiative to introduce himself and to talk to Luo Feng. He wanted to get to know Luo Feng. Who would have thought that Luo Feng would act like a kid even though he's an invincible war god, a figure that can shock an area of the earth. Oh wait, Luo Feng is only 19, so he actually is a kid. Boom. In the night, the entire Misty Island shook, which shocked Luo Feng, Investigator Lu, and Representative Far. Let's hurry up and go, a loud sound rang. The golden masked man came back in a rush. Whoosh, in the distance, a black purplish vine that had a diameter of 20 centimeters shot towards him. With just a glance, you couldn't tell how long the vine was with just the light coming from Representative Far's fire. The naked eye could see a length of 500 to 600 meters. There was still an unknown length in the distant mist, as if a vine that stretched across the heavens and the earth. This vine was like a tentacle that stretched across hundreds of meters, and was still rapidly extending as it wrapped towards the golden masked man. The golden masked man's bag was completely bulged up as it clearly held large amounts of spirits of nature. This vine, Luo Feng was absolutely shocked when he saw it. The black purplish vine that extended from the distant mist seemed infinite. It was like a rumbling, gigantic python that chased after the escaping golden masked man. Pu. The golden masked man had blades that were as thin as a cicada's wing in each hand. As if they were transparent ice blades, they cruelly collided with the approaching black purplish vine. Immediately, shockwaves visible to the naked eye flew in every direction. The trees below that seemed to touch the sky were all smashed into pieces by these shockwaves. Even Vulture Li Yao, Blood Shadow Ethan, and Great Bear Kata were running in a panic. If they accidentally get caught up in this fight, they'll instantly die. What Luo Feng was shocked. Under the attack of the two ice blades, the black-purplish vine, that had a diameter of 20 centimeters, was barely cut open a depth of 1 centimeter. However, this wound instantly healed in virtually a blink of an eye. "Let's go, investigator," Lu pulled Luo Feng. Luo Feng didn't resist and immediately flew into the distance with Investigator Lu. As for that black-purplish vine, it was busy chasing after the golden-masked man with everything it had, so it didn't have time to chase after Luo Feng and the others. "Get on the fighter jet," yelled Investigator Lu. Whoosh! The purplish-red triangular fighter jet that was hovering in the distance directly flew over and opened its hatch. Whoosh whoosh! Investigator Lu and Luo Feng flew into the triangular fighter jet like two lights. Inside the triangular fighter jet was darkness. Luo Feng and Investigator Lu looked out the hatch while the fighter jet flew away, creating distance between them and the black-purplish vine. Wall of the hatch closed. "Display Ice Mountains battle," ordered Investigator Lu. Chi. A video instantly appeared in the dark cabin, which was indeed displaying the battle that was currently happening above the misty island. This video was much more clear than what the naked eye could perceive in the video. The golden-masked man was the only person left in the air above the misty island, and he was still being chased by that vine. The golden-masked man was as fast as lightning as he escaped. A sky-shattering sound. The vine actually whipped like a whip, that dark purplish vine that was over 1,000 meters long whipped ferociously when it retracted and then extended. It caused an amazing sonic boom even after the sound went through the hatch of the plane. Luo Feng felt like a bomb just blew up next to his ears. Such a long vine can whip people. Investigator Lu couldn't help but to sigh. If Ice Mountain gets whipped, it's over. Investigator Lu, are we just going to watch? Asked Luo Feng. They're all part of the dojo of limits. Are they just going to watch their ally get attacked? Luo Feng, Royal Guard. Ice Mountain's strength is even a bit higher than mine, and his escaping abilities are much better than mine. He's a Royal Guard of the head, so the head has taught them various methods to keep their lives. If I go, I'll just make things worse. Investigator Lu wasn't in a rush at all. Don't worry, this one vine still can't not good. Investigator Lu's face changed dramatically. Luo Feng also took in a deep breath as he stared at the display. Rumble. In the video, the entire misty island rumbled. Another black-purplish vine that you couldn't see the end of swiftly extended out of the mist. Now there are two black-purplish vines. No, the entire misty island rumbled as a third black-purplish vine that seemed to stretch across the land extended out of the mist. A fourth vine, a fifth vine. The naked eye couldn't tell how long each vine was, but they were definitely over 1,000 meters long, and each vine had a black-purplish color and had a diameter of 20 centimeters. They were all extremely tough, even existences surpassing the war god level can't do anything against them. Big trouble. Investigator Lu's face turned green. Above the misty island, the vines that pierced through the heavens were like the tentacles of the misty island. They crazily danced from every direction as they surrounded the golden-masked man. The golden-masked man was extremely fast. One movement of his body could move him across a distance of a few 100 meters. With this, he should be able to shake off the vines easily. However, the vines themselves were too peculiar. They could freely twist and move. They moved so quickly that they left behind tons of afterimages, not allowing the golden masked man to escape at all. At this moment in the video, the 6 vines crazily danced in the air above the misty island. The golden masked man barely dodged each of their attacks. According to the computer's calculations, each of these vines has a length of over 1,600 meters. Their extending, retracting, and moving speeds are over 1,000 ms. Investigator Lu's face wasn't looking good. Their toughness is comparable to an average Emperor-level monster. The worst part is, they have extraordinary regeneration capabilities. Their wounds can heal instantly. Luo Feng silently watched. The 6 vines in the video were working together perfectly as they attacked. Over and over again, they naturally and quickly forced the golden masked man into a corner. Boom! What Luo Feng and Investigator Lu were both flabbergasted. Under the attacks of the 6 black purplish vines, the extremely tiny golden masked man instantly transformed into a white light. He was extremely fast and virtually instantly escaped the area where the 6 vines were attacking. This white light was currently flying towards the triangular fighter jet with amazing speed. Wall of the hatch opened. The white light slowed down and became a human's image. It charged into the hatch, which closed right after. "Return to HQ," yelled Investigator Lu. Whoosh! The purplish-red triangular fighter jet immediately turned into a purplish-red light as it disappeared into the horizon. The only things left were the black purplish vines that were crazily dancing above the misty island, as if they were enraged. Inside the cabin. "Ice Mountain, are you okay?" Investigator Lu assisted the golden masked man. The golden masked man sat on the chair with his eyes closed. His breath was weak. He said lowly, "No worries, Lu Ha. I'm not going to die yet. I just used my forbidden essence move, which damages the body too much. I need to go back and rest for a while this time." Investigator Lu finally let out a sigh of relief. "Ice Mountain, what forbidden move? Can you teach me?" Investigator Lu couldn't help but to ask. It's not that he doesn't understand the rules, but the speed Royal Guard Ice Mountain displayed when escaping was just too startling, even though he doesn't have any strength to fight back. Afterwards, this move is definitely a lifesaver. I spent nearly 5 years giving various treasures and wealth to the head. Only after that did the head spend quite a bit of time creating a life-saving move for me based off of the characteristics of my essence. Ice Mountain glanced at Investigator Lu. "The characteristics of your essence isn't the same as mine, so you can't learn it." Investigator Lu shook his head helplessly. He understood too. If you supply enough wealth and treasure to the head will help his subordinates create a special move. However, something like that takes up a lot of energy and time, so the payment required is also startling. I just got this universe-level autojet, which costed me quite a bit of money. Investigator Lu couldn't help but to shake his head. Autojet Luo Feng couldn't help but to say, "This fighter jet doesn't need any crew members and can move by itself. Way too advanced. He's never seen any fighter jet like that." Furthermore, Luo Feng completely experienced how advanced this fighter jet's AI was just now. Yeah, this is the universe-level autojet. Just the materials required to build this is uncountable. Investigator Lu couldn't help but to get a bit proud. During crucial times, I can control it to block Emperor-level attacks. Even an Emperor-level monster can't destroy this fighter jet. The materials It's made out of are way better than the ones in a SS-grade weapon. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. Isn't that too much? A fighter jet's materials are better than a SS-grade weapons. Luo Feng has finally experienced for himself how extravagant the existences surpassing the war god level are. However, that vine attacks by wrapping around its target, so my auto jet won't be able to do much against that. Investigator Lu shook his head after that. He smiled as he glanced at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, according to you've done this time, you'll definitely receive a huge reward, which would be enough to buy a universe-level auto jet. Maybe you can even buy the highest level prehistoric level auto jet. A prehistoric level auto jet, got that? That's the jet that the head rides on. Its defense is incredible, and it even has a laser cannon on it. Luo Feng remained silent. He's not that dumb. This time's harvest is clearly gigantic. A 1,000-year willow heart is more valuable than a portion of dragon blood, and what about a 10,000-year willow heart? Adding to that, Royal Guard Ice Mountain has a huge bag of spirits of nature. He'll definitely receive an incredible amount of money. Would he waste all of that money to buy a fighter jet? Ice Mountain, how's this time's harvest? Investigator Lu couldn't help but to ask. As if he's feeling slightly better, Ice Mountain opened his eyes and took a glance. Huge, very huge. Investigator Lu couldn't help but to ask, I count as a contributor this time? Too right. Humph, all you did was hold back that representative far, said Royal Guard Ice Mountain lightly. The harvesters of a Spirit of Nature mission only receive 30 of the total wealth. If I sugarcoat it, you'll barely be able to get 5. Luo Feng got the 10,000-year willow heart and 2,000-year willow hearts, so he'll barely get 5 too. Probably I get 20. Investigator Lu said nothing. He indeed didn't really do anything. A 10,000-year willow heart and 2,000-year willow hearts only gets 5. Investigator Lu couldn't help but to ask, what do you know? Royal Guard Ice Mountain laughed lightly. Just from what I harvested, there are 92 spirits of nature. Over 6 of them are more valuable than the 10,000-year willow heart. Luo Feng and Investigator Lu both took in a breath. That amount of wealth is staggering. This misty island sure is a treasure island, giving birth to so many spirits of nature. The most valuable thing is that Vine. Royal Guard Ice Mountain brought his voice down. I first sensed how much energy that vine had before attacking it. But who would have thought that I only sensed a small portion of it? The entire vine is over 2,000 meters long. Furthermore, I estimate that the vine is only a part of a certain spirit of nature, since there were 6 vines chasing after me in the end. So, there is an incredible spirit of nature on that misty island, said Royal Guard Ice Mountain quietly. That's where the largest treasure is. When I ran away, I sent the scene of battle to the head. The head will probably personally move out for this. The head will personally move out. Investigator Lu and Luo Feng both nodded. Indeed, if those 6 black purplish vines were merely a part of a certain spirit of nature, then the Misty Island's most powerful spirit of nature isn't a presence that's easy to mess with. On the wasteland beside the lake surrounding the Misty Island, Vulture Li Yao, Phantom Demon Catalan, Great Bear Kada, and Blood Shadow Ethan, the 4 of them looked towards the Misty Island with a bit of fear in their hearts. Representative Far, who was hovering in midair beside them, also looked towards the sky above the Misty Island, where the 6 black purplish vines that pierced the heavens danced crazily. Just what are those things? How are they so powerful? Way too horrifying, even an existence surpassing the war god level can't beat it. Vulture Li Yao and the others talked quietly. They were all stunned and scared if Representative Far didn't bring them away, and if the black purplish vine wasn't only concerned with chasing after that royal guard ice mountain, the four of them probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Whoosh. Representative Far landed. Thank you. Representative Far Li Yao came up and thanked the other three. Also thanked him. Representative Far looked towards the four and commanded without emotion. Give me the spirits of nature you guys found. Catalan, Li Yao, and the others froze. Hand over the spirits of nature. Catalan and the others worked hard to get these spirits of nature together. However, since they were afraid that Luo Feng would call the people from the Dojo of Limits, they also requested for existences surpassing the war god level. Once they ask for help, the spirits of nature they obtain will naturally be divided. Just like how Luo Feng handed over his 10,000-year willow heart and his 1,000-year willow heart. However, one difference is that Royal Guard Ice Mountain basically got all of the spirits of nature on the island, and Representative Far didn't even get one. This way, Catalan and the others are at a disadvantage. Representative Far frowned. Bring them out, commanded Catalan, even though they didn't want to. Li Yao and the others could only hand out the spirits of nature they had. 6,000-year willow hearts and 2 spirit herbs. Don't worry, I'll redistribute them based on contribution, said Representative Far coldly. The fighter jet you guys came in is over there. Are you guys going to go back to Europe or wait here for the other representatives? Catalan invited quite a few representatives through his teacher. All existences surpassing the war god level are representatives of the Palace of War Gods Committee. We're not in a rush, smiled Catalan. Yeah, no rush, followed Li Yao. How could they miss a chance to watch a few existences surpassing the war god level battle against spirits of nature? After a long time, a flowing light finally appeared in the sky as it swiftly approached it. Hovered in the air, not too far from Representative Far. This was a disc-shaped fighter jet that was completely black, and its hatch just opened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 images flew out. Judging from their skin color, 2 of them are American or European, while one of them had slightly darker skin, like someone from South America. The 3 of them smiled as they flew towards Representative Far. The 4 of them were indeed 4 existences surpassing the war god level. Teacher Catalan flew over. Look, behind. Behind. Li Yao, Catalan, and Kada, who were still on the ground, were all shocked as they pointed towards a blood-red-colored triangular fighter jet that was hovering behind the disc-shaped fighter jet. Wall of the hatch opened. What? The 4 existences surpassing the war god level were all stunned as they looked at the person who arrived. The stars scattered across the night sky seemed to have all disappeared in this point of time. Only one person seemed to exist, a man with black, short hair, a black jacket, and black trousers. After meeting his gaze, one's heart completely freezes up and gives up all thoughts of resisting. He is the only deity in this entire world, including Representative Far. The hearts of these 4 existences surpassing the war god level were all shaking. We greet the first chairman, Representative Far, and the 3 others slightly bowed as they hovered in midair. The person who came was indeed Hong, the world's strongest fighter, the first chairman on the Palace of War Gods, the indisputable number 1 on Earth. I discovered your fighter jet previously and guessed you guys were coming here, so I didn't rush to get ahead. The black-haired man's voice was calm. I won't bully you guys. I'll give you guys one chance. You guys can attack that Misty Island however you want and keep what you get. If you guys fail, then hurry up and leave. Hong's voice was cold. It had a sense of superiority in it, but indeed, Hong's position, since the Grand Nirvana period, has been at the indisputable peak. If the presidents and leaders of the 5 great countries get their power from the country themselves, then Hong's power comes completely from himself. Just him is comparable to an entire country, and maybe even more. His authority has already surpassed the restrictions of the normal world. So he was glorified. All the countries on Earth cooperated with him and helped him expand his dojo of limits. Truthfully, Hong actually can count as a deity. Like existence. One huge reason why humanity has been able to last until now is because of Hong's uncoverable efforts. Thank you, First Chairman. The 4 existences surpassing the war god level slightly bowed. And then whoosh 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 whoosh. The 4 of them turned into 4 flowing lights as they flew towards the distant Misty Island. The black-haired man just hovered in midair as he silently waited. This is Hong. Catalan, Li Yao, Kada, and Ethan all looked towards Hong with passion. The existences surpassing the war god level, they so praise like representative. Far and the others remain completely calm, and even a bit prideful, in front of the chairman of the HR Alliance. However, in front of Hong, these 4 representatives become extremely respectful and behaved like children. Praise. Catalan, Ethan, Li Yao, and Kada adore Hong from the bottom of their hearts. Hong represents the limits of humanity, the peak. 5 minutes later, the rumbling noises sounded continuously on the Misty Island. 4 flowing lights swiftly flew back as they hovered below Hong. Each of the 4 of these existences surpassing the war god level seemed to have been slightly injured. Either that, or their face was pale, or had a bit of blood trickling out the side of their mouths. All of them were scared. If they didn't listen to Representative Farr describe how horrifying those vines were and, as a result, carefully went along the edge of the island, then 1 or 2 of them might have died instead of just receiving some small wounds. First Chairman. The 4 of them slightly bowed. The black-haired man glanced at them. The 4 of them bowed again and then directly flew towards the disc-shaped fighter jet. No matter what, they won't approach that Misty Island anymore. That vine's vitality is too much. Whoosh. The black-haired man directly flew towards the Misty Island. The blood-red colored triangular fighter jet behind him also followed. Above the Misty Island, the black-haired man looked down from above like a deity. The 8 endless vines that were just ambushed by the 4 existences surpassing the war god level were dancing in fury, causing the entire Misty Island to shake, as if an earthquake was happening. Oh, the black-haired man's eyes flashed. Whoosh. He directly descended, which caused the black-purplish vines to sweep towards him, hoping to strangle the black-haired man to death. The black-haired man extended his right hand, his powerful right hand. Pu. As if someone was grabbing onto a pair of chopsticks, the black-haired man actually grabbed onto the endless vine. Even though the vine had a diameter of 20 centimeters, it couldn't escape the black-haired man's grasp, no matter how much it twisted and turned. Buzz, the gigantic black-purplish vine, crazily turned. Sadly to no avail. black-purplish, with such power, the black-haired man's left hand took the shape of a blade and lightly drew across a wound with a depth of 10 centimeters was instantly cut open on the black-purplish vine, but just after 2 or 3 seconds, the wound completely disappeared. Rumble. It couldn't escape, so the entire misty island shook ferociously vine after vine extended out of the mist, each of them over a length of 2,000 meters. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. There should be 16 total. The black-haired man let out a smile. He let all the black-purplish vines charge at him, the surrounding 100-meter radius of the black-haired man suddenly sank into an infinite darkness. Once the black-purplish vines entered this dark area, movement became extremely difficult, as if they were in mud. Yep. The black-haired man grabbed a vine and observed it like a studying scientist. It matches the information in the archaeological ruins perfectly, the cloud contact vine. Our Earth actually has cloud contact vines too. The black-haired man let out a smile. This Luo Feng sure is a star of luck. I've earned a ton this time. I guess I'll give him some good stuff when we're giving him a portion of the spirits of nature. Paris headquarters city. In a quiet bedroom, Li Yao grabbed a bottle of red wine and lay on the sofa as he gulped it down. Soon enough, over half the bottle was finished. Yao, you don't have to be so depressed just because of this time's failure, anxiously said Vanina in Chinese on the side. Li Yao ignored her and finished the bottle in one breath. After that, he grabbed towards another bottle of red wine. Yao, Vanina hurriedly took away the bottle of red wine. There's no hope, no hope. Li Yao glanced at Vanina and then laughed at himself like he was drunk. What do you mean no hope? You just failed this time, failed to harvest the spirits of nature, failed to kill Luo Feng. Stop yelling about no hope. Vanina was enraged. Yao, we've been through so much together, but I've never seen you lose your morale like this. How come this time you've become like this? Li Yao's voice was low as he said powerlessly, that Luo Feng, he's already a spirit reader at the peak of the advanced level war god level. What? Vanina was shocked. Vanina only knew that this time's operation was a complete failure from the phone call. She didn't know that Luo Feng became so powerful. Peak of the advanced level war god level. So what? Vanina clenched her teeth. We've been through more difficult situations. As long as you can become an existence surpassing the war god level, wouldn't dealing with him become an easy task? It's not the same. It's not the same. Li Yao shook his head. The dojo of limits has earned a ton of spirits of nature. I personally saw the golden masked man carrying a bulging backpack. Luo Feng will definitely get quite a bit at that time. He can exchange the spirits of nature for some treasures, adding the dojo of limits support to that. Barely any people on Earth are willing to help us deal with him. As for killing him, he can just dig underground with his spiritual force. Even if I become an existence surpassing the war god level, I might not be able to catch him. Furthermore, am I even able to become an existence surpassing the war god level? Li Yao's face was looking bad. Authority, power. He's going to be completely surpassed by Luo Feng. Hongming headquarters city, elite training camps, Jiangnan Pagoda. Dawn. The day was bright. Luo Feng was standing on the balcony and facing east. A few days ago, I was on the wastelands of the continent of Australia and being chased after Li Yao. Now, I'm casually waiting here alone, awaiting the summons of the head. Luo Feng let out a smile after Luo Feng came back with Investigator Liu arranged for Luo Feng to live at the training camp. All the other students in the training camp were undergoing their life and death adventure, so Luo Feng was the only official student left in the training camp. What Luo Feng had to do now was wait for the head's summons and receive his gigantic reward. The dojo of limits had a very startling harvest this time. Even Investigator Liu was quite excited just to get 5, so one could imagine what a startling amount of wealth Luo Feng would receive. Towards the sun, Luo Feng looked east. Right now, the clouds in the sky were colored in a fiery red. Even though the sun hasn't shown itself yet, the rays of light shining through the clouds were heart-movingly beautiful. I thought I could live here for up to 2 or 3 years, or maybe even longer. Luo Feng leaned against the railing of the balcony as he sighed. Looks like I'll be leaving. Evening. A man and a woman in black swiftly arrived at the courtyard of Jiangnan Pagoda. Knock, knock, knock. They knocked. Who is it? Luo Feng came out of his room and opened the door. The man and woman in black outside seemed to be around 30 years old. Both of their eyes were full of life, and the slightly short woman with layered hair smiled. Student Luo Feng, the head has summoned, please follow us. The man on the side looked towards the youth in front of him with curiosity. A personal summons from the head is quite rare. The head Luo Feng was joyful. So fast, he just came back for a day, and the head already wants to see him. Looks like it's time to receive his reward. Okay, let's go. Luo Feng nodded and followed the two. They quickly arrived at the main entrance of the elite training camp. As they walked along the familiar road, a black, elegant limousine with a length of over 6 meters was parked there. A woman in black went forward and opened the car door. Student Luo Feng, please get on. Luo Feng got in the car. The car's interior was as spacious as a space shuttle. It was extremely elegant and comfortable. The car slowly moved. The people in the car could barely feel any shaking. The man in the black uniform sat beside the driver's spot, while the woman in the black uniform sat next to Luo Feng. 20 minutes later. The car stopped. Student Luo Feng, we have arrived at HQ, smiled the woman in the black uniform. Luo Feng got off the car and couldn't help but to take in a breath as he looked at the building in front of him. Holy! What was in front of him was a gigantic spaceship-like structure that was at least 10,000 meters long. It was around 100 meters high, and there was a huge door that was a few dozen meters wide for people to go in, and surrounding this gigantic spaceship structure were large amounts of armed forces. Security here was clearly strict. This is the real headquarters of the dojo of limits, Luo Feng gasped as he looked at the spaceship in front of him. Very few people have seen the dojo of limits HQ, and there aren't any relevant photos online either. A blue light shot out from the spaceship and surrounded Luo Feng. Beep. Student Luo Feng, please enter, rang the electronic sound. The woman in the black uniform beside Luo Feng said, Student Luo Feng, only the higher-ups with huge amounts of authority are authorized to enter. If you do not have permission, you will be killed by the defense system. Student Luo Feng, you should hurry and enter. Luo Feng nodded as he walked over. The huge door to the spaceship, that was a few dozen meters long, was silverish white. How come I feel like this spaceship-like structure is an actual spaceship? Thought Luo Feng to himself, but a spaceship that's over 10,000 meters long. I really haven't heard of anything like this before. Without thinking any Further, he swiftly passed through the door and entered the interior of the headquarters. In the hallway, a man and a woman both in blue robes smiled as they greeted. "Student Luo Feng, please follow us." Basically everyone in the interior of the headquarters were wearing blue robes, while a rare few were in red robes. "This is the resting area, Student Luo Feng, please rest here for now, the head will summon you later," smiled the white woman in the blue robe as she spoke fluent Chinese. After that, she obediently left. There were already 2 people in the resting area. "I greet Investigator Luo Feng," slightly bowed, Mr. Ice Mountain. "Haha, Luo Feng, sit," smiled Investigator Lu. The Royal Guard Ice Mountain glanced at Luo Feng. He was cold and said, "Nothing." The head has returned from the Misty Island and immediately summoned the 3 of us. "It's probably about dividing the profits from the Misty Island," smiled Investigator Lu. "Luo Feng, looks like your reward this time isn't going to be small in terms of reward." Investigator Lu probably isn't going to get as much as Luo Feng. "Luck, I just happened to come across that Misty Island," followed Luo Feng. "Luck is also a part of skill," smiled Investigator Lu. Royal Guard Ice Mountain stayed silent on the side. Suddenly, "Ice Mountain," the head calls. A sound rang from a black man in a red robe, standing out the door. "The summons have begun." Luo Feng and Investigator Lu's spirits were brought up. "Okay." Ice Mountain stood up. He still had his golden mask on as he followed the black man in the red robe away. "Ice Mountain sure is going to earn a ton this time." Investigator Lu couldn't help but to sigh. After that, he looked towards Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, your reward isn't going to be small this time either." At that time the head will probably give you a chance to exchange for some treasures. You better grab onto that chance and exchange for some treasures you need. "Exchange for treasures?" Luo Feng froze. "Yeah." Investigator Lu nodded as he smiled. A lot of spirits of nature were harvested this time. Technically, some of the spirits of nature will be given to you, but who would need so many spirits of nature? The best treasure is the one that suits you the most. You can use the spirits of nature to exchange for some rare treasures from the head. These treasures can't be bought with money. Oh, Luo Feng's eyes flashed. "You'll know at the time." Investigator Lu slightly smiled, but who knows whether or not the head would be willing to bring out the truly valuable treasures. After saying that, Investigator Lu didn't say another word. Momentarily, Investigator Lu, the head calls. It was the same red-robed black man. "Luo Feng, I'll be going first." Investigator Lu slightly smiled as he followed the red-robed black man away. Luo Feng was the only person left in the resting area. Luo Feng waited silently. 10 minutes later, the red-robed black man came back to the door. "Luo Feng, the head calls. It's finally my turn." Luo Feng took in a deep breath and then stood up. He followed the red-robed black man as he walked through the hallway. Soon enough, he arrived outside a quiet room. The red-robed black man slightly bowed and then left. "Luo Feng, come in," an ice-cold voice rang. Yes, had Luo Feng met Hong before, so he knows his voice. The guest room was empty and black. There were only 2 cushions in there. The black-haired man sat cross-legged on a cushion as he pointed towards the cushion in front of him. "Sit." "Yes." Luo Feng went forward and sat on the cushion in front of Hong. The formless pressure caused one to lower one's head subconsciously, unable to bring up the slightest thought of resistance. This is probably what an ant does in front of A legendary dragon, when faced with the difference in power, there's nothing else to do but to lower your head. The black-haired man's gaze toward Luo Feng had a bit of warmth to it as he spoke. You have played a large role in reporting the Misty Island's location. Reporting the information gives you 10 of the spirits of nature, and when harvesting, you also played a role, so you can get another 5 in other words. You can get 15 total. It's really 15, thought Luo Feng to himself. Keep in mind that the golden-masked man harvested a full 92 spirits of nature. With Luo Feng's 10,000-year willow heart and 2,000-year willow hearts, there's a total of 95 spirits of nature. 15 of this number is definitely an incredible amount of wealth. The 1,000-year willow heart can only count as an average thing in that group. And 1,000-year willow heart is more valuable than a portion of dragon blood. It's entirely imaginable how much money 15 is worth. So, the black-haired man waved his hand. Shishi. A 3D hologram suddenly appeared in the black guest room. In this 3D hologram appeared the images of 12 spirits of nature. Some of these 12 spirits of nature are more valuable than others, but in total, it's about 15 of the 95 spirits of nature. The black-haired man's voice was cold as usual. These 12 spirits of nature are yours. 12. Luo Feng looked towards the 3D hologram. Within the 12 was a 1,000-year willow heart, which Luo Feng recognized as. For the 11, he actually wasn't able to recognize a single one. You can carefully examine the value of these 12 spirits of nature. Right when the black-haired man's voice finished, a huge amount of words appeared beside each spirit of nature, which explained the uses of each spirit of nature. Luo Feng had extremely good eyesight, so he could read them clearly. 1,000-year black crow root, boil it into 3 kilograms of medicine and drink 100 grams every day. After drinking, your body fitness level will soar up and your skin will become extremely tough. 100 dew grass. No matter what kind of injury or poison, you can immediately recover after chewing and consuming it. Each spirit of nature had a special function. The most absurd spirit of nature out of the 12 could actually raise one's body fitness level 6 to 10 times, with a limit of peak of the advanced war god level. Some of them stunned Luo Feng. But Luo Feng was also quite curious. How could the head easily know the usage and effects of each type of spirit of nature, and they even have all sorts of names? Head, did the 1,000-year black crow root actually grow for 1,000 years? Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask out of curiosity. Dumb. The black-haired man couldn't help but to smile a bit. I just named them randomly. I'm Chinese, so I just gave them names that Chinese people would like. How long has it been since the Grand Nirvana period? I haven't even lived that long, so names like 1,000-year and 10,000-year are just exaggerations, just to let people know how amazing the effects of these spirits of nature are. Luo Feng nodded. Spirits of nature, for someone like you who has reached the peak of the advanced war god level, aren't that effective, said the black-haired man, so I'll give you a chance to use those spirits of nature to exchange for treasures you need. A chance to exchange for treasures. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. He previously received Investigator Lu's reminder. In the black room, the black-haired man waved his hand beside the original 3D hologram that displayed the 12 spirits of nature. Appeared an even larger 3D hologram. There were many categories in this 3D hologram, like instruction manual, auto jet, battle uniform, weapon, spirit medicine, and many others. Under each category were many 3D holograms, all sorts and types of treasures. Could make one dizzy. On this exchange table are 62 different treasures for you to exchange, said the black-haired man. Spirit medicine category. Luo Feng didn't look at anything else as he stared at the spirit medicine category. He looked down and saw many different types of spirit medicine, at least 10 different kinds. Each of them had amazing effects. There's no elixir of life. What Luo Feng cared about the most was an elixir of life, the elixir of life that could let his brother stand up again. Elixir of life. The black-haired man, Hong, looked at Luo Feng with shock after hearing this. He shook his head. Luo Feng, every single thing on this exchange table would sell for an astronomical price if put in human society. Many powerful countries and organizations can't get these treasures, no matter how much money they are willing to spend. How could the elixir of life enter this exchange table? Luo Feng froze. The elixir of life doesn't have the right to be in this list. You want the elixir of life to let your brother stand up again. The black-haired man pointed at the 12 spirits of nature in the hologram. Did you see the effects of the 100 grass within the 12 spirits of nature you received? As long as you chew it and consume it, it can cure any type of injury naturally. Your brother would be able to stand up again. Luo Feng looked carefully. 100 grass, no matter what kind of injury or poison, you can immediately recover after chewing and consuming it. Okay, Luo Feng's eyes were shining. Don't tell me you plan to give this 100 grass to your brother, said the black-haired man in shock. Yeah, Luo Feng nodded. Haha, the black-haired man laughed. He hasn't laughed like this for a very long time. Luo Feng, in terms of value, this 100 grass is worth 10x more than the elixir of life if you use the 100 grass to exchange for elixirs of life from the American government. They'll probably be willing to give you 10 elixirs of life in exchange. And you were thinking of using 100 grass just to let your brother's legs grow out again. What a waste of the effects of the 100 grass. The black-haired man shook his head. The 100 grass was such a valuable spirit grass. Good steel should be used on the edge of a blade. The 100 grass shouldn't be wasted like this. In another 1 or 2 months, the American government will hold an auction for the elixir of life. At that time, just join the auction, commanded the black-haired man. Don't waste spirits of nature. Luo Feng blinked twice. The 100 grass was worth 10x more than an elixir of life. Look clearly. The black-haired man waved his hand. Beep. A price label immediately appeared beside the hovering hologram, displaying the 12 spirits of nature. They were 2 stars, 2 5 stars, 3 stars. Respectively, each spirit of nature had a price. The lowest one was 1 5 stars, and the highest one was 5 stars. In total, they were 36 5 stars. This is Luo Feng was a bit confused. This is the value of the spirits of nature you received. The black-haired man's face was calm. On this earth, many treasures cannot be valued with money. Nobody would foolishly sell a treasure for some Chinese or American dollars. That's dumb. If you want to exchange, then you exchange for goods. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, he has never seen a place that sells almost any of the items on this exchange table that Hong has given him. In other words, you can't buy them even if you have the money. For example, there isn't any place that sells the Black God set. Stars are a unit that I randomly set, said the black-haired man. Luo Feng nodded. Their value is set by my confirmations. Look again. The black-haired man pointed beside the hologram's exchange table. Suddenly, prices appeared beside every item on the huge holograms. Exchange table: 1 star, 1 5 stars, 3 stars, 2 stars. The prices were different, but most of them were around 2 stars. The black-haired man had a mysterious smile on as he looked at Luo Feng. You have 36 5 stars worth of spirits of nature you can exchange for any item here, as long as your total doesn't exceed 36 5 stars. After that, the black-haired man remained silent as he let Luo Feng examine carefully. On the exchange table, Luo Feng saw the autojet category in a glance. Emperor level autojet 2 stars. Universe level autojet 15 stars. Prehistoric level autojet 60 stars. The prehistoric level is actually that expensive. Luo Feng thought that he was extremely rich after receiving this time's reward, but he couldn't help but to curse after seeing the prehistoric level autojet. Holy, this price is way too incredible. No wonder Hong is the only person in the dojo of limits with a prehistoric level autojet. Time to look at the battle uniforms. Luo Feng didn't look at anything else. He first examined the battle uniforms. The best one was the Black God set. Black God set 5 stars. The Black God set is quite expensive, thought Luo Feng to himself, but at least it was within an acceptable range. Head, I'll buy this Black God set. Luo Feng looked towards the black-haired man. The black-haired man looked towards Luo Feng and said, the Black God set is very special. There aren't that many Black God sets on Earth. Only those who succeed in entering an archaeological ruin can receive a Black God set, and everyone only has one chance to enter, so even I can't get more than one Black God set. Because of this, there aren't that many Black God sets on Earth. Luo Feng, my dojo of limits has a rule: those who directly receive a Black God set must go to an archaeological ruin after some period of time to get another Black God set, and they must sell that Black God set to my dojo of limits, said the black-haired man, Hong. Luo Feng understood in his heart. Everyone only had one chance to receive a Black God set, so if the dojo of limits uses the Black God set as an award, then once they give it out, their stock lowers. Naturally, they'll need to get another one to make up for it. This way, they can keep the supply flowing. If you want to buy this Black God set, I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Spend 5 stars to purchase the Black God set. Your mission is to enter an archaeological ruin in the future and obtain another Black God set. After that, sell it to our dojo of limits. We won't change the price. 2. Receive a Black God set for free now, and then enter an archaeological ruin in the future. Receive another Black God set and give it to our dojo of limits for free. Luo Feng's eyes flashed as he heard this. I picked the second option, said Luo Feng without hesitation. If he can get it for free now and make it up later to the dojo of limits, it's like a loan without interest. Only dumb people won't pick that option. Haha, how smooth. The black-haired man let out a smile. Luo Feng, you're extremely talented. Our dojo of limits always rewards the talented. However, you've earned a lot this time, so I didn't give you any extra rewards. Giving you the second option for the Black God set should count as a small extra from me. Luo Feng smiled. Even though he has to get another Black God set in the future to return, he at least has more stars to spend on more treasures. Head, all of these treasures are making me dizzy. I hope the head can Recommend one of them for me, said Luo Feng. How can his judgment compare to the head's? The head understands these treasures very well. Haha. The black-haired man, Hong, couldn't help but to laugh cheerfully. He was being kind to Luo Feng not only because of Luo Feng's talent, but also because of the cloud contact vines. The cloud contact vines, to Hong, are even more valuable than prehistoric level autojets. Hong talked to Luo Feng so much because he was in a cheerful mood. Very well. The black-haired man looked at the exchange table. Most of the instruction manuals are ultimate moves for existences surpassing the war god level, so there's no point in buying them now. I recommend you purchase the Spirit Reader Basics, which costs 3 stars. I'll buy it, nodded Luo Feng. Luo Feng was a bit shocked when he initially noticed that the Spirit Reader Basics costs 3 stars. Why is it so expensive? Keep in mind that a portion of dragon blood is only worth 1 star in this exchange table. As for spirit medicine, there's no need for you to buy that either. Your body has consumed a portion of dragon blood and a 1000-year willow heart, so a lot of their effects are hidden in your body. You just have to train and your strength will rise. The black-haired man, Hong, continued. As for the other treasures, there is one that is extremely suitable for you. As for the rest, just randomly pick some. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. He bought a Black God set and the Spirit Reader Basics, and according to what Hong said, there is another item that is extremely suitable for himself. Which one? Luo Feng couldn't help but to say. If you are able to pick it, then you have good luck. If you can't, then that's that. The black-haired man, Hong, didn't give any more tips. Luo Feng mindlessly stared at the exchange table. Who knows which one is suitable for himself? A treasure that's suitable for himself. Treasure. If Hong isn't willing to give any more hints about it, then it must be very valuable. Yeah, it's probably an expensive one. Luo Feng looked carefully, not at the goods, but at the prices. The most expensive thing on the exchange table was the prehistoric level autojet, 460 stars. After that is an instruction manual that teaches the ultimate move, Phoenix Wing Strike, to existences surpassing the war god level, which costs 36 stars. The third most expensive one is a weapon called Soaring Shuttle, which costs 30 stars. The one in fourth is also an ultimate move, called the Lightning Spark Flint, priced at 25 stars. According to what the head said, those ultimate moves aren't of any use to me right now, and according to the conversation between Investigator Liu and Royal Guard Ice Mountain, ultimate moves are based off of the characteristics of an individual's essence. I can't afford the most expensive one, the prehistoric level autojet. Then, this soaring shuttle. Luo Feng carefully examined the introduction to the soaring shuttle. The introduction was short. It was simply Soaring Shuttle, a weapon suitable for spirit readers to control, since it conserves spiritual force. Most of the weapons in the weapons category were for spirit readers, since Hong provided all these treasures for Luo Feng to exchange. The introductions were simple. If it wasn't for the price, one wouldn't even notice the soaring shuttle. So expensive, 30 stars. Luo Feng was a bit unwilling, since his 12 spirits of nature are only 36.5 stars in total, and just a soaring shuttle is 30 stars. Head Luo Feng clenched his teeth as he looked towards the black-haired man. Hong, I'm going to purchase the soaring shuttle. The black-haired man, Hong, let out a face of shock. It was actually chosen by you. Tell me, how did you pick it? The head wasn't willing to tell me anything, so it must have been a unique treasure, which means that it would be expensive, so I looked at the most expensive items one by one. When Luo Feng said that, the black-haired man Hong beside him couldn't help but to start laughing. I was a bit stingy. Looks like you were meant to be with this soaring shuttle. The true value of this soaring shuttle is way more than 30 stars. One day, when you become an existing surpassing the war god level, its true power will become clear. However, even for you right now, it's the most suitable weapon. Hong, because he got the cloud contact vines, decided to add the soaring shuttle into the exchange table. Or else, why would he add the soaring shuttle in there? And considering the fact that Luo Feng's spirits of nature add up to a total of 36 5-stars, he decided to price the soaring shuttle at 30 stars. Thank you, head, said Luo Feng. The head personally said that the true value of the soaring shuttle is way greater than 30 stars. Keep in mind that a portion of dragon blood, worth 80 billion, is only 1 star. With that, one can imagine how valuable the soaring shuttle is. Of course, you can't actually compare the two like that, because, once it gets to a certain point, money is just a number. Powerful fighters like Hong and Thunder God definitely wouldn't exchange treasures for money. They would only exchange such treasures for other treasures. Use it properly. I hope it will be able to shine in your hands. Okay, until now, you've picked a soaring shuttle for 30 stars, the Spirit Reader Basics Instruction Manual for 3 stars, which comes to a total of 33 stars. Your spirits of nature are worth 36 5-stars, which is to say, you have 3 5-stars left to exchange. The black-haired man, Hong, pointed towards the hologram with the exchange table. Tell me, which one will you pick? Luo Feng looked carefully. For armor, he has the Black God set. For a weapon, he has the soaring shuttle. As for spirit reader training, he has the Spirit Reader Basics, so he isn't really missing anything. The prehistoric level autojet is good, but sadly, it's too expensive. Luo Feng sighed. As long as you're a fighter, who doesn't want a cool fighter jet? When Luo Feng glanced over the autojet category, his eyes flashed. Emperor level autojet, 2 stars. This is pretty good. It's not too expensive, just 2 stars, and the armor of the Emperor level auto jet is quite powerful. It even has AI, which makes it way better than those regular disc-shaped fighter jets. Even though it's just 2 stars, an astronomical amount of money is still required to buy it. Very few war gods can afford this lowest level autojet. Its capabilities. Luo Feng looked at the screen carefully. Beside the Emperor level autojet was a basic explanation. The Emperor level autojet, the AI system, controls the jet, and the jet itself can defend against any Horde leader level monster's attack. Its maximum speed is Mach 10.6. Not bad. Luo Feng nodded to himself. Most airplanes wouldn't say they are able to defend against any Horde leader level monster's attack. Saying this means that the airplane's toughness nears the level of an Emperor level monster's defense level. However, that Investigator Lu's universe level autojet is able to defend against Emperor level monsters' attacks. His jet is not as powerful, but it's still powerful. A maximum speed of Mach 10.6 means that it can travel over 10,000 kilometers in an hour. Most Emperor-level monsters probably won't be able to catch up to this autojet. Most importantly, this thingy has AI, which means you don't even need to get a pilot. Quite convenient. I'll buy this, the Emperor-level autojet, said Luo Feng. Okay. The black-haired man took a glance and then nodded. You've exchanged 35 stars, what else do you want? Luo Feng looked a bit and then smiled as he shook his head. Nothing else out. Of my 12 spirits of nature, the cheapest one, the 1,000-year black crow root, is only worth 5 stars. I'll just keep that for myself. As for the other 11, I'll exchange those this way. Luo Feng is only left with the 1,000-year black crow root, spirit of nature. Of course, he also has the 4 things he exchanged for spirit reader. Basics, black god set, soaring shuttle, and the emperor level auto jet. And he even got the black god set for free. Okay, the black-haired man, Hong, waved his hand, which caused the 2 big 3D holograms to completely disappear, making the room dark once again. Head asked Luo Feng respectfully, I want to ask something. This 1,000-year black crow root is supposed to be boiled into 3 kilograms of medicine. After that, we consume 100 milligrams every day. I want to know, is it okay if we give some of it to regular people? They aren't fighters, so should they drink a smaller portion? The black-haired man, Hong, looked at Luo Feng deeply before saying, it's okay if you split it for others to drink. However, the effects of the medicine won't be as great that way as for regular people. They can consume 100 milligrams every day without a problem. Luo Feng was overjoyed as he heard this. What do we boil the medicine with? Does it make a difference? Continued Luo Feng. No difference. It's okay to even use water, said the black-haired man. No need to ask any more. The 1,000-year black crow root comes with an in-depth manual. Luo Feng nodded. The room became quiet again. The black-haired man, Hong, stared at Luo Feng. While being stared at by Hong, Luo Feng felt like he didn't have any more secrets, as if the gaze can see through his soul. The black-haired man, Hong, said coldly, Luo Feng, with your peak of the war god level strength, there's no need to stay in the elite training camp anymore. Yes, nodded Luo Feng. I'll give you 2 paths, the black-haired man, Hong said without pausing. Ever since he signed the contract at Investigator Wang's, it showed that. From then on, Luo Feng is a member of the Dojo of Limits. Of course, the higher-ups are arranging a job for him. 1. Stay in Hongning City and enter the Special Ops Squad, or maybe in the future you could apply to become a teacher in the training camp too, or some other position. 2. Go to another headquarter city and become an examiner. The black-haired man, Hong, quietly looked at Luo Feng. Your choice. Luo Feng froze. Pick seriously. These 2 choices are extremely important to you, said the black-haired man. Hong, seriously, staying to defend and being sent off to missions are the 2 paths of a war god in the Dojo of Limits. Once you choose, it'll be extremely difficult to change your choice in the future unless you have a breakthrough and become an existence surpassing the war god level. You'll have special rights when you become an investigator. Just like a job in an enterprise, it'll be hard to switch after choosing between 2 jobs. Staying, being sent off. Luo Feng paused for a bit. Once he chooses, he'll be stuck in a certain place for quite a while. I wish to return to Jiangnan headquarter city and take the position of examiner there, said Luo Feng respectfully. Jiangnan headquarter city. The black-haired man, Hong, nodded. The current examiner of Jiangnan city isn't a local, so according to the rules of the Dojo of Limits, those from their hometown have priority. The position of examiner is a position with a lot of authority. The number of examiners in the Dojo of Limits of each headquarters city can be counted on one hand. Usually, one must receive the title of Advanced War God and be quite famous to have the right to become an examiner. To become a chairman, beginner war god and intermediate war god would be enough. The minimum requirement is beginner war god. To become a chief instructor, the minimum requirement is advanced warlord. From the requirements, one can tell the differences in the three positions. In Jiangnan City, the chairman and the three chief instructors of the dojo of Limits Limit Hall are the big heads on the surface. Examiners control the weapons, and examiners with a lot of authority can even fire a chief instructor directly and assign a new chief instructor, or they can request the dojo of limits to fire the chairman. Of course, examiners don't have the right to fire a chairman directly, and examiners take direct orders from the highest level in the dojo of limits. Just one investigator doesn't have the right to fire an examiner. They'll have to go through a round-table conference to decide on that. At a certain point, examiners have a gigantic amount of authority and are one of the strongest people in an area. To become an examiner, your title has to at least be Advanced War God said. The black-haired man, Hong, what you need to do now is to receive an Advanced War God title. Yes, said Luo Feng. From his battle score, Luo Feng is still a beginner warlord. Of course, in terms of actual strength, he's already an invincible war god. When you achieve the title of Advanced War God, you'll automatically become an investigator, said the black-haired man. Hong, I want you to go to Jiang Nan headquarters city and take up your position. Yes, answered Luo Feng. Dojo of Limits, world headquarters, from the entrance of the mysterious gigantic space shuttle-shaped structure, Luo Feng walked out with a red-robed white man. Mr. Luo Feng, smiled the red-robed white man, look there, that auto jet over there is yours. Oh. Luo Feng turned his head and saw a deep blue-colored triangular jet on the empty area beside them. The surface of the entire jet plane was beautiful and was practically a work of art. The length of the plane was around 20 meters long and the width was around 10 meters long. The entire plane seemed quite sturdy and tough. This autojet is mine. Luo Feng couldn't help but to feel a bit prideful. Which man of this age doesn't want to have their own fighter jet? And fighter jets are extremely expensive, so even within the circle of war gods, only a select few have purchased them. Mr. Luo Feng, since you haven't used this autojet before, there'll be a system confirmation process in the beginning, smiled the red-robed white man. Please follow me. They arrived next to the jet. A dreamy, blue light shot down as it enveloped Luo Feng. Suddenly, voila! The hatch swiftly opened and only let out a small sound. Mr. Luo Feng, only you can enter now. I cannot enter. The red-robed white man stood beside and had trouble hiding the admiration in his eyes. After entering, the confirmations are automatically done by the AI system. Mr. Luo Feng just has to stay inside the plane. After a while, Mr. Luo Feng will understand everything. Luo Feng nodded. He stepped into the plane. The seats in the plane were extremely elegant. Sitting inside a plane like this was a pleasure. Voila! The hatch closed. Various lights lit up the interior of the entire autojet, making it quite dreamlike. At the same time, an electronic sound rang. Hello, Master. I will immediately display the controls of this Emperor-level auto jet. After saying that, a hologram appeared at the front of the cabin. In the hologram appeared diagram after diagram that were all easy to Understand. They explained in detail how to control this plane. Beep. A red light shot towards the tactical communications watch on Luo Feng's left. Wrist as it connected with the tactical communications watch, it began to install the long-distance autojet control system in the watch. A moment later. That was quite simple. It's all done by the AI, so I don't have to worry about anything at all. Luo Feng let out a smile. I'll name you one. Luo Feng randomly gave a name. Yes, Master, rang the electronic sound. At the same time, a silver, locked case popped out of the floor of the cabin. After it completely appeared, the hole on the ground completely closed again. The electronic sound continued. This case was left for the master by the dojo of limits. After hearing this, Luo Feng's eyes flashed. This must be the case where the black god set, soaring shuttle, and the other items were placed in. Luo Feng's fingers drew across the locked case, and it opened automatically. On the very top was a manual. Luo Feng opened it up and couldn't help but to smile. This manual is quite detailed. The black god set, soaring shuttle, instruction manual, and spirit of nature all have detailed explanations. There are only 3 of those items here. The spirit reader basics instruction manual isn't here. Luo Feng lowered his head and started looking through the items in the case. Indeed, there were only 3 packaged goods: the soaring shuttle, the black god set, and the spirit of nature. There wasn't even a spirit reader basics instruction manual here. How come there's no instruction manual? Luo Feng carefully read through the manual. The manual explained that the spirit reader basics instruction manual was top secret, so the physical instruction manual won't appear. If you want to learn it, there's only one way: enter virtual space and read the instruction manual in there. Holy! He has to enter virtual space just to learn from his own instruction manual. This is being way too careful. It must be extremely important, or else the head wouldn't resort to doing such a thing, thought Luo Feng. After that, he yelled at the air, "Hong Ning, headquarter city map." After Luo Feng spoke, a hologram suddenly appeared in front of him, which displayed a detailed map of Hong Ning City. The map size could be freely adjusted by Luo Feng. Soon enough, he found a spot on the map. Besides confirming locations via the map, he could also use his voice as long as the AI system can confirm the location. Destination: Elite Training Camp. Luo Feng tapped with his finger. Whoosh! The dark blue-colored triangular fighter jet swiftly ascended, which attracted the attention of quite a few people at the Dojo of Limits headquarters. Quite a few of them were admiring the jet. However, they couldn't tell that this was an autojet just from its appearance. In fact, many people on Earth don't even know about autojets. The price difference between an autojet and a regular fighter jet is extremely huge. The sky was dark and the elite training camp was very quiet. All the war god teachers in the elite training camp didn't have much to do, since all the students were undergoing their life and death adventure. So many war god teachers left the training camp to go back home or to walk and relax themselves near scenic locations. Only a rare few of them stayed here. The students' life and death adventure month was also the month where the war god teachers are on break. Silence. Whoosh! A deep blue-colored triangular fighting jet descended like a phantom. While it descended, the hatch opened and Luo Feng carried the silver case as he leaped out like lightning. As for the triangular fighter jet, it slowly descended and then shut its hatch. After that, it didn't move again. How come there's a fighter jet here? No idea, where'd it come from? Two workers at the elite training camp looked at this triangular fighter jet in shock. To be able to enter this training camp, they must be someone with special rights, or an advanced level war god, or even an existence surpassing the war god level. The two workers couldn't handle it and started observing this fighter jet from the side for quite a while. Even the family members of the war god teachers still remaining in the training camp noticed this fighter jet. But nobody knew whose it was. Since the fighter jet descended too suddenly and Luo Feng dashed out too quickly, only the patrol squad at the front gate was barely able to see a shadow fly out the plane. Jiangnan Pagoda, second floor, study room. The silver case was already opened, and inside was just the packaged black god set and the soaring shuttle. As for the spirit of nature, Luo Feng left it in the auto jet, since he'll be returning to Jiangnan headquarters city soon. The auto jet is a very safe place to leave his spirit of nature. Using the black god set sure is simple. Luo Feng looked at the manual. After a human wears the black god set, it'll automatically seep into your skin and absorb some of your fresh blood. After it absorbs some fresh blood, the black god set will undergo a transformation, causing the black god set to become extremely synchronized with the human body, like the skin on your body. It'll follow your every thought. The black god set was placed in a case that was only 20 centimeters long, that was made out of a pure white plastic material. RIP Luo Feng tore off the plastic. Inside the case was a black glove that seemed sturdy. If I didn't read the manual, I definitely wouldn't be able to imagine that. This thing is the black god set. Luo Feng let out a smile. The black god appears in all types of forms. It might appear as a glove, or a vest, a hat, pants, or even a ring. However, no matter what it looks like, there's no difference, since you can freely transform it after you wear it. The black god set. Luo Feng picked up the black glove, took in a deep breath, and then fit it onto his left hand. Luo Feng waited silently. At first, he didn't feel anything at all. After a full 30 seconds, his left thumb seemed to have been pierced by a needle. The entire black glove started boiling like water. The black droplets were shaking at the same time. Luo Feng's 5 fingers, palm, and the back of his hand were all in pain. Thankfully, the pain wasn't too intense. The naked eye could see the red color seeping into the black droplets. Countless black droplets wrapped around Luo Feng's left hand. When the red color merged into the black droplets seemed to have undergone some transformation. This entire process lasted for about 15 minutes before it stopped. How magical. Luo Feng could feel the wind blow past with his left hand. Yes. This black glove was like the skin of his body, just like a part of him. Change. Luo Feng stared at the black glove. Instantly, the black flowing light swiftly spread out as it continuously covered Luo Feng's entire left arm. At the same time, parts of the black flowing light broke off and directly covered his right arm, and it spread out towards his 2 feet, legs, neck, and every part of his face. Too amazing. Luo Feng walked to the mirror nearby and looked at himself. Beneath his clothes, his entire body was covered in a layer of black skin. Even his face became black. Only his eyes, nose, and mouth were revealed. Throwing knife. Luo Feng picked up a SS-grade throwing knife and slashed at his own arm, however, as if he just slashed against an extraordinarily tough piece of leather. not even a mark was made. Change with a thought from Luo Feng. A black cape appeared on his body, and then a black suit. Change. A black hat appeared on his head, and then it turned into a helmet, and even a black tie. During the night. In the wilderness around 300 kilometers away from Hongning headquarters city, the night wind blew and a black flowing light pierced the sky. Feels good. Luo Feng was in midair and was standing on a shuttle-shaped object. It was a silverish-gray color and striped shaped with two pointed ends. The middle was slightly wider and thicker. Its length was 81 centimeters and its two pointed edges were extremely sharp. The wide center was 27 centimeters wide. The entire object was a bit thin and had very densely packed markings all over it. Whoosh whoosh. While he rapidly flew, the horrifying currents in the air actually went along the packed markings, forming streams of air. The streams of air formed by the countless markings oddly merged together. They went along Luo Feng's body, forming a streamlined shield visible to the naked eye. This was a shield completely made out of air. When flying, the faster you go, the more air-resistant you encounter. But the soaring shuttle that Luo Feng is riding on creates currents of air that form a perfect streamlined shield, causing the resistance to lower to a startling point. Whoosh! Like a flash of black lightning, Luo Feng flew above the wilderness with no worries at all. This soaring shuttle sure is a great treasure. Luo Feng was extremely excited. After riding on the soaring shuttle, my speed more than doubled. Luo Feng compared the time it took to fly the same distance on his shield and on his soaring shuttle. It took him 2 minutes and 32 seconds on his shield, but only 1 minute and 12 seconds on his soaring shuttle. After that, Luo Feng went out of his way to find a place that was around 10 kilometers long to test his speed. According to the results of my tests just now, my maximum sprinting speed is around 720 ms. If I don't use any spiritual force and only rely on my 2 legs, I can sprint at 561 ms. And if I fly on my shield, my speed is around 618 ms. Spirit readers or existences surpassing the war god level usually sprint faster than they can fly. When sprinting, 1. You can still use your spiritual force to assist you, and 2. You can use the power of your 2 legs existences. Surpassing the war god level fly via special abilities on the ground. They can still use their special abilities and also their 2 legs. If I fly on the soaring shuttle, my speed reaches an astonishing 1,300 ms. Tonight, Luo Feng came to the wilderness to, first, hunt for a high-level horde leader level monster. Before, he already hunted a golden ape, so now he just has to hunt one more high-level horde leader monster. That way, with the materials of 2 high-level horde leader level monsters, he'll be able to attain the title of Advanced War God. And his second objective is to test the power of his soaring shuttle in the wilderness. He has already tested one part of the soaring shuttle speed. Even if I fly on my shield, some existences surpassing the war god can't catch up to me. Like that representative for Luo Feng was in high spirits, and on my soaring shuttle, my speed reaches an astonishing 1,300 ms. Increasing one's speed by just a bit is extremely difficult. With his legs, he can go up to 561 ms with his spiritual force working on his shield. He flies at 618 ms, but even if you combine the two, it only becomes 720 ms. Clearly, the faster you go, the more air resistance you encounter. And now, Luo Feng's speed shot up to 1,300 ms in an instant. Even existences surpassing the war god level can only reach such speeds if they are on the ground once they fly, first not mentioning 1,300 ms, just reaching the speed of 1,000 ms, probably difficult. Thankfully, Hong isn't a spirit reader and also got the cloud contact vines. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be willing to give such a treasure to Luo Feng. Now to test its attack power. Luo Feng descended and then landed on the ground. The flying shuttle hovered in front of him with a thought. Whoosh! 6 blade shards detached themselves from the soaring shuttle. Each of these blade shards were curved and extremely thin. According to the manual, each of these blade shards are quite powerful and are extremely suitable for spirit readers to use. Oh yeah, the manual also said that the entire soaring shuttle can disassemble with a thought. Luo Feng tried doing so. Suddenly, whoosh, the soaring shuttle instantly spread out into pieces. The densely packed thin and small blade pieces hovered in midair. 365 blade pieces in total. The entire soaring shuttle was made out of this special material. The soaring shuttle was forged via special means using these 365 blade pieces. Dawn of the second day, the cars weaved through the busy streets of Hongning, headquarter city. Inside a 6-wheeled Hummer, there was lots of space inside and, other than the front row, the back row was like a resting lounge. There were soft couches and a refrigerator, yet a super gigantic backpack took up an enormous amount of space in this car's resting lounge, and Luo Feng sat alone on the couch. After spending an entire night in the wilderness, Luo Feng became more familiar with the soaring shuttle. At the same time, he also found a high-level horde leader-level monster and killed it. Maybe. For the usual advanced level war god, hunting a high-level horde leader is extremely difficult, since the high-level horde leaders escape too quickly. There are also countless monsters following the horde leader. However, Luo Feng's speed on his soaring shuttle greatly exceeds the high-level horde leader's speed. With no chance to escape, Luo Feng killed it directly. The monster materials are all prepared. I'll first go get the title of Advanced War God. Luo Feng looked at the tactical communications watch on his wrist. Hello. Luo Feng dialed. Hello, Mr. This is the Limit Skyscraper. Would you like to make an appointment? A soft sound rose. Chinese was used first, and then English was used to repeat the sentence. Luo Feng said directly, I want to speak to one of your directors. I want to sell monster materials. Usually, the managers handle the business, explained the receptionist. The price of this business will exceed 10 billion Chinese dollars. After saying this, the other side slightly paused. Soon after. Mr. When will you arrive? 15 minutes later, answered Luo Feng. I still don't know your name. The receptionist started making records. Luo Feng. I have made an appointment for Mr. Luo Feng to meet Director Zhang in 15 minutes. The receptionist's attitude clearly changed by quite a bit, since the price of the monster materials exceeded 10 billion Chinese dollars. Keep in mind that this is the Dojo of Limits, not the HR Alliance. The HR Alliance usually has high prices compared to the Dojo of Limits. Even though the Dojo of Limits prices are lower by quite a bit, you receive contribution points. On the Dojo of Limits side, usually only high-level horde leaders sell for over 10 billion Chinese dollars. For someone to sell monster materials of this level, could they be normal? Limit skyscraper, a skyscraper that was 88 floors tall. It was one of the signature buildings of Hongning City. As the headquarters of the dojo of Limits, Hongning City has many fighters. From the dojo of Limits, of course, the flow of people in the Limit skyscraper is also gigantic, and tons of them were drinking and hanging out at the bar in the lobby of the first floor. Mr. Luo Feng. Two women wearing suits greeted Luo Feng at the door. Let's go. Luo Feng was wearing his black battle uniform and was holding a backpack that was around 2 meters tall with one hand. With the two receptionists guiding him, he passed the lobby and went inside an elevator. What a guy, that backpack was at least 2 meters tall. Just how many monster materials were stored in there? Languages of all types sounded. The backpack of a fighter was indeed layer by layer. If you unlock all of them, then the backpack could store a ton. However, very few people store that many materials. Inside the elevator, Backpack Luo Feng held on to that black backpack with one hand and couldn't help but to smile. This actually wasn't the backpack that he purchased before, but a backpack formed by the Black God set like Phantom Demon Catalan. He's too lazy to use a backpack or battle uniform since he has a Black God set. Ding. The elevator door opened, floor 32. Under the guide of the female receptionist, they entered a spacious living room. Inside the living room sat a woman who seemed to be around 40 years old. Hello, Mr. Luo Feng, my family name is Zhang. Smiled the female named Zhang. Voila. Luo Feng directly pulled open the lock on the backpack and poured all the monster materials inside into a pond beside him. This caused the female named Zhang to freeze a bit, but after she saw the materials that poured out, she couldn't help but to take in a deep breath, because there were 3 obvious sharp spikes that stood out from the pile. There were still some hints of blood on those spikes. Komodo T-Rex, the woman named Zhang, couldn't help but to gasp. You leave first. The woman named Zhang waved her hand at the receptionist. The receptionist works here, so of course she knows a lot about the different types of monsters. After she heard Komodo T-Rex, she couldn't help but to look at Luo Feng with shock. Yes, director, the receptionist responded and then left. The spikes of a Komodo T-Rex, from its color and size, it's probably a high-level horde leader. The woman named Zhang couldn't believe this. The Komodo T-Rex is one of the most horrifying high-level horde leader level monsters. Most people on Earth called it T-Rex because they could find traces of it from the Komodo. The Komodo T-Rex is probably one of the various mutations of the Komodo dragon from before the Grand Nirvana period, and it's one of the most horrifying mutations. Those 3 spikes are the spikes on the Komodo T-Rex's spine, its most valuable part. Any monster with the name dragon in it is not to be trifled with. Most advanced level war gods cannot kill a high-level horde leader level Komodo T-Rex. Deal with the materials here. Luo Feng frowned. I still have things to do. Yes, Mr. Luo Feng. Soon enough, the woman named Zhang started using her apparatus to examine each of the materials. After examining, the woman named Zhang was flabbergasted. She never would have thought that the 2 high-level horde leader level monsters would be the Komodo T-Rex and the Golden Ape. Both of them are considered to be extremely horrifying within the high-level horde leader level. Help me reset my battle score and reconfirm my title, reminded Luo Feng. I killed those 2 high-level horde leader level monsters by myself. To become an advanced level war god, you have to hand over 2 of the most important materials of 2 high-level horde leader level monsters, and you Have to kill those monsters by yourself barely any war gods would lie about. This, since lying does them no good, there isn't any benefit in attaining a powerful title if you don't have the strength to back it up. For example, your true strength has to be recognized by the higher-ups of the dojo of limits to attain the title of examiner. You can't just get the title of examiner from your own title. Okay, the woman named Zhang nodded, but was filled with amazement at the same time. Too crazy. Even if he wanted to get the title of advanced level war god, he could just go for a weaker high-level horde leader level monster. He actually got a Komodo T-Rex and a golden ape. The woman named Zhang was stunned. Mr. Luo Feng. The woman named Zhang said respectfully, the golden ape is 8 billion Chinese dollars and 4 million contribution points, and the Komodo T-Rex is 12 billion Chinese dollars and 6 million contribution points. So in total, Mr. Luo Feng will receive 20 billion Chinese dollars and 10 million contribution points. Luo Feng nodded. Actually, selling the materials to the dojo of limits doesn't net him a good price. For example, the golden ape would be worth 12 billion if sold to the HR Alliance, and the Komodo T-Rex can rival the steel-armored dragon, so it could reach a price of 18 billion. In other words, he could get a total of 30 billion if he sold the materials to the HR Alliance. And here, he only gets 20 billion. Of course, he gets 10 million contribution points, making Luo Feng reach a 4-star contribution rank in an instant. Since I've become an examiner and have lots of authority now, I can't let my contribution rank be too low. A 4-star contribution rank should be able to get me through, thought Luo Feng to himself. As for 10 billion, maybe money is hard for other advanced level war gods to make. Even Luo Feng had a very hard time killing the golden ape back in the continent of Australia. As for the other horde leaders, he failed to kill them many times. At that time, he was already a spirit reader nearing the advanced level war god level, which could count as an invincible war god. If he didn't have his soaring shuttle, then Luo Feng's kill rate would be lower. And now, invincible war god with the soaring shuttle killing high-level horde leaders is really easy. However, on the manual was also Head's reminder. Luo Feng still remembered that there was a phrase on the manual in the box that contained the soaring shuttle, black god set, and the spirit of nature. Do not kill too many high-level horde leader level monsters in the same area, for it could cause that area's emperor level monster to go after you. Mr. Luo Feng, 20 billion Chinese dollars has been transferred to your fighter account, and your contribution rank also rose to 4 stars. The woman named Zhang sat in front of a notebook and tapped on the wireless keyboard. After that, she smiled towards Luo Feng. After becoming a war god, people usually join the Palace of War Gods and receive a consciousness sensor. However, the people from the Palace of War Gods will send some people to test Mr. Luo Feng's strength. Luo Feng glanced at the display. On the display was Luo Feng's information. On the row of rank was War God level advanced. There was also a popped-up box at the bottom which contained the words Palace of War Gods application evaluating. In just a few seconds, the woman named Zhang remained smiling. Mr. Luo Feng, people from the Palace of War Gods will come today. It will not be long. Beep. An ear-piercing sound rang. Luo Feng and the woman named Zhang looked over. On the display of the notebook appeared another pop-up Palace of War Gods. Examination qualified. How did he pass without anyone coming to assess him? The woman named Zhang was shocked. She has been a director for a long time, but has never witnessed anything like this before. However, she has heard that some powerful fighters are recognized by the Palace of War Gods Committee and will pass without having to take the test. However, such cases are rare. The recognition of the committee, what does that signify? Every representative of the Palace of War Gods' highest committee is in existence, surpassing the war god level. Mr. Luo Feng, someone will bring all the stuff to this skyscraper, smiled the woman named Zhang. Okay, Luo Feng wasn't in a rush. Moments later, the room to the living room opened automatically. 3 men in suits walked in, and one bald man of Asian descent carried a metal box as he handed it over to Luo Feng. Respectfully, War God Luo Feng, welcome to the Palace of War Gods. You shall receive a consciousness sensor helmet for free with this consciousness sensor helmet. Regardless of location, anyone who puts this helmet on can directly enter the virtual space. Consciousness sensor helmet. Of course, Luo Feng was familiar with it. He used it during his time at the training camp. After becoming a war god, everyone receives their own helmet. As a member of the Palace of War Gods, you will have many special rights. Of course, with these special rights come special responsibilities. The bald man in front handed over the metal box. After War God Luo Feng enters the virtual space via the consciousness sensor, you will understand all the special parts about the Palace of War Gods. Thank you. Luo Feng smiled as he took it. His finger drew across the lock. Beep, the metal box directly opened, revealing the dark blue helmet within. How nostalgic, thought Luo Feng to himself. Goodbye, everyone, smiled Luo Feng as he put the metal box into the black backpack that he was carrying with his left hand. He carried the backpack and directly walked out. As he walked out the door, he quietly said to his tactical communications watch, 1, come pick me up at Limit Skyscraper. Time to go home. Jiangnan Headquarters City. Luo Feng headed towards the elevator. At the same time, that dark blue jet flew away from the elite training camp and headed towards Limit Skyscraper to pick up Luo Feng. In Chinese, T-Rex is literally explosive raging dragon, so T-Rex still has the word dragon in it. Above the Limit Skyscraper was a descending, dark blue auto jet, which surprised quite a few fighters who were entering and exiting the skyscraper. Whoosh! Luo Feng easily and swiftly leaped into the air, as if he was a relaxed bird. This one leap was a few dozen meters high. Of course, his spiritual force aided him in this. Under the gazes of the fighters at the Limit Skyscraper, whose jaws have dropped, Luo Feng, who was around a few dozen meters high, flew inside the automatically opened hatch. Wall of the hatch closed. Luo Feng sat comfortably inside the plane, the light reflecting off of the various components inside the plane appeared quite dreamy. 1. Return home, said Luo Feng. Luo Feng already told the AI system that home was Mingyu sector in one of the 8 parts of China's Jiangnan headquarters city, Yangzhou City. 3D hologram activate, said Luo Feng. Whoosh! Suddenly, a 3D hologram appeared in front of Luo Feng, which portrayed the skies outside. Luo Feng could see the weather and whether or not there was a flying monster horde. Jiangnan headquarters city, Yangzhou City, Mingyu sector. Even though it was dawn, Mingyu sector was extremely lively. A lot of people were gathered in front of Limit Hall. Old Luo, your son's really coming back today. Didn't old Luo's son head over to the dojo of Limit's headquarters and say that he wouldn't be back until New Year's. Why would I lie to you guys? My son just called me not too long ago and said he would be home in about half an hour, laughed Luo Honghua. As of now, Luo Honghua's face was extremely red and seemed to be way more energetic than before. Since he used to be a laborer, he always had to lower his head in front of other people. Now, he's a lot more confident and also has a lot more free time. Not right, shouldn't Luo Feng be undergoing his life and death adventure right now? Wu Tong was confused. Maybe there was a mistake. No, my son never lies, bragged Luo Honghua. Gong Xianlan was also chatting with a group of housewives. In Mingyu sector, no matter whose family's fighter returns, there will usually be a lot of people to welcome them, because a fighter's path is a dangerous path where your brain hangs on your belt. Who knows when you would lose it? For example, if Luo Feng let his guard down in the continent of Australia, he would have been blown away by Li Yao's laser cannon. So, whenever a fighter returns, everyone in the sector is extremely happy. Luo Feng's parents told a few people they were on good terms with about Luo Feng's return. Not right, Wu Tong was confused. As a chief instructor, he knows quite a bit about the training camp. August is the month of the life and death adventure, so students shouldn't be returning home. There are only two possibilities. 1, the student was expelled or disqualified. 2, the student graduated early, but Luo Feng only went for half a year. How come he's back already? Hello. Luo Honghua picked up his phone and let out a face of joy. You'll be here soon. 5 minutes. All right. Your family is all waiting here. There are quite a few uncles and aunts here in the sector too. Luo Feng should have notified us earlier about his return, laughed a housewife. Our family's old Chen is always talking about Luo Feng. If he knew that Luo Feng was coming, he and brother Zhang wouldn't go to class today. Chenggu and Zhang Ku are brothers that have experienced life and death with Luo Feng. They've been through grave situations together. Watch the cars at the gate, he'll probably be here soon, smiled Gong Xianlan. For Luo Feng to arrive so quickly, he probably took a plane during the night. A group of people were discussing. A lot of people thought that Luo Feng rode on a passenger plane to the main city sector, and then rode a train from there to Yangzhou. After that, he transfers again to a car and returns home. Suddenly, everyone look. What's that in the sky? Quite a few people awaiting Luo Feng in the small sector looked towards the sky with shock. A dark blue light drew across the sky and stopped above Ming Yu sector. Since it was quite high up, the naked eye could only see a tiny spot. They could barely make it out. A triangular-shaped dark blue fighter jet descend. The dark blue triangular fighter jet slowly descended. As it descended, its size naturally increased and became clearer to the naked eye. How come this fighter jet is over here? I saw one last time at the main city sector, a disc-shaped one. This one is quite weird. Mingyu sector's fighters discussed with their families, and Wu Tong, whose position is the highest here, watched carefully. Suddenly, his face changed. It's a fighter jet from HQ. Whoosh! The dark blue triangular fighter jet slowly descended onto a grassy area deep within the sector. With a length of over 20 meters, one could only see its beauty, luster, and curves up close. A disc-shaped fighter definitely can't hold a candle to this. Wall of the hatch opened. A youth wearing jeans and a casual shirt stepped out the hatch while carrying a huge backpack. Luo Feng. It's Luo Feng. It's actually him. Suddenly, the various families in the sector that were staring at the mysterious fighter jet rushed over. Luo Feng immediately spotted his parents within the crowd and couldn't help but to smile as he walked over. A group of people passionately greeted Dad. Luo Feng walked over. Feng Luo Hongwu grasped Luo Feng's hand but looked towards the fighter jet to the side. Hurry, they brought you all the way here. Hurry and let them off so we can thank them. Chief Instructor Wu Tong also smiled as he walked over. He lowered his voice as he said, Luo Feng, they spent all their time and effort to bring you here. So don't just carelessly make a scene as you walk out alone. Hurry and tell the person who brought you here and the pilot to come out and sit for a bit. Even if they don't, we still have to thank them. To Wu Tong, not just your average person could call out a fighter jet from HQ. Thank them. Luo Feng froze. How would he thank them? Should he tell Uncle Wu and his parents that there's nobody inside? Many people on Earth don't know about the existence of autojets. This is a plane I bought, said Luo Feng. Bought? The surrounding crowd was shocked. Luo Feng's parents and his brother Luo Hua all froze. As of now, buying a private jet is at least 100 times harder than it was before the Grand Nirvana period. Keep in mind that even many rich people can't afford to ride on a large-scaled commercial plane. One can imagine just how few people can buy a fighter jet. Only an extremely small amount of war gods can do such a thing, and they usually buy regular disc-shaped fighter jets. Uncle Wu, I'll treat you to some drinks later. Luo Feng smiled as he greeted the surrounding people. After that, he returned home with his parents and brother. Soon, the news of him becoming an examiner will spread, so even if he says he bought this plane himself, nothing much will happen. The various families of Mingyu sector, including Wu Tong, were frozen for quite a bit. Holy shit. A kid like Luo Feng bought a fighter jet and not the common disc-shaped fighter jet. Quite a few people couldn't get their heads over this information for quite a while. Not right. If the plane is parked here, how come the pilot isn't coming out? After quite a while, someone finally reacted, and by that time, Luo Feng already returned home. Jiangnan Headquarter, Main City Sector, inside the Dojo of Limits Headquarters. Chairman Zhou Xingyang was sitting on a couch in a room. A cup of tea was placed in front of him. Examiner Lu. Zhou Xingyang smiled as he held his cell phone. I've bothered you quite a bit during your stay here at Jiangnan Headquarter City. All these years. Thank you for all your help these years. Once you leave, the Thunder Dojo will probably be a bit more powerful than our Dojo of Limits here at Jiangnan City. You said the new examiner. Zhou Xingyang laughed bitterly. How should I know how powerful the new examiner is, whether or not he can compare to the one at the Thunder Dojo? The notification hasn't arrived yet. It'll probably come soon. Zhou Xingyang smiled. I'm in the office. I'll know immediately when the notification arrives. Alright, when I go to headquarters in the future, I'll definitely meet up with Examiner Lu. After that, Zhou Xingyang hung up. Just yesterday, he learned that Examiner Lu was going to be sent back to World Headquarters. It's just that the notification of the new examiner isn't arriving, and just now, which is the dawn of today, Examiner Lu received the official notification. However, Examiner Lu himself already left on a passenger plane last night. Now that Examiner Lu is gone, I wonder who the new examiner is going to be, thought Zhou Xingyang to himself. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking rang. Come in, said Zhou Xingyang. The door opened and 3 people came in. They were precisely the 3 chiefs of the dojo of Limit's headquarters at Jiangnan City, Zhu Gutao, and the others. Chairman, we just received notice of Examiner Lu's departure. I wonder who. The new examiner is the shortest of the 3 chiefs, a skinny man who was wearing a white-collared shirt, frowned. I don't know either, the notification hasn't arrived yet. Zhou Xingyong shook his head. That Examiner Lu was quite comfortable here. He never even bothered with our matters and just devoted himself to his training, so everybody got along well, and Examiner Lu is also extremely powerful. Once we run into some problems, he can easily deal with them. The government respects him too, this new examiner. Will the new examiner be like steel-faced? Baoxing Zhu Gutao couldn't help but to ask. Steel-faced Baoxing was the nickname the chairman and chiefs of that time gave to the examiner at that time. When steel-faced Baoxing was an examiner, he fired 6 chiefs and even kicked out a chairman, which caused everyone who came after that to be filled with worry. Don't know. Zhou Xingyong shook his head. The other 3 chiefs were filled with worry too. As for authority, examiners can easily fire chiefs and any position below that, without even asking for the opinion of the higher-ups. Once they actually get to it, they can even get rid of a chairman. Beep. Zhou Xingyong walked towards the notebook beside him. The notification arrived, yelled Zhou Xingyong. The other 3 chiefs ran over too, their hearts filled with worry as they looked towards the notebook screen. With a click, the notification opened. Luo Feng. Home is Jiangnan Headquarters Cities, Yangzhou City. Strength evaluation, Invincible War God. The chairman and the 3 chiefs exchanged glances. It's that little kid we sent to the elite training camp back then. Zhou Xingyong couldn't help but to ask. He was still filled with disbelief. Invincible War God. How is that possible? The 3 chiefs on the side couldn't believe this. Look at his information, yelled the skinny man. The big 4 of the dojo of Limit's headquarters stared. His ID is 4261233206806083211, followed a burly, tall chief. He was born on 6/8/2038, which is to say, he's only 19 years old this year. A 19-year-old examiner. 19 years old. Chairman Zhou Xingyong and Zhu Gutao and the others exchanged glances. All of a sudden, everyone went silent. If seeing Luo Feng and Jiangnan Headquarters Cities Yangzhou City could make one suspect that it's just a person with the exact same name, everything was cleared up after seeing the identification number. Since everyone has their own unique ID number, this message came from the dojo of Limit's World headquarters, so they must have went through a series of procedures. There's no way they accidentally wrote the wrong person's name. It's really Luo Feng. It's really him. The chairman and the 3 chiefs were all in different moods. Zhu Gutao had a bit of joy hidden in his heart right now when he just found out about Luo Feng's talent. Zhu Gutao helped Luo Feng a bit originally. He was just randomly expanding his connections, but who would have thought that in just 1 year, Luo Feng would become his superior? He's only 19 years old. How did he become a war god, and an invincible war god? At that, the skinny man was quite confused. "You sen," laughed Zhu Gutao. "Stop thinking about it. There's definitely no problem with what's written here in the notice. Now this is troublesome," frowned the burly brute. "The new examiner is only 19 years old. Since he's so young, he's probably not the calm and collected Type young people act on their emotions, maybe one of us would get fired out of his rage if we accidentally offend him. Younger people indeed have a temper problem, compared to older people. Yeah, the others, including Zhu Getao, nodded. Don't worry too much, smiled Zhou Xingyong, young people having bad tempers isn't good for us, but young people aren't mature yet, so they aren't as adept with dealing with people and work. If we just compliment him a bit, he'll be happy, and those old people are sly as sly can be, so it's hard to make them happy. The other three chiefs nodded. So everybody put your heart into this. This Luo Feng is from Jiangnanzhou. Xingyang's expression became serious as he said seriously, according to the rules, these positions give priority to locals, and this Luo Feng is an invincible war god and also a local, so after he becomes an examiner, he'll be staying in this position for a while. The other three chiefs understood that even if a new examiner appears at headquarters, they definitely won't be arranged to come to Jiangnan headquarter city, because this Luo Feng of Jiangnan headquarter city is a local and an invincible war god, so who has the right to take his spot? If this Luo Feng doesn't make a breakthrough, he'll probably stay in this position for a few dozen years. And once he makes a breakthrough, he'll become an existence surpassing the war god level. An investigator, his position will become even higher and can fire me, a chairman, with just a phrase, so we have to make him happy, said Zhou Xingyong seriously. Whether or not Luo Feng makes a breakthrough, he'll always be above them, and since Luo Feng is a local, he'll probably be staying in Jiangnan headquarter city for quite a while, since they'll be working under Luo Feng. Of course the four of them have to make Luo Feng happy. Don't worry, Chairman. We understand. None of us are dumb, said the three chiefs. Very good, nodded Zhou Xingyong. I'll give Yangzhou City's Mingyu sector a call. Hello. Zhou Xingyong took out his phone and dialed Wu Tong, the Luo Feng from your sector. What is Zhou Xingyong listened to Wu Tong's recount, his face kept changing. Zhu Ge, Tao, Yu Sun, etc. all listened carefully too. They were barely able to hear the words fighter jet and Luo Feng. After a moment, the call ended. What happened, Chairman? The three people looked at Zhou Xingyong. Chairman Zhou Xingyong let out a smile. Luo Feng, just now, arrived at Mingyu sector in a triangular fighter jet, and that Luo Feng even said that he bought that fighter jet himself. He bought it, he just became an examiner, how could he afford it? The burly brute couldn't help but to say. Who cares how he bought it? Zhou Xingyang's face sunk as he yelled, Old Wang, keep in mind that from now on, Luo Feng is an examiner, he is the one with the most authority in our dojo of limits here in Jiangnan headquarter city, so watch what you say and stop saying he. If you make Luo Feng unhappy, one word can make you lose your position. The burly brute was a bit shocked and then laughed. Chairman, I just didn't have time to process this yet. We still don't know about this Luo Feng's temper, so watch yourselves. Zhou Xingyong commanded, everyone prepare yourselves. 20 minutes later, we'll ride on a fighter jet and meet the examiner in Yangzhou City. Yes, responded the three chiefs. Yangzhou City's Mingyu sector, Luo Feng's home. Luo Feng's family was happily eating breakfast around the dining table. However, the originally lively scene changed because of one phrase from Brother Luo Hua. Bro, you said you aren't leaving anymore, how come? Asked Luo Hua. The world headquarters appointed me as examiner of the dojo of limits. Headquarters at Jiangnan headquarters city. Luo Feng's words made his father, mother, and brother go silent. Father Luo Honggua couldn't help but to ask, Feng, this examiner position sounds like it's pretty big. How big is it? Even mother Gong Xianlan was curious. In the small sector, the positions they talk about the most are the chairman and the 3 chiefs. As for examiners, who everyone almost never sees, they are rarely talked about. Dad, Mom Luo Hua just recovered from his shock on his wheelchair as he excitedly said, it's an extremely big position that has even more authority than the chairman in all of Jiangnan headquarters city. On the dojo of limits side, they are number 1. Bigger than the chairman. Luo Honggua and Gong Xianlan froze. They were just regular civilians even though they had a son who was a fighter, the chairman of Jiangnan headquarters city's dojo of limits. Headquarters was definitely a figure with a lot of authority. Keep in mind that to become a chairman, you have to be a war god. You also need a ton of connections to be able to get into this spot. And our son has more authority than such a figure. Feng Luo Honggua and Gong Xianlan looked towards Luo Feng. Yet Luo Feng nodded. The fighter jet I brought back this time, said Luo Feng, costs more than 100 billion, and you can't buy it just with money. To help his parents clearly understand his current level of authority, Luo Feng directly told them the price of his fighter jet. Indeed, money isn't enough to get this emperor level auto jet. For example, the Home of Limits and the HR Alliance doesn't sell auto jets. The special discounted price for high-ranking people in the dojo of limits, like examiners, still reaches up to a price of 180 billion. If other countries or powers want to purchase it, the dojo of limits wouldn't even sell it for 200 billion. Keep in mind that these auto jet things can only be produced by the dojo of limits. Over 100 billion. Luo Honggua and Gong Xianlan were shocked again. Holy! How much money does the richest person in China have? Keep in mind that the Nina's astronomical bounty of 100 billion caused countless fighters on Earth to go crazy. One can imagine, even for the richest people in the world, how breathtaking an amount of 100 billion is. As for people who lived in rental homes like Luo Honggua and Gong Xianlan, astronomical number. Although usually, even an invincible war god can't afford such a thing. Luo Feng got lucky and made a killing out of the spirits of nature found on the Misty Island, or else who knows when he would be able to afford it, and would be willing to pay such an amount of money for an auto jet. Oh! Gong Xianlan and Luo Honggua blinked a couple times before they recovered. Feng, just how much authority do you have and how much money? Luo Honggua asked a dumb question. Authority and money. Authority, how should I say this? Luo Feng didn't know how to explain. Invincible war gods, other than the existences surpassing the war god level, are the strongest fighters. They have an astonishing amount of authority. As for money, for someone who has a soaring shuttle like Luo Feng, hunting horde leader-level monsters is extremely easy. Horde leader-level monsters are his money-making machines. The only problem is that he can't kill too many horde leaders in the same area, or else he'll anger that area's emperor-level monster. Don't ask stuff like that. Can an old guy like you even spend 100 billion? Gong Xianlan scolded as she laughed. Feng Gong Xianlan couldn't help but to say, I have something I need your help with. Look, Mom, if you have anything, then just say it, followed Luo Feng. Gong Xian Lan sighed. Back then, me and your dad went through the grand Nirvana period. At that time, me and your dad were still young. During the Grand Nirvana period, human society rumbled and countless people died. Me and your dad became orphans at that time. Luo Honghua also recalled the events of those years on the side. The Grand Nirvana period. The saddest time of humanity. All human cities were attacked and entire countries were eradicated. I had so many cousins, said Gong Xian Lan. Gong Xian Lan and Luo Honghua were born while the one-child policy was still in effect, so they were both the only child. However, their parents had many brothers and sisters, which led to them having many cousins. When we were escaping, we couldn't worry about anything else. Who had the time to search for their relatives? Gong Xian Lan shook her head as she sighed. And the Grand Nirvana period experienced unforeseen chaos. Tons lost their homes and identification. There were way too many who lost their parents and became orphans. Me and your dad's name were registered by ourselves. That period was way too chaotic. By the time the construction of a headquarters city and the rebuilding of the country stabilized everything, 10 years passed already. Me and your dad were living in rental homes, so of course we didn't have the time and money to search for our relatives. After becoming an orphan, their feelings towards their relatives strengthened. Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan have always wanted to search for their relatives. They had so many relatives back then, so some must still be alive. However, without enough power, they had no way to search. Even a family with a fighter doesn't have that ability. Dad, Mom. Luo Feng nodded seriously. Don't worry, I'll search for all our relatives. This is the first thing he's going to do as an examiner, and something he's going to do for his parents. When Luo Feng, his parents, and his brother reunited, Mingyu sector became lively again, because the main city sector's chairman and 3 chiefs were about to arrive. Chief Instructor Wu Tong brought a few dozen fighters with him as he waited. How come the chairman and the 3 chiefs are coming? It's quite rare for the Big Four to come to our sector together, these fighters were discussing. They're here. Wu Tong looked towards the sky. Everyone quieted down and looked towards the sky. A flowing light pierced the sky and then decelerated. The light formed into a dark blue disc-shaped fighter jet. As it hovered above Mingyu sector, it started to slowly descend. Go, let's welcome the chairman. Wu Tong brought the few dozen fighters to welcome them. As for the family of those fighters, they were prohibited from coming near. They were welcoming the chairman and the 3 chiefs. How can they have a bunch of random spectators around? Voila! The hatch opened and a staircase extended out automatically, with Chairman Zhou, who was wearing black, in the lead. The 3 chiefs followed. All of them walked down the staircase. I greet the chairman, the 3 chiefs. Wu Tong bowed. We greet the chairman, the 3 chiefs. The group of fighters bowed. Quite a few family members of the fighters who were watching from afar were extremely excited as they quietly discussed amongst themselves. These people were the Big Four of Jiangnan headquarters city. It's rare to see even one of them. Okay, Zhou Xingyong nodded. The group of fighters held their breath back when Wu Tong brought Luo Feng to meet Chief Zhu Getao. He was extremely respectful. Keep in mind that a chief instructor of a sub-city can't even compare with the chief of the entire headquarters city, and don't even talk about comparing him with the chairman. In front of the chairman and the 3 chiefs, all the fighters were extremely respectful. Is Examiner Luo home? Smiled Zhou Xingyong as he asked. Silence. Wu Tong and the few dozen fighters froze. Examiner Luo, who is this examiner? Luo. Luo. Examiner Luo. Wu Tong froze. Examiner Luo, as in Luo Feng, smiled. Zhou Xingyong, he didn't dare to boldly say that kid Luo Feng, since Luo Feng is his superior and Luo Feng's strength has been declared as invincible war god by the higher-ups of the Dojo of Limits. How could Zhou Xingyong, an intermediate-level war god, mess with that? Luo Feng. Examiner Luo. Wu Tong and the group froze. Zhu Tao smiled on the side. The world headquarters sent us a notice. War god Luo Feng has officially become the examiner of our Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits headquarters. We came here this time to greet Examiner Luo. Luo Feng. Oh, Examiner Luo is with his family at home, Wu Tong's responded the fastest as he replied, Chairman, 3 chiefs, should I notify the examiner? I'll contact him myself, smiled Zhou Xingyong as he dialed. Wu Tong and the group of fighters stared at Zhou Xingyong. The call went through. Oh, Examiner Luo, I am Zhou Xingyong. Zhou Xingyong's face was filled with smiles as he said respectfully, I have already arrived at Mingyu Sector. The 3 chiefs are beside me. No rush, we'll wait here at Limit Hall for Examiner Luo. After hanging up, Zhou Xingyong looked at Wu Tong as he smiled. Wu Tong. Go, let's take a look at your Yangzhou City's Limit Hall. Yes, Chairman. Wu Tong quickly followed. Soon enough, the entirety of Mingyu Sector went into an uproar. Luo Feng was the new examiner of Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits. This news spread from one person to the next other than those who weren't in the sector. Everyone already knew. Everyone was excited and shocked and only came to realization after connecting this fact to the fighter jet they saw earlier. No wonder Luo Feng can afford a fighter jet, it's because he became an examiner. Call him examiner, stop yelling Luo Feng. Luo Feng. The examiner is only 20 years old this year. If you count his exact age, he's only 19 years old. He hasn't even married yet. Does he have anyone in mind? Not that I've heard of. Some people have started to try to get closer to Luo Feng's family, while others searched for a potential wife for Luo Feng. Anyways, all sorts of things were going on. Since an examiner, to become an examiner, you first have to be an advanced level war god, and within the advanced level war gods, you have to be quite famous. Such a person, even across the entire world, means business. If someone's family member can marry Luo Feng, then their entire family will have it easy. Limit Hall, first floor's living room. There were a total of 5 people in the living room, the big 4 of Jiang Nan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits, and Luo Feng. And right now, Luo Feng was sitting on a chair after walking to Limit Hall from home. The attitude of a few neighbors and fighters in the sector confused Luo Feng. They seemed to be too passionate, and some people even yelled Examiner Luo. Then Luo Feng realized his identity is out. However, it was going to be revealed regardless, so Luo Feng had time to prepare. Examiner Luo, let me introduce to you Chairman Zhou Xingyong smiled. These 3 are the 3 chiefs of our Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits. This is Zhu Tao, this is Wang Kefan, and this is Yu Sun. We greet the examiner. Zhu Tao, Wang Kefan, and Yu Sun all stood up as they said. Don't be so polite, relax everyone, sit. All of you count as my seniors, and Zhu Tao even helped me out back then. So I am extremely grateful, said Luo Feng honestly. He has met a few existences surpassing the war god level and even met the world's strongest fighter, Hong, face to face now that he's with Zhou Xingyong, Zhu Gutao. And the others, Luo Feng was quite calm and relaxed. After a few minutes of talking, Luo Feng's relaxed manner erased a bit of the Big Four's worries. It seems like, even though this young man's position is high, he isn't cocky and full of himself. The Big Four let out a big sigh of relief in their hearts. Chairman Zhou, said Luo Feng, of course, I'll do what an examiner is supposed to do. As for the various things in the dojo of limits in Jiangnan City, we should probably keep them the same way. I'm young and don't really understand this, nor do I feel like understanding this after hearing this. Chairman Zhou and the others were overjoyed. However, I hope none of you step out of bounds. Luo Feng's expression became serious. Since headquarters gave me the position of examiner, I still have to be able to carry my duty out for the sake of the higher-ups. Even though he said that truthfully, Luo Feng hasn't even taken a look at the mail, which explained the duties of an examiner, sent to him from the dojo of limits headquarters yet. Do not worry, Examiner Luo, we definitely will not cause trouble for you, promised Zhou Xingyong right away. If anyone steps out of place, I will punish them before Examiner Luo even says a word. Not that serious, smiled Luo Feng. I am still easy to talk to, although my temper rages a bit sometimes. Since I'm young, please take care of me, fellow seniors. I have a favor to ask for, Chairman Zhou, said Luo Feng. Please ask, Examiner Luo. Luo Feng took in a deep breath and said slowly, during the Grand Nirvana period, my parents were separated from their relatives. I want to ask Chairman Zhou to help me search for my parents' cousins from back then, and find out whether or not my parents' seniors are still alive even though his parents were orphans. It was so chaotic back then. His parents were still young, so who knows whether or not his grandma or grandpa is still alive. This frowned Chairman Zhou. This is quite a difficult task. Luo Feng frowned. Chairman Zhou continued, mainly because many cities from back then were taken over by monsters. Internet databases were paralyzed and lots of information was lost. Many people lost their identification. That is why our dojo of limits cannot investigate this matter. We have to investigate through the Chinese government. The Chinese government's civilian data is quite detailed. There's no problem with asking the government to help, right? Asked Luo Feng. For the Chinese government, Examiner Luo's words would hold way greater weight than mine, smiled Zhou Xingyong. Yeah, but I will tell them when I get back. Once they know that Examiner Luo wants a favor, they will definitely put their heart into it. Invincible war god, it's attractive even for China, one of the 5 countries. Okay, nodded Luo Feng. Since you just took up the position of examiner, according to the rules, we have to hold a gigantic welcoming ceremony for you. At that time, all the important people from the economic world, political world, fighters, etc. will participate. Even some important people within China will probably come, said Zhou Xingyong. I don't know when the examiner hopes to hold this ceremony. Luo Feng froze. Becoming an examiner is something big, so of course he has to show himself. He can't just hide. Luo Feng knew these were the rules. How about this? I'll rest a bit at home first, since I just returned. The first day of the next month, which is September 1st, will be a good day to hold the ceremony and welcome our guests, said Luo Feng. He just returned, so today at Mingyu sector was extremely lively at night. Luo Feng gathered with Chen Gu, Zhang Ku, and other friends, and they all enjoyed themselves. Deep in the night, 11 p.m. silence. Luo Feng sat on the sofa in the listening room as he held a teacup. He read the email on the large display of the listening room, which described the various responsibilities he had after becoming an examiner. Okay. This is quite easy, nodded Luo Feng. Beside him was a dark blue helmet that was currently sitting on the sofa. Luo Feng picked up the dark blue helmet. When using this consciousness sensor helmet, the most important thing is to make sure to keep yourself safe, because once you put on the dark blue helmet, your consciousness will enter the virtual space. When this happens, it'll be a problem if someone wants to assassinate you. However, within the fighter's sector of a headquarters city, nobody would dare to do such a thing. However, the manual still reminded the user to keep themselves safe. This consciousness sensor helmet also has a safety feature. It can detect whether or not someone enters within its detectable range. Maybe others are concerned about their safety, but I'm not. Luo Feng smiled as a black membrane covered his entire body with his black gods at protecting him. What is there to fear? Safety range, 5 meters x 5 meters. Luo Feng still said it anyway, and the windows of the room were sealed. Once someone enters the safety range, Luo Feng's consciousness will be automatically kicked out of the virtual space. Whoosh. Luo Feng directly put on the helmet. The black god set even extended over the dark blue helmet. He sat there cross-legged, as if he was a black sculpture. Enter virtual space. The Palace of War Gods is in the virtual space, and he has to go in there too. Read his spirit reader basics. This was an extremely large and quiet room. Luo Feng, who was wearing a simple white robe, suddenly appeared in the room. What a large room! Luo Feng couldn't help but to gasp. With a glance, the length of the room was over 50 meters, and the width was around 20 meters. The ceiling was 5 meters high. In other words, the area of this room exceeded 1,000 square meters. In the middle of the room was a large circular bed with a diameter of 3 meters. In front of the bed was an indoor pool with a length of 20 meters and a width of 10 meters. A bed, a pool, desks and chairs, an elegant dining table, a relaxer chair, a training section with yoga mats. In this gigantic room with over 1,000 square meters of space, the space was neatly divided into several sections. Hee hee. Luo Feng let out a smile. Welcome, War God Luo Feng. An electronic sound suddenly rang, which shocked Luo Feng. This is your private room within the Palace of War Gods. Other than you, nobody else can enter the room. The electronic sound reverberated within the room. In the Palace of War Gods, you can order whatever you want to eat or drink. There are many delicious delicacies that don't exist in real life. Luo Feng froze advertising food and drink. On your desk are 2 books. One is the Palace of War God Rules, and the other is the Spirit Reader Basics. I hope you enjoy your time in the Palace of War Gods. The electronic sound disappeared. Have fun, Luo Feng laughed. This Palace of War Gods is a place to provide entertainment for war gods. The desk was closer to the window, and the entire southern side of the room was a gigantic French window. Through the window, he saw the extraordinarily beautiful, phenomenal sights outside. Paradise. Through the window, Luo Feng looked outside. The outside world seemed limitless. Mist emanated around and refracted the unending beams of sunlight, causing the light of the 7 colors of the rainbow to shoot off. It was absolutely beautiful and stunning. Even though he knew this was virtual space, this 100 virtual modeling caused one to think it was real. One couldn't help but to be amazed at such beauty. Let's first take a look at the Spirit Reader Basics Instruction Manual. Luo Feng walked towards the desk where the two books were placed. One of the book's cover was black and had the 4 large words, Palace of War God Rules. On it, the cover of the other book was black with a bit of starlight flashing from within, as if it was as mysterious as the starry sky. It had 3 large words on it, Spirit Reader Basics. This one instruction manual is worth 3 stars, even more expensive than an Emperor-level fighter jet. Luo Feng picked up this instruction manual and started reading. Spiritual force comes from one's spirit, one's soul. The body is the foundation, the basis of one's spirit. Spiritual force can only grow, become stronger, in one's body, because the relationship between the body and spiritual force is special. Once spiritual force comes into contact with a person or animal, it'll automatically go through. So spiritual force cannot directly attack an enemy's body, it must attack via special means, like knives or other weapons. After reading this part, Luo Feng couldn't help but to nod his head. Indeed. Just like when he sprints, his spiritual force is working on an external object, like his shield, the bottom of his battle boots, his arm guards, etc. And not on his clothes. Why? Because, from the atomic perspective, there are many holes on the battle uniform. When the spiritual force works on the battle uniform, a lot of it will naturally pass through these holes and go through the person's body. It is still a bit effective, but only 1/10 of what it potentially could be, and when you use it on places like the shield, the bottom of the battle boots, etc., 100 of the effect is brought out. Spiritual force can have form and be formless. Form allows it to possess astonishing power. It can control objects and kill enemies over 100 meters away. Formless allows it to slip into one's heart without notice and kill them without making any sort of sound. It is absolutely silent, and never conforms to one state. All spirit readers are split into 3 categories. The first kind, controlling objects to kill enemies. The second kind, attacking an enemy's mind directly. The third kind, monster taming. Luo Feng continued to read. About half of the entire book was talking about controlling objects to kill enemies. The second half mainly talked about attacking an enemy's mind directly. As for the third kind, monster taming, not much was written about it. When Luo Feng continued to read about the first kind, controlling objects to kill enemies, a line caused his eyes to lighten up. Spirit readers that focus on controlling objects, once they become strong enough, have 3 categories. They train spiritual force strength, weapons, technique. This book is mainly going to discuss technique in terms of technique. For a spirit reader, it is mainly about how many weapons a spirit reader can control at once while maintaining maximum power. For example, an intermediate level War God level spirit reader can reach up to 160,000 kilograms of impact power with one throwing knife. If he controls 5 knives, where each one has 160,000 kilograms of impact power, it will be 800,000 kilograms of impact power in total. Then what if he controls 10 knives at the same time, where each one can reach its maximum? That'll be 1,600,000 kilograms of impact power. And what if he can control 20 knives at the same time, where each one can reach its maximum? That'll be 3,200,000 kilograms of impact power. Maintaining maximum power while controlling many weapons, the spirit reader will naturally be stronger that way. The next part will introduce to you How to raise the number of weapons you can control at once while maintaining maximum power on each one. After reading this part, Luo Feng was stunned. Yeah, the number of throwing knives he can control. That phantom demon Catalan was only an intermediate level war god level spirit. Reader, and yet he could control 9 daggers at once, where each of the daggers were at maximum power. As for Luo Feng, even though he was already a peak of the advanced level war god level spirit reader, can only control 6 throwing knives at once. The number of throwing knives he can control are too few. I can maintain an impact power of 500,000 kilograms on my throwing knives, so 6 of them would be an impact power of 3 million kilograms if I can control 10 throwing knives. 5 million kilograms, 20 throwing knives, would be 10 million kilograms, wholly even. An existence surpassing the war god level probably can't block that. Luo Feng was extremely excited. As he kept reading, Luo Feng realized the difficulty of maintaining maximum power on each of the objects he controlled. Under no special training, Luo Feng could be considered as talented for being able to control 6 throwing knives at once. Phantom Demon Catalan trained for dozens of years and only reached 9 daggers. However, Phantom Demon Catalan doesn't have the spirit reader basics instruction manual to guide him and had to figure things out himself. On Earth, the amount of spirit readers that can control over 10 throwing knives at once at maximum power won't exceed 20 throwing knives. This is something that all the spirit readers on Earth look up to. No wonder this instruction manual is worth 3 stars and can only be read in the virtual space. The more Luo Feng read, the more excited and happy he became. It seems like going up by 1 throwing knife is difficult, however. As long as there's a way to train, then I'll improve eventually if I keep at it. After finishing the controlling objects section, Luo Feng's blood was boiling. He continued to read the spiritual attack section. Oh. In your own consciousness, your spiritual force is strengthened by a level. When your spiritual force enters someone else's, not only will it not become stronger, it will also be restricted by the enemy's consciousness, thus weakening it by a level. Luo Feng mumbled to himself. In other words, if you want to kill someone with just your spiritual force, you have to be 3 levels higher. If an advanced level war god level spirit reader's spiritual force enters a beginner level war god level spirit reader's realm of consciousness, the advanced war god level spiritual force will be restricted while the beginner level war god level spiritual force will be strengthened, thus making them equal. Only when you're higher by 3 levels can you kill them. What regular fighters have powerful spiritual force too? Luo Feng was shocked as he read the description. Regular fighters don't have the ability of telekinesis. But that doesn't mean they are spiritually weak. In reality, powerful fighters with solid wills have powerful spiritual forces. For example, an advanced level war god has a very small amount of spiritual force in his realm of consciousness. In terms of quality, it isn't much weaker than the spiritual force of an advanced level war god level spirit reader. It's just that the quantity differs by too much. Spiritual attacks are quite complicated. Apparently, people on Earth aren't that good at it anyway. There are 18 attacks recorded in total in the instruction manual. There are Illusory Dream, Phantom Eye, Spiritual All-Pierce, Soul Shaker, quite a few famous techniques, and a full 18 of them. The way to kill people is use these techniques to distract your opponent and then kill them with objects. First use this technique and then control an object, Luo Feng sighed to himself, as he was a bit disappointed with this so-called spiritual attack. However, Luo Feng was still preparing to learn those 18 techniques anyway. He continued reading the third section, Monster Taming. In the book, your spiritual force is capable of taming monsters as of now. There are 9 spirit readers who have succeeded in taming monsters, however. There was only one method of monster taming recorded: spiritual communication, a very delicate way of becoming friends with monsters. He closed the book. Luo Feng let out a deep breath and then walked next to the window as he gazed at the infinite sky and ocean outside. A price of 3 stars, how expensive! Luo Feng let out a smile, but worth it. Only after reading did Luo Feng understand why Hong treasures this instruction manual so much. You can say that after reading the Spirit Reader Basics Instruction Manual, Luo Feng completely understands how to train as a Spirit Reader. The book mentioned ways to raise the number of throwing knives you can control, and also has the 18 spiritual attack techniques. Just these techniques are priceless. Who knows how Hong even gathered all of these? If I got this instruction manual 1 year ago, then I would probably have twice my current strength. Luo Feng gazed outside the window, his heart filled with extreme joy. Keep training hard, I guess. According to the descriptions in the book, once the number of throwing knives an advanced level war god level spirit reader reaches a certain point, he can even make a breakthrough and become an existence surpassing the war god level. I'll focus with object controlling and use a few spiritual attack techniques as support, thought Luo Feng to himself. Work hard. Now that he's an examiner, he can take it easy a bit and safely train this object controlling technique. Maybe he'll even be able to shoot past the war god level. Time to see the other war gods. All the war gods on Earth are in this palace of war gods. Who knows how many of them there are? Luo Feng was curious about just how many war gods were on Earth. Luo Feng stood in front of his desk and opened the black cover of the palace of War God Rules. There was only a single sheet of paper inside. Welcome to the Palace of War Gods. The Palace of War Gods was formed together by the first chairman Hong and the second chairman Thunder God to be the most powerful fighter organization. All the war gods and existences surpassing the war god level on Earth are a member of the Palace of War Gods. Only existences surpassing the war god level have the right to become representatives of the administration of the Palace of War Gods, which is the Palace of War Gods Committee. And in the committee are the 5 big chairmen, divided into first chairman, second chairman, all the way until the 5th chairman. These 5 people are the 5 strongest fighters on Earth. Which is to say, the positions in the Palace of War Gods are split into 3 levels: regular member, representative, chairman. In the Palace of War Gods are stores, auction houses, competition plazas, training towers, many functions that await for you to discover them. Just a short piece of paper. After reading this, Luo Feng laughed and then walked towards the cabinet. He put on some casual attire and then pushed the door open as he left the room. As he walked along the hallway, he naturally appeared at the external corridor of the Palace of War Gods' outer wall. This external corridor was 9 meters wide. He stood on the external corridor that was like a castle wall. As he looked below was a gigantic plaza of the Palace of War Gods, which had a full 9 arenas. What about outside the plaza? Rumble, huge black waves smashed into the surrounding wall of the plaza. Over and over again, the gigantic palace of war gods was like a huge palace, hovering above an infinite sea. Who designed this one side of the palace of war gods is an infinite mist, while this side is an infinite sea. Luo Feng shook his head. Hello, a voice appeared from behind. Luo Feng turned his head and looked. Over the man speaking was a tall, white man, who was currently smiling as he extended his hand. My name is Vladi. Luo Feng smiled as he shook his hand and complimented, your Chinese is quite good. Thank you for the compliment. Vladi's face was all smiles. Mr. Luo Feng, you seem quite young, and this is my first time seeing you. If it's the only thing I, Vladi, am good at, I know 99 of the war gods on earth, so Mr. Luo Feng probably hasn't come here that many times. Luo Feng looked at the person in front of him with shock. 99 of the war gods on earth, maybe it's an exaggeration, but it still shows his confidence. This is my first time here, smiled Luo Feng. Oh, first time. Vladi's eyebrows raised and had a mysterious smile on. You're going to have a surprise later then. Surprise. While talking, Luo Feng and Vladi, the two war gods, have arrived at a spiral staircase leading to the first floor's lobby. Luo Feng was currently at the third floor, so he was probably around 10 meters away from the first floor. And yet, the ceiling of the first floor was around 30 meters high and over 100 meters in both length and width. This lobby is bigger than most schools' gymnasiums. In this gigantic lobby were large amounts of sofas and chairs, at least 1,000 of them, and now, there were nearly 1,000 people sitting with their friends and chatting as they drank. So many war gods. Luo Feng couldn't help but to hold his breath. You have to at least be a war god to enter the palace of war gods, and now there are nearly 1,000 war gods in front of him. This was the first time he has ever seen so many war gods at once, even at the elite training camp. There were only a few dozen war gods, and in Jiangnan City, meeting even one war god is a rare occurrence. Mr. Luo Feng, war gods are usually spread out, so they would rarely encounter other war gods. Because of this, many war gods frequently come to the palace of war gods to have some drinks and chat, which also counts as making connections, said Vladi. Yeah, Luo Feng couldn't help but to nod. This is where all the war gods on earth gather. As he walked down the spiral staircase, Luo Feng looked around. Other than the many chatting war gods, there were quite a few absolutely stunning waiters in the lobby. Whether in looks or in elegance, there were probably over 100 of them who were here just to serve the war gods. There was also a gigantic display on the wall of the lobby. There was a number on it, 3515. What does this 3515 mean? Luo Feng was full of questions. Pa. At this time, Luo Feng and Vladi got off the staircase, and Luo Feng stepped on the extremely shiny floor of the first floor's lobby. When he did that, the entire lobby suddenly went dark. The originally smooth, comfortable light became dim. The relaxing music instantly disappeared. Luo Feng was extremely confused, and a smile appeared on Vladi's face. Whoosh! The originally chatting war gods virtually looked towards the staircase in unison. Their eyes glanced across Vladi and then stayed on Luo Feng. Ding! After a sharp sound that could make one's soul shake, the entire lobby rang with a ringing, passionate, and joyful music. This music reverberated around the entire lobby. The nearly 1,000 war gods in this extravagant lobby from all parts of the world stood up. Some of them even started clapping. Some of them work for the government. Some of them are special people hidden in the darkness. Some of them are mercenaries who live their lives killing. Some of them have peacefully retired and are enjoying their lives while teaching their students. They are the most elite group of people in all of human society. They are the most wealthy group of people who stand at the top of the pyramid of human society. Whoosh! A dim light shone on Luo Feng. The Palace of War Gods welcomes a new war god. His name is Luo Feng. A thundering voice rang as if it came from the heavens. After this voice rang, a 3D hologram appeared above the lobby, which displayed some huge words. Name Luo Feng. Country China. Level War God Advanced. Just a simple 3 lines, each of them are 3D, and seem to be carved out of stone as it hovered in midair. The number of war gods in human society increases by 1 more, it is now 3516. The thundering sound echoed around the lobby at the same time. The gigantic 3,515 foot on the gigantic display on the wall of the lobby jumped to 3516 foot. Furthermore, the happy music started to quiet down until it couldn't be heard anymore. The light shining on Luo Feng also disappeared. Everything became silent again. This Luo Feng didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. He looked towards Vladi beside him. This Vladi definitely knew about this, but just didn't remind him. The virtual space automatically introduces any war god that has come for the first time. Vladi's face was full of smiles. Who would have thought that Mr. Luo Feng, despite becoming a war god recently, would be an advanced level war god? This is quite respectable. In the Palace of War Gods, the near 1,000 war gods sat on their seats as they discussed with their friends. Quite a few people were talking about this Luo Feng. There were only a few hundred advanced level war gods out of the 3,516 war gods. On Earth it is indeed rare for a new war god to be an advanced level war god. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. A few voices sounded and 6 shadows approached from a few faraway seats. Luo Feng looked towards them with shock. He actually recognized all 6 of these people. These 6 people were teachers from the elite training camp. Even though he didn't see his teacher Jiang Feng, he recognized everyone else. Within them was the war god that originally brought him to the training camp. Yang Hui. Teacher Yang, Teacher Wit, yelled Luo Feng. Stop yelling, teacher, you've already graduated, and the one who actually taught you was Jiang Feng, so just call us by our names, laughed Yang Hui. The other teachers from the elite training camp also nodded as they smiled. No matter how powerful the student becomes, they have to respect their teacher. However, every student in the elite training camp only has one teacher to teach them. Luo Feng's teacher was Jiang Feng. Now that Luo Feng graduated and his position is high, only Jiang Feng deserves to be called teacher. Even though the others know Luo Feng, they haven't actually taught him, so there's no need for Luo Feng to do this. Luo Feng, according to the old rules, I'll introduce you. Yang Hui smiled passionately. The other teachers also smiled as they stood to the side. Everyone. Yang Hui's voice instantly became loud, and it rang across the entire lobby. The near 1,000 war gods that were chatting and drinking in the lobby all turned their heads over and saw Yang Hui's group. Many of them watched on with interest. In this kind of place, war gods without a bit of background wouldn't dare to yell like this. Let me introduce to everyone, smiled Yang Hui as he spoke loud and clear. The one next to me is the new examiner appointed to Jiangnan City by the head of the dojo of limits himself. Uproar. A huge uproar. The Dojo of Limits is the world's most powerful organization, just look at them. Other than the head, Hong, being the strongest fighter on Earth, he has 3 royal guards and 5 big investigators below him. That's a total of 8 existences surpassing the war god level. You can say that the Dojo of Limits elites are the most powerful. Usually, an organization would be decent if it even had 1 war god in it. And there are tons of advanced fighters in the Dojo of Limits. To become an examiner in a large headquarter city like Jiangnan City means you have to be a powerful figure within the advanced level war gods. Not only that, but the higher-ups gave Brother Luo Feng the title of Invincible War God. Yang Hui's face was full of smiles. You all better get close to Brother Luo Feng. After saying this, the entire lobby was in an uproar. Invincible War God. There are only a few hundred advanced level war gods on Earth, those at Yang Hui's level, probably around 100 people, and those at Phantom Demon Catalan's level, not more than 50 people. Finally, only a few dozen people have the right to be called Invincible War God. These people either have their blade technique trained to an alarming level, or technique, or spiritual force. Anyway, they have ultimate moves that are practically invincible. Each of them are huge figures on Earth. Luo Feng, said Yang Hui quietly to Luo Feng as he smiled, you won't blame me, right? Luo Feng smiled. He knew the rules to the Dojo of Limits usually take the initiative to advertise their powerful people. For example, the title Invincible War God helps get the name out, and nobody would doubt the strength rating of the higher-ups of the Dojo of Limits. Go, let's sit over there, smiled Yang Hui. Luo Feng, the food and drink here is absolutely amazing, it's the best, said the other war god teachers as they walked. In the Palace of War Gods, the war gods from the Dojo of Limits naturally formed their own group. The lobby was filled with discussions. Quite a few people started to look at Luo Feng in a different way. Luo Feng, Invincible War God. The news of his first appearance in the Palace of War Gods will definitely spread across the world like wildfire. A corner of the lobby. Luo Feng, get whatever you want since it's your first time here. It's my treat, smiled Yang Hui as he handed over a menu from the waiter to Luo Feng. Oh. Luo Feng accepted it with curiosity. He opened up the menu and took a look. Every single dish and drink had English and Chinese descriptions on the back. The prices were written in Earth dollars, Chinese dollars, US dollars, euros, rubles Russia, and rupees India. 1 glass of wine is almost $100,000. What is this dragon liver? $880,000 HM. Most of these dishes are fine, like 100,000 Chinese dollars for each one. Luo Feng was shocked and couldn't help but to smile towards the war gods beside him. He smiled as he said, everyone, this is my first time here at the Palace of War Gods, but I have to say that the prices here are quite expensive. All the food and drink in the virtual space is virtual, but who would have thought that they would cost more than their real-life counterpart? It is expensive, but there is no helping it. The war god teacher on the side Brad shook his head as he sighed in his twisted Chinese. There is only one place that sells food and drink in the Palace of War Gods. There's no other place to buy this. However, even though the food and drink in the virtual space is 100 virtual, it feels like you're actually eating it as long as you aren't looking to fill your stomach and are eating it just for the taste, then it is worth it. Usually, when a few war gods randomly order some food and drink, the resulting Bill is over $1 million Chinese. If it's an extravagant meal, then it'll probably be over 10 million Chinese dollars. Only the most wealthy people on Earth, the war gods, can afford to spend like this. The usual rich person wouldn't dare to be so extravagant for war gods. Even if they are serving some organization, a yearly salary of 5 billion Chinese dollars is normal for elite war gods like Luo Feng. They just have to hunt a monster on the level of a T-Rex or steel-armored dragon to earn 10 billion. Would they still care about some food? The taste is indeed. Luo Feng couldn't help but to compliment. As for taste, how can the real world compare to the virtual space? Laughed Yang Hui. Luo Feng then asked the group, I have always been curious about just how many representatives are in the Palace of War Gods. If you're a representative, you're an existence surpassing the war god level. A total of 52 representatives, and 5 big chairmen, laughed Ji Tao on the side. 52 of them, so many. Luo Feng was a bit shocked. A lot. The war god teacher on the side, Wit, shook his head. Under the 5 big chairmen, there are only 52 representatives, with a worldwide population of 7 billion people. There isn't even one representative for every 100 million people, and our dojo of limits 3 royal guards and 5 big investigators have already taken up 8 of them. And the Thunder Dojo, even though they don't have as many as us, they also have 6 representatives. There are also those who aren't willing to work for others, and have created their own mercenary groups. There are 7 or 8 people like them. 5 or 6 of them are at the HR Alliance. Just adding these together, 26-30 representatives are used up already. Wit's head shook a bit from speaking all this Chinese. After that are the 5 powerful countries and 23 headquarter cities, to split up the remaining 20 or so representatives, and some of the representatives are prideful and prefer solitude, so they live a life hidden from the world, ignoring every organization. So how many representatives can those powerful countries receive? Luo Feng froze as he listened. The Dojo of Limits, the Thunder Dojo, the various mercenary groups, and the HR Alliance have already taken up over half of the representatives. As for representatives that are loyal and willing to serve their country, for example China, it would be nice if there were even 3 or 4 of them. Smiled Yang Hui. Of course a country's power cannot be underestimated. For example, some of our Dojo of Limits investigators are Chinese. Even though they are part of the Dojo of Limits, if China asks for help they will definitely lend a hand. Luo Feng nodded. A representative could be in the HR Alliance or become a mercenary, but that doesn't mean that they won't help their native country when the time comes. Since it's their native country after all. So on the surface, a country has 3 to 4 representatives under its wing, but it can actually call up to 7 to 8 representatives when it has to. Luo Feng, how about we go to the stores of the Palace of War Gods in a bit? The things here in the Palace of War Gods are much cheaper than it is outside, suggested Yang Hui. Luo Feng's interest rose as he asked, there's an auction house here, right? Of course. Ji Tao held his wine glass on the side as he said with excitement, the monthly auction is quite interesting. Over 90 of the world's war gods will come on that day. Keep in mind that even the largest auction on Earth has trouble gathering people from every organization. Only the Palace of War Gods can do such a thing. Luo Feng nodded. Each of the large headquarter cities, especially on different continents, are separated by the ocean. The only form of transportation are the commercial airplanes, which is quite troublesome. However, the Palace of War Gods allows all the powerful fighters on Earth to gather together. The auction here can gather so many people, so there are many interesting things, explained Yang Hui. We can also set up our own things for auction. However, there are certain conditions. The objects you want to auction off must be worth at least 1 billion Chinese dollars. There's no upper limit. Is there an elixir of life? Asked Luo Feng directly. In the past 7 months, 5 of them had an elixir of life, introduced Yang Hui. If my memory serves me correctly, there will be an elixir of life in this month's auction too. Luo Feng was overjoyed, and then confused. How come there are so many elixirs? Didn't the American government want the elixir of life to appear to be rare? How come the American government is auctioning off so many elixirs? Asked Luo Feng in a confused tone. The elixir of life only seems valuable in the outside world, scoffed Yang Hui. In the second half of this year, there will be a public auction open to every fighter, and there will only be one portion of elixir of life. However, this is the Palace of War Gods. In the Palace of War Gods, there are huge amounts of valuables to be auctioned off every month. Things worth billions and tens of billions are common. If the American government only sold off one portion of elixir of life a year, how much money would they make? The outside world doesn't even know about the auctions in the Palace of War Gods, so if they sell off more portions, wouldn't they make more money? Smiled Yang Hui. Luo Feng nodded. In the previous auctions, around how much did a portion cost? Asked Luo Feng. The starting price was 10 billion Chinese dollars. It eventually sold off for around 20 billion Chinese dollars, laughed Yang Hui. Maybe it can reach 30 billion in the public auctions, but nobody in the Palace of War Gods is dumb. If the price goes any higher, nobody would want it. Luo Feng was extremely happy inside. Indeed, the way individual circles of society interact with things is different. The Palace of War Gods is the location where all the world's war gods gather, so it would indeed become a huge market. For example, if the American government wants to make money with its elixir of life, then it has to sell it within the Palace of War Gods. When does this month's auction begin? Asked Luo Feng. In a few days, August 15th, said Yang Hui. Auctions are every month, and they are always on the 15th of each month. Luo Feng nodded. On August 15th, his brother will finally be able to stand up. Just a few more days. In the lobby of the Palace of War Gods, people occasionally came down the staircase. Which one is Luo Feng? A white-haired old man walked towards a group of friends and sat down as he asked quietly. South, sitting with Yang Hui and the others, said a burly, bald brute. Quietly, see that the war gods of the Dojo of Limits are chatting with Luo Feng. Ever since Luo Feng revealed himself, people from every faction notified their men. That young man. The white-haired old man looked carefully and nodded. His aura is indeed different. Look at those eyes. The eyes are the windows of the spirit. If a regular person's spirit is good, their eyes will be bright. If their spirit is weary, their eyes will be dim. As for spirit readers, when calm, their eyes are deep like a swamp that cannot be seen through. When angry, just a glance from them could cause a weak fighter to shake and tremble. So all spirit readers have a unique aura to them, caused by their powerful spirit. Find a time to come into contact with him, said the white-haired old man. Quietly, in the future, we can also ask him for help when we're in trouble. Oh yeah, when I came here, I checked the dojo of limits and asked the government to help search for Luo Feng's parents' relatives. This case is a good chance to get near him, so we should do some work too. Yeah. The other fighters also nodded. Our 11th Bureau will benefit greatly with Luo Feng's help. The white-haired old man let out a smile. Luo Feng received the title of Invincible War God from the higher-ups of the Dojo of Limits. This news spread extremely quickly. Even the couple Li Yao and Vanina, all the way in Europe, received this news right away from their friends. In a quiet, gloomy villa, the couple Li Yao and Vanina were quietly standing there as they waited. "Will that senior meet us?" asked Vanina quietly. Definitely. Li Yao's gaze was cold as he stood there. Vanina sighed as she witnessed this. Ever since the incident at the Misty Island, Li Yao has been hysterically drinking like crazy. After he becomes sober, he sinks into his hatred, constantly thinking about revenge. Even his gaze strikes fear into other people. However, they don't have the ability to kill Luo Feng. "Sir, madam," an old man wearing a suit on the floor above said without emotion, "the master is upstairs, waiting for you too." Li Yao and Vanina were startled, and then went up the staircase to the second floor. The old man in the suit said coldly, "Come with me." He directly brought the two to a quiet room. After he led them to a quiet room and opened the door, the old man in the suit quietly left. Li Yao and Vanina both took a deep breath before walking inside. The quiet room was mostly empty. Only the smell of sandalwood emanated in the air of the quiet room. A white-haired old man sat cross-legged in the quiet room. His long, scattered hair reached all the way to his waist, and he seemed like a piece of dead wood with no life in him at all. Senior bowed. Li Yao. Representative Yan Vanina also bowed. Sit carried a low sound. The white-haired old man opened his eyes and looked towards Li Yao and Vanina. This old man's eyes were hazy, as if he was an old man that was about to die. He absolutely had no sign of being a powerful fighter, but Li Yao and Vanina didn't dare to be disrespectful. And Li Yao even directly prostrated himself on the ground as he smashed his forehead against the ground, his tears streaming down his face. "Little vulture, what's wrong? What can make you cry?" The old man was calm. Senior Li Yao clenched his teeth as he said lowly, "My only son was killed by a young man named Luo Feng. I want revenge for my son." However, Li Yao has only his incapability to blame, as this Luo Feng's strength is at the Invincible War God level. I am not his opponent at all. However, my son. Li Yao clenched his fists, his fingernails sinking into his palms. His entire body slightly trembled. "Li Yao's parents have already died. I have no family. I do not care about anything on this world, but my son Vulture." Li Yao's voice started to shake. He was cruel, which was how he got the title of Vulture when he was a child. The special experiences he went through during the Grand Nirvana period made him cruel and selfish. However, deep in his heart, he desperately wanted family. His only son. His only obsession after raising him for around 20 years, those feelings have already been engraved into his soul. The more cruel, selfish, and cold a person is, the crazier they would become for a relationship they treasure, even more so than someone with strong feelings, because this is their only obsession. "I beg, Senior, that you can kill Luo Feng. I am willing to become Senior's slave for the rest of my life in return." Li Yao tapped his forehead on his ground and buried his head. The old man silently looked at Li Yao. Li Yao just had his head on the ground like that as he waited for the old man's reply. Even Vanina tapped her forehead on the ground. You and I have been through some things together, so speak of the background of this, Luo Feng, said the old man lowly. Li Yao's head remained buried on the ground as he replied, Luo Feng, peak of the advanced level war god level spirit reader, 19 years old, from Jiangnan City's Yangzhou City right now. He has become part of the higher-ups of the Dojo of Limits, appointed as examiner of Jiangnan headquarters city's Dojo of Limits. The old man slightly frowned. I cannot help you, said the old man lowly. Li Yao ferociously raised his head as he looked towards this old man with disbelief. This was his final ray of hope. He and this super-powerful fighter have a special relationship, since they went through the Grand Nirvana period together. Li Yao might be selfish and cruel, but he is also very proud, so he has never begged this senior like this before. Because of Hong, Li Yao couldn't help but to ask. Yes, the old man did not hesitate at all. He is extremely powerful and even fought for a chairman spot in the Palace of War Gods, although he failed. However, not a single person on earth is Hong's opponent. Hong is a deity that looks down on all the fighters from above. Maybe only the second chairman, Thunder God, is a bit close to Hong. As for the third, fourth, and fifth chairman, none of them have the courage to even attack Hong. So don't even talk about Yan Hai. Even though he has a special relationship with Li Yao, it isn't enough for him to mess with Hong. A 19-year-old invincible war god, even a retard knows Hong will treat him with care. Li Yao's fists cracked as he clenched them tightly. His knuckles became pale white and blood dripped from his palms. He stared at the old man with unrivaled pain. When the old man saw this, he seemed to have once again saw that crazy young man from the Grand Nirvana period back then. He sighed to himself. You really want to kill Luo Feng, even if you will die in the process, said the old man lowly. Yes, Li Yao's voice was determined. Then surpass the war god level and become an existence surpassing the war god level, said the old man lightly. That way, you'll have a chance to kill him. Of course you must face the wrath of Hong. Hong might treasure talented people and let you go, but he also might kill you out of rage. Li Yao's eyes were determined. Senior, please guide me. This is my training journal. The techniques I've trained are in there. At the same time, it also contains my breakthrough experience. The old man took out a handwritten book. I hope it will help you. As he said that, he threw it over. Li Yao extended his hand and took it. Remember, breakthrough, and become an existence surpassing the war god level. The key is in your spirit and resolve. The old man closed his eyes. You guys can leave now. Li Yao and Vanina tapped their heads on the ground in thanks and immediately left. In the training room, Luo Feng, who was wearing a loose white robe, sat cross-legged, not on the ground, but on his soaring shuttle. The soaring shuttle kept a distance of around half a meter from the ground, and his entire body just hovered like this. Luo Feng's eyes were deep like the sea as he silently stared at the 12 blade pieces of the soaring shuttle in front of him. He was currently controlling them. The 12 grayish-white blade pieces started floating around him as if they were dancing, as if 12 fairies were circling Luo Feng. If you record the trajectories of these 12 blade pieces, you will discover that they are drawing a delicate and complex shape of a maze. The weird thing is, the 12 blade pieces sometimes speed up and sometimes slow down. They crossed each other over and over again. Sometimes it seems like they are about to smash into each other, but they don't. The blade pieces sometimes decelerate and sometimes accelerate until their speed surpasses the speed of sound. Two of the blade pieces scraped against each other. Failed. Luo Feng, who was hovering in midair, had a calm expression on the entire time, but now, he couldn't help but to let out a smile. I seem quite talented. I just started and am able to practice the second drawing of the celestial deity catalog. However, having to complete the second drawing in a short 2 seconds sure is hard. It's only challenging if it's hard. The celestial deity catalog is one of the training methods for object controlling spirit readers mentioned in the Spirit Reader Basics instruction manual. There are a full 99 drawings in it, but according to the instruction manual, the most powerful spirit reader on Earth right now can only draw up to the 18th drawing. Luo Feng was quite confused. If so, then where did the latter drawings come from? Training the celestial deity catalog sure is tiring. Luo Feng shook his head as he yelled loudly, "Turn on the projector." Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards the white wall from the projector in the training room, causing a huge computer display to appear. "Video chat," yelled Luo Feng, "connect to Su Xian." Beep beep beep. The video chat was sending a request. It should be almost 10 a.m. right now, and it's summertime, so Su Xian should be online. Luo Feng waited. Only after about half a minute did the request get accepted. HUA. On the gigantic display on the wall appeared Su Xian in her pajamas holding a coffee cup with steam rising from it. Her hair was casually let down and she seemed to be a bit sleepy. Luo Feng Su Xian struggled to open her eyes. "No way, it's 10 a.m. right now, and you're still sleeping," laughed Luo Feng out of surprise. "What 10 a.m., it's night right now," said Su Xian helplessly. "Night." Luo Feng froze. Su Xian seemed to be a bit more awake now, as she replied, "I'm in America right now, not in the country, even though it's morning in the country. Over here it's already night time." Luo Feng came to a realization. Luo Feng. Su Xian looked at Luo Feng through the video chat with shock. "Seeing the background behind you, it doesn't seem like you're in a wasteland. Like the continent of Australia. In the continent of Australia." Luo Feng also video chatted with Su Xian before. However, that was through his tactical communications watch, and the video usually showed places like caves, mountains, and other wastelands. "I'm back, at Jiangnan headquarters city," laughed Luo Feng. "Back?" Su Xian became even more shocked. "Didn't you say you would be at the continent of Australia for a month? If I knew you were going to be back, then I wouldn't have come to America." Su Xian seemed to be regretful indeed. Ever since Luo Feng went to the elite training camp, the two of them have never met in real life. They have only chatted via video chat. If Su Xian knew Luo Feng was coming back, why would she go to America? "You miss me that much?" teased Luo Feng. TCH. Su Xian frowned and pretended to not care as she immediately changed the topic. "How long will you be back for?" "I'm going to be here in America for around another week. After that, I'll be able to join my family's group to ride the plane back. After I go back, my parents want me to participate in an important ceremony on September 1st. They said it's a ceremony to welcome the new examiner of Jiangnan headquarters city's dojo of limits. School has already started by that date, and yet my parents are still forcing me to go." Luo Feng blinked twice. "It seems like Su Xian still doesn't know who this new examiner is. The new examiner, what a feat. Su Xian, do you know who the new examiner is? Luo Feng tried to contain his laughter as he asked. No idea, the new examiner, probably some super powerful fighter I guess, but… What does that have to do with me? Su Xian seemed to have no interest in talking about this examiner as she continued, oh yeah, I got so mad on this trip to America. Luo Feng, you don't know what I had to deal with this time. August 15th, the Palace of War Gods holds an auction every 15th day of the month, and on that day, over 90 of the world's war gods gather here. Time in China 1945 in the auction room of the Palace of War Gods in the virtual space. The auction house was set up like an opera house. The seats were surrounding the center platform in a circular shape. The center platform was where the goods were displayed, and each side of the platform had a huge amount of seats encircling it, a total of 5,000 seats as of now. There were tons of people in the auction house, and most of the war gods were chatting in groups. Relaxing music echoed around the entire auction house. Luo Feng. Luo Feng, over here. Luo Feng, who was wearing casual attire, saw a bunch of war gods from the dojo of limits in the auction house waving at him passionately. Hello, Mr. Luo Feng. Mr. Luo Feng. As he walked on the aisle in the auction house, he noticed that most of the seats on both sides of him had war gods, whether they were black, yellow, or white, sitting in them. These war gods from all over the world seemed to be quite friendly to Luo Feng. Luo Feng also smiled and nodded in response. Soon enough, he arrived at the dojo of limits war gods' huge sector. Awe-inspiring. The amount of war gods in the dojo of limits is indeed awe-inspiring, as they took up a huge area. With just the naked eye, you could tell that there were at least a few hundred of them. Just what you would expect from the world's most elite organization. They have the most war gods and representatives, thought Luo Feng to himself. Luo Feng saw a beautiful image wearing purple and walked over. Teacher Jiang Feng. Luo Feng smiled. Jiang Feng, as she looked at the student in front of him, she only thought that Luo Feng's technique and blade technique were quite good. But who would have thought that her student's most amazing ability was his spiritual force? Now he has become an invincible war god all of a sudden, and even became the examiner of a large headquarter city like Jiangnan. Headquarter city. Jiang Feng couldn't help but to be amazed at how quickly things have changed. Examiners differ depending on the location. Large headquarter cities have populations of 200 to 300 million people, while smaller ones probably have less than 100 million. 5 powerful countries around the world and 23 headquarter cities in total. There's 52 headquarter cities. There's around 7 billion people, so on average, each headquarter city just has a little more than 100 million. Jiangnan headquarter city is clearly a larger headquarter city. Luo Feng, sit here, smiled Jiang Feng as she pointed to the seat beside her. Okay. Luo Feng sat there. After the auction ends, I'll introduce you to the other war gods in our dojo. Counting you, our dojo of limits has 3 invincible war gods, smiled Jiang Feng. In a corner of the auction house sat the vulture-scorpion couple. Luo Feng is here. Vanina looked towards the distance. Seems quite popular, scoffed Li Yao. As of now, Li Yao's aura and face basically keeps everyone away from him. The war gods sitting beside Li Yao have known him for quite a while, but Li Yao's current aura and face causes them to frown too. There were tons and tons of people in the auction house as over 3,000 war gods have appeared. Everyone. The entire auction house swiftly quieted down and the original sounds of music disappeared too. Whoosh! A ray of light shone on the center platform where a Chinese man and a white man stood. One guy spoke in Chinese while the white guy quickly followed in English. "We meet yet again on the 15th of this month," smiled the Chinese man. The white man also repeated that. The two of them waved their hands at the same time. Instantly, large amounts of varying goods appeared on the surroundings of the center platform. There were tons of them. In just a moment, they disappeared again. "There will be 71 items to auction off this time," smiled the Chinese man. "Maybe there are things here that someone wants, so I won't keep talking. I officially declare the beginning of this auction. The first item is a piece of artwork, the famous painting painted by Vincent van Gogh in 1890, the portrait of Dr. Gachet. The opening bid is 1 billion Chinese dollars. Right when the Chinese man's voice dropped, a huge painting immediately appeared in the air above. It slowly rotated so that every war god could see it. Below the platform, where the dojo of Limit's war gods gathered, Luo Feng couldn't help but to be shocked as he heard this. "Teacher Jiang, they even auction off antiques and artworks here." Of course. Jiang Feng kept her voice low as she quietly said, "The Palace of War Gods auction is the largest auction on Earth. Not just the war gods are participating in this auction. The war gods represent the organizations and powers behind them, so all sorts and types of amazing treasures make their way to this auction. Like antiques and artworks, only the most valuable ones have the right to be auctioned off. Most antiques don't even reach an opening bid of 1 billion Chinese dollars. Luo Feng nodded. The Grand Nirvana period dealt a horrifying blow to various historical antiques and paintings. Many of them were destroyed while humanity was trying to escape. So now, after humans have settled down in their headquarter cities, the prices of these antiques are extremely high. The sixth item is an A-grade genetic medicine, 10 portions, opening bid of 2 billion Chinese dollars. Luo Feng just listened, not bidding at all. Finally, the 39th item, a portion of an elixir of life, opening bid of 10 billion Chinese dollars. After this sound rang, Luo Feng's eyes flashed. After being so calm this whole time, in the air above appeared a packaged portion of the elixir of life. It has finally come. Luo Feng's eyes locked on to the image of the elixir of life. The elixir of life has always been in supply, but since there aren't many disabled fighters that can afford it, there just hasn't been a lot of demand. So the American government sells a set amount of elixirs every year to earn money slowly. 11 billion. A voice rang from a corner of the auction house. Whoosh! An image of a war god immediately appeared in the center platform, and a smile even appeared on this war god's face. Many sounds of discussions that were purposefully kept down instantly appeared. 11.5 billion. Another voice rang, and the war god originally at the center of the platform disappeared. An image of a black war god replaced him. 12 billion. After that voice dropped, another image appeared on the center platform, which appeared to be a Chinese youth. He seemed quite young. It was indeed Luo Feng. Suddenly, the quiet voices that were discussing instantly became louder. Many people were curious about this new war god, this new invincible war god. Luo Feng. 12 billion going once, yelled the Chinese man. The white man beside him also yelled 12 billion going twice. One portion of elixir of life, current bid is at 1.2 billion, any higher, yelled the Chinese man. In the past, elixirs can usually go for 20 billion Chinese dollars. Below the platform, Luo Feng was shocked and confused as he quietly asked Teacher Jiang, how come nobody else is bidding? Jiang Feng smiled, making her appear quite beautiful, as she quietly said, Luo Feng, there are only around a dozen invincible war gods on Earth, and this is your first time making a bid in this auction, so for the first time, everyone is willing to show you some respect. Unless they really want it, they won't bid against you. The Palace of War Gods is a place to make friends, especially with invincible war gods and extremely powerful war gods on the level of Phantom Demon. Catalan's other war gods would think twice before offending them. If you start bidding against Luo Feng's first bid, then you seriously aren't thinking correctly. 12 billion, 3 times. Congratulations, war god Luo Feng, smiled the Chinese man. In a corner of the auction house, the vulture-scorpion couple coldly watched. What are you pulling me for? Vanina looked at her husband with dissatisfaction. Vanina was about to bid just now. Humph. Vulture Li Yao scoffed as he quietly said, it's just a portion of elixir of life. What's the point of bidding? If it's too expensive, he won't buy it. After the auction, he can just contact the American government and purchase it directly. At most, he just has to pay a few extra billion. No need to make Luo Feng notice us for just a few billion. Right now, this Luo Feng is full of himself, so just let him stay that way. Once I break through, Li Yao's voice was kept down. Vanina couldn't help but to nod. Yeah, as of now, the vulture-scorpion couple can't mess with Luo Feng. They haven't even returned to their home in Jiangnan City, as they just stayed in Europe. They are slowly preparing to deal with Luo Feng. I finally got the elixir of life. Luo Feng was full of excitement. Maybe in terms of price, the soaring shuttle is over 1,000 times more valuable than an elixir of life, but when Luo Feng received the soaring shuttle, his heart was filled more with curiosity and expectation than excitement. 12 billion is nothing for Luo Feng right now. However, an elixir of life means his brother can stand up again and can live like a normal person again. I have finally succeeded. Luo Feng was extremely enthusiastic. I'll see if I have a chance to get a second portion so I can give it to Brother Zhang, thought Luo Feng to himself. His grudge with Zhang Zehu back then caused Zhang Zehu's squad to ambush his own, which led to Zhang Ke's arm being broken off. Whenever he faces Brother Zhang, there's always a bit of guilt in his heart. Now that he has the ability, getting a portion of elixir of life isn't much. Furthermore, he planned on spending 30 billion for a portion of elixir of life. Now that he only spent 12 billion, another portion would probably bring the total up to around 30 billion anyway. Item after item was auctioned off. Even though they sold off quite quickly, there were still a total of 71 items, so even if it took 2 or 3 minutes to auction off an item, it would still take around 3 hours in total. Now, for the 58th item, the spider silk left behind by the spider-type emperor level monster, Black Widow Spider King Golden Spider Silk. It is 8.3 meters long and 6.1 meters wide. Opening bid of 5 billion Chinese dollars. After the Chinese man's voice dropped, a large piece of golden spider silk appeared above the center platform. 6 billion Chinese dollars. 7 billion. It seemed like there were quite a few bids this time. Luo Feng, who didn't want to bid anymore, couldn't help but to yell 8 billion. Ever since his battle with Li Yao, Luo Feng wanted to make a net. Made out of SS-grade materials. He estimated he would spend around 20 to 30 billion, but Luo Feng was still satisfied after discovering this golden spider silk. The golden spider silk is left behind by the spider-type emperor level monster, the Black Widow Spider King. However, Black Widow Spider Kings are famous for their venom, not their spider webs. The golden spider silk that comes from it usually can't trap an emperor-level monster, so it's worse than a net made out of SS-grade materials. However, it's better than a net made out of 9th series materials. There are a total of 2 spider-type emperor-level monsters. One of them is the Goliath Spider King, which is known for its webs. Once caught in its web, even an emperor-level monster will have a hard time surviving. The other is the Black Widow Spider King, which is known for its venom. Once venomed, even an existence surpassing the war god level will die. This is where the spirit of nature, 100 grass, comes into play. Of course, the Black Widow Spider King can spin webs, which is its golden spider silk. However, it's weaker compared to the web spun by the Goliath spider. Even though the golden spider silk can't contain an emperor-level monster, an emperor-level monster still has to work quite a bit to get out of it. Using it to deal with war gods and horde leaders is more than enough. Luo Feng was very satisfied. It's not as tough as a SS-grade ingredient, but it's more comfortable to use. 9 billion. 95 billion. Clearly, nobody bothered to care about Luo Feng this time. Showing their respects once is enough. 96 billion. 98 billion. The bidding prices of the war gods weren't increasing as quickly anymore. 10 billion, yelled Luo Feng. The image on the center platform also changed into Luo Feng's figure. Jiang Feng quietly said to Luo Feng, a net made out of SS-grade materials is around 20 to 30 billion, so this string is worth at most 12 billion anymore, and it's not worth it. 10 billion going once. 10 billion going twice. 10 billion 3 times. Congratulations, war god Luo Feng. The Chinese man reported the final results. The auction continued for around more hours. Luo Feng received a portion of elixir of life and some golden spider silk for a total of 22 billion Chinese dollars. After the auction ended, Luo Feng was dragged to the lobby by the dojo of Limit's war gods, where he became acquainted with some extremely famous war gods of the dojo of Limit's. "Hello, Mr. Luo Feng." Right when Luo Feng left his seat and was about to head back to his room, a white man with a large mustache smiled as he walked over. "Hello." Luo Feng was confused. "My name is Aurora, the manager of America's 11th Bureau." "Mr. Luo Feng, I was the one who supplied the elixir of life you bought earlier," smiled the large mustached white man. "How about we have a drink over there?" Luo Feng's heart couldn't help but to skip a beat. He was the one who supplied the elixir of life. "Oh, okay," smiled Luo Feng. The big mustached Aurora couldn't help but to smile out of joy. There are way too many people who want to become friends with extremely powerful war gods like Luo Feng, so Luo Feng usually ignores most of them only because of the elixir of life. Is he getting close to Aurora? Both of them sat down and had a decent time chatting. "Mr. Aurora, I would like to buy another portion of elixir of life from you. Is that okay?" asked Luo Feng. "Oh, the elixir of life is the government's, so I need to hand in an application," hesitated Aurora. "I won't make it hard for you. I am willing to pay 20 billion, said Luo Feng. "Oh. Aurora smiled. Mr. Luo Feng is the friend of our 11th bureau, even though it is a bit troublesome. Do not worry and leave it to me, I will provide another portion of elixir of life using the price you used to buy the first portion. 12 billion Chinese dollars. How can he make Luo Feng pay $20 billion? Since even an official auction can only make the price reach around 20 billion, so only by offering a lower price can he build up their relationship. That would be great, thanks, smiled Luo Feng. Just a phrase to save 8 billion, only someone dumb wouldn't do that. Yangzhou City, Mingyu Sector. The dawn of an August summer was still quite cool and refreshing. You could see fighters warming up in the sector everywhere. Even Luo Feng was taking a walk in the sector as he breathed in fresh air and adjusted himself. Morning, Uncle Wang. As Luo Feng walked, he would greet those he was familiar with. Mr. Luo Feng, a sound rose. Luo Feng turned his head and saw two teenagers coming over. One of them even carried a backpack as he ran towards Luo Feng. The teenager with slightly curly hair said, Mr. Luo Feng, these are the two things you bought from the Palace of War Gods. Your fingerprint can open the alloyed box. As he said that, he took out an alloyed box that was completely black. Thank you. Luo Feng's eyes flashed as he took over the alloyed boxes. Finger swiped across the box, crack, the alloyed box opened. Inside it were two stabilized test tubes. There was even a manual beside it. In the test tube was a slightly green liquid. It's this. Luo Feng took in a deep breath as he headed home. In the lawn of the villa, Brother Luo Hua was currently sitting on his wheelchair, observing the flowers. In the lawn, his pants had nothing in them and it hurt just to look at such a sight. Feng, back so early? Mother Gong Xian Lan smiled as she walked out the house. Yeah, nodded Luo Feng. Feng is here, Honghua, let's eat breakfast, yelled Gong Xian Lan. Father Luo Honghua peeked his head out the house and couldn't help but to look towards the alloyed box in Luo Feng's hands with shock. Feng, how come a box appeared just from your morning walk? Gong Xian Lan glared. Old man, how come you have to ask about everything? Luo Hua. But Luo Feng looked towards Brother Luo Hua. Brother Luo Hua looked towards Luo Feng with shock on his wheelchair. Bro, need anything? Go inside. Luo Feng let out a smile. Prepare to throw away your wheelchair. Luo Hua's expression froze. Bro. Luo Feng held up the alloyed box and tapped the surface of it. It's that. Luo Hua's eyes were wide open and his body was slightly trembling. Almost instantly, his eyes became wet. The hands that were originally holding onto the wheelchair with strength started to shake. Luo Feng nodded. After seeing his brother nod, Luo Hua's tears flowed down. This day. Luo Hua has only dreamed about a day like today since he was young, and finally, the day has come. This day. Luo Feng has been waiting for this moment for a long time, and finally, the moment has come. Don't cry, smile. However, Luo Feng himself couldn't hold it in either as his eyes became wet too. TL note: original text doesn't have Goliath bird-eating spider, but just Goliath. Bird-eating spiders don't rely on webs to catch prey. Recently, not only does the entire Mingyu sector know the name Luo Feng, virtually all the residents in the surroundings of the Lotus Pond Park know that name. Lotus Pond Park is right beside Mingyu sector. It is a public park. Back then, Luo Hua met Nan at this park. By pure chance, this park is very crowded and is also the main place where information spreads. Things about Luo Feng mainly spread from here. Legends about Luo Feng The first one is about the special triangular-shaped fighter jet parked in Mingyu sector. According to what others have said, this fighter jet was purchased by Luo Feng. People who are familiar with such things commented that the usual fighter jet used in the military is priced over 1 billion, and that's an estimate. Fighter jets that are able to venture in the wilderness alone usually cost more than 10 billion. Only a portion of war gods are able to buy it, and this fighter jet seems a bit special. So it's probably even more expensive. The residents of neighboring sectors thought to themselves about the meaning of 10 billion Chinese dollars, and all of them froze at the thought. Secondly, it appears that Luo Feng has become the examiner of Jiangnan cities. Dojo of limits. What kind of position is the examiner, you ask? A position that's even bigger than the chairman. There are barely any people in Jiangnan headquarters city who have more authority than him. Even the mayor of Jiangnan city and the general of the army has to be polite around him. You definitely have to raise your thumb when mentioning such people. The third legend is about the two famous handicaps in Mingyu sector. One of them is the brother of the genius fighter Luo Feng, Luo Hua. Because of his relationship, he almost killed himself in the Lake of Lotus Pond Park. A handicap attempting to commit suicide. This topic was discussed for quite a long time by the people in the park, and this handicap was actually healed. He's grown 2 legs out. As for the other handicap, Zhang Ku, this is a warlord-level fighter, quite respectable. However, many people saw that Zhang Ku, who was once missing an arm, actually has 2 perfectly fine arms now. Afterwards, news spread from Mingyu sector, because of their relationship with Luo Feng. The two handicaps, Luo Hua and Zhang Ku, received some extremely valuable medicine to recover their legs and arm. People haven't been able to stop discussing about these 3 huge legends. Of course, a lot of people were envious of Zhen Nan's parents back then. Zhen Nan's parents' interference with their daughter's relationship almost caused Luo Hua to commit suicide, but now, Zhen Nan's parents are happily welcoming Luo Hua with open arms. According to the legends, Luo Hua even bought a villa in the sector that Zhen Nan's family lives in. The most amazing part is that Zhen Nan's parents were originally regular people who would have thought they would climb up to such a point. However, everyone knows that all of this is thanks to that extremely mysterious person Luo Feng, only 19 years old, and yet he already stands at the top of the entire Jiangnan headquarters city. Even around the world, he is quite an influential figure. A lot of people in the surroundings became especially interested after hearing that Luo Feng apparently doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Getting with Luo Feng's brother brings so much already. If you can get with Luo Feng himself, then your next few generations will definitely be in happiness too. Mingyu sector, a training hall in the first floor of Limit Hall. Luo Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on his soaring shuttle in a training uniform, hovered in mid-air as 12 blade pieces circled around Luo Feng like bees. They crazily danced and would sometimes accelerate and sometimes decelerate. These 12 blade pieces seemed to be playing with each other as they frequently zipped past each other. Perhaps even a 0.1 second difference would cause them to collide. Got it? Luo Feng let out a face of happiness as his 12 blade pieces stopped and hovered in the air. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch that was currently acting as a stopwatch. 308 flashed past. Pass. The second drawing of the Celestial Deity catalog is finally complete. Luo Feng was extremely happy. Next, I'll start practicing the third drawing of the celestial deity catalog. Truthfully, Luo Feng's spiritual force was barely enough to complete the second drawing, so that's why he completed it in just a few days. From the third drawing on is where the real test begins. Golden silk net. Luo Feng looked towards a net that was bunched up in the corner. This gold-colored net, under Luo Feng's watch, hovered and swiftly expanded. The small lump seemed small, but it became surprisingly large after expanding in the center of the training room, a length of 8.3 meters and a width of 6.1 meters. This net was formed by densely packed, thin golden strings that were around 5 mm thick. Cover, Luo Feng thought to himself. The golden net instantly descended to the ground below like a magic carpet. Capture the golden net, like a palm, directly covered the fist strength. Testing machine to the side. The most important thing when using the golden net is speed, thought Luo Feng to himself. If I want to capture Li Yao with the golden net, then I have to control it quickly. Clearly, the speed at which he controls the golden net can't even begin to compare the speed at which he controls his throwing knives or the blade pieces of the soaring shuttle, because, compared to those two things, its surface area is way too large, leading to an astonishingly large amount of air resistance. For the entire morning, Luo Feng stayed on the first floor of Limit Hall as he practiced in his private training room. Limit Hall is extremely spacious and not many fighters train there, so Chairman Zhou Xingyong and the 3 chiefs took the initiative to remodel one of the training rooms in the first floor of Yangzhou City's Limit Hall. They also sent over a lot of equipment to make it a training room suitable for war gods to train in. And so, this training room became Luo Feng's private training room. Hey, Mom, is food ready? Luo Feng smiled as he pushed open the door of his home. Almost in the kitchen, Gong Xianlan was personally cooking as a maid. Assisted her mother. Gong Xianlan didn't have many hobbies, so she just cooked all the time, and since she was usually free all day, she plays some mahjong with the other housewives in the sector. Her days were quite comfortable. Luo Feng looked towards the living room, where his father was currently laying on the sofa as he watched the news on TV. Bro, you're back. A boy and a girl walked out a room to the side. The teenage boy's face seemed a bit pale and he was a bit skinny. However, he also seemed a bit handsome with his tall figure. The girl, holding his hand, also let out a slightly formal smile in front of Luo Feng. These two were indeed brother Luo Hua and Jin Nan. Nan is here. Luo Feng smiled as he nodded. Luo Hua, you better take her out somewhere this afternoon. Got it, bro, smiled Luo Hua as he nodded. Oh yeah, bro, I have quite a few photos of girls here. Other people told Jin Nan to bring them to you. Interested in looking at a few? There are quite a few beautiful girls. Luo Feng froze. Oh yeah, mother. Gong Xianlan peeked her head out the kitchen as she yelled. Feng, when I went to exercise in the park this morning, quite a few people talked to me about this too. I also have quite a few photos of brilliant girls. I approve of some of them. Luo Feng smacked his head. Ever since he came back, too much stuff like this has been happening. Mom, didn't I say not to mention things like this anymore? Luo Feng shook his head with a bitter face. Bro, you won't lose anything by getting to know them. Some people don't even have the chance to meet with beautiful girls. All of these girls are quite brilliant. If they aren't brilliant, then they wouldn't be confident enough to send their information over. Luo Hua's eyebrows raised. Luo Hua looked towards his girlfriend beside him, since he was just pinched by her. Luo Feng shook his head. Mom, Dad. Luo Feng turned his head. I won't be eating dinner at home tonight. I have some stuff to do this afternoon. At 4 p.m. of the same day, Luo Feng rode on his auto jet and headed towards the main city sector from Yangzhou City. After parking the auto jet on the roof of the Dojo of Limit's headquarters, Luo Feng rode on a Dojo of Limit's private car to the airport. Luo Feng was wearing jeans and a black t-shirt. However, within the t-shirt was a black piece of armor, which was formed from the black god set and within this black armor were the 365 blade pieces of the soaring shuttle, which were spread out around the armor. First, it's convenient, since wearing this armor is equivalent to Luo Feng bringing around his most powerful weapon, the soaring shuttle. Second, it's safe in terms of defense. The black god set may be powerful, but according to the manual, the material making up the soaring shuttle is even more amazing than the black god set's material. Arrived. Luo Feng looked over. In the air, a dark blue light pierced the sky as it arrived. It then hovered in the sky above. This was indeed a large commercial plane. This large commercial plane slowly descended and then stopped. HUA. The hatch opened and a staircase extended out automatically. Including Luo Feng, there were 6 others who were here to welcome those who arrived to able to come to the place where the plane landed. Shows that they are people of authority. Including Luo Feng, there were only 6 people. Most of the people welcoming those who arrived are waiting outside the exit. Su Xian. Luo Feng raised his head and looked over. Within the many passengers coming down the staircase, one of them was a girl wearing a light green collared shirt and jeans, which completely attracted Luo Feng's eyes. Under the refreshing summer day, Su Xian's figure showed clearly. Ever since she was young, Su Xian's unique aura caused her to be even more attractive. In high school, Su Xian was like a neighbor when she was a manager in the HR Alliance's first floor's bar. She gave off the feeling of a professional worker. Luo Feng admits that he has been attracted to Su Xian ever since his freshman year of high school. Su Xian also looked down from the stairs and couldn't help but to smile as she saw Luo Feng below. The passengers continued to walk down. When Su Xian walked off the stairs, she directly headed towards Luo Feng. She had a bright smile on, and I thought you weren't coming. When did I ever go against my word? Laughed Luo Feng. Su Xian. A sound carried from behind. Luo Feng couldn't help but to look over. A youth who appeared to be around 20 years old walked over. His clothes and shoes were clearly expensive, and the watch on his wrist also seemed to be of a famous brand. His smile gave off a feeling that he was naturally of high class. Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask Su Xian, "Your Su families?" "Not really," said Su Xian quietly. The teenager glanced at Luo Feng. Luo Feng's attire was quite normal, like a random college student off the street. The youth elegantly extended his hand. As he smiled, "Hello, my name is Sun Chao. I don't know if you're Su Xian's." "Ah, Luo Feng," an overjoyed voice rang. Luo Feng turned his head and saw Su Xian's brother, Su Gang, in a suit. As he ran over and smiled passionately after seeing the youth beside him, he smiled. "Who would have thought that I would meet Luo Feng right when I return? Haha, this is great. Ah, Sun Chao, let me introduce to you, this is my sister's boyfriend, Luo Feng." Boyfriend? Su Xian looked at her brother Su Gang with her eyes opened wide. Does her brother not know that she and Luo Feng haven't confirmed their relationship yet? Boyfriend Luo Feng had an odd expression on as he remained silent. However, his image of Su Gang improved a bit even though this brother-in-law values position and authority too much. He can't blame him. Luo Feng was unamused during their first meeting, but truthfully, Su Gang did it for his sister and now, he's actively promoting their relationship. It's not bad, having a brother-in-law who can grasp the situation. Luo Feng smiled. Su Gang, I was quite disrespectful during our first meeting. I hope my younger sister's husband can overlook that. Within a blink of an eye, Luo Feng's identity raised from Su Xian's boyfriend to husband. Brother Su Xian couldn't help but to yell. Ah, Su Gang said in a weird tone, my sister is embarrassed. Luo Feng, I'll treat you next time. As for now, I'll head back with Uncle Bo and the others, so we won't distract you too. As he said that, he pulled on Sun Chao's arm as he dragged him away. Sun Chao, go, let's return, don't intrude on their world of two people. Sun Chao's expression was frozen and awkward as he was dragged away. Sun Chao, Su Gang, and their family stepped out the airport and were split into 3 cars in an elegant, long limousine. Sun Chao and Su Gang sat in the back row. Su Gang wasn't as energetic as before as he calmly glanced at Sun Chao beside him. Sun Chao, you better not mess with my sister and Luo Feng's relationship, or else. We grew up together, so as your older brother, I'll remind you our Su family's higher-ups completely approve of and support my sister and Luo Feng's relationship. Whoever messes with that, even if your dad protects you, won't have a good future, said Su Gang quietly. The stuff between my sister and Luo Feng is currently our family's most important thing. Sun Chao remained silent, saying nothing. After a while, Sun Chao came up with the phrase, Su Gang, that Luo Feng. Could it be the Luo Feng from the Dojo of Limits? Oh, you know, laughed Su Gang. 2 days ago overseas, my dad called me and mentioned this Luo Feng. He said, this Luo Feng has quite the image in the palace of war god. Sun Chao let out a deep sigh. At the airport just now, your words were enraging me. However, I felt like I heard the name Luo Feng and I remembered after getting on the car. Su Gang laughed as he looked at him. Still want to fight over my sister? Fight over what? Sun Chao glared at Su Gang. Your sister always ignores me and never gives me even the slightest bit of respect. However, I didn't care back then. I just thought that I haven't spent enough time with her yet. That's why I came over with you guys this time. However, who would have known that Su Xian's boyfriend is this Luo Feng? I can't fight over that. If I really try to, my dad will probably break my legs. Sun Chao's father is a war god-level fighter, one of the Su family's guest war gods. Because of his father's position, Sun Chao had the right to manage a business under the Su family in America. Sun Chao was quite clear even his father can't catch up to this Luo Feng, so would he dare to mess with him fighting over someone's girlfriend, and that someone is Luo Feng? Is he looking for death? And you, Su Xian, has a boyfriend like this, and you don't even remind me in advance, said Sun Chao with dissatisfaction. You're blaming me. My schedule was packed, and I had to help look over our family's business in America from beginning to end. I only met you 3 times in America. How should I know you only came back to the country to chase after my sister? Didn't you say that you were homesick and wanted to visit your parents? Su Gang glared. Sun Chao was speechless. That was just an excuse. I guess I came back for nothing, whatever, I guess. I can go visit my parents. As for Su Xian, first, she isn't interested, and second, my heart becomes cold whenever I think of Luo Feng's legends. Fuck. That guy is an invincible war god who can easily kill me with the amount of effort it takes to eat food or drink water. Around 8 p.m., night arrived. The dim light from the street lights scattered across the concrete sidewalk. Luo Feng and Su Xian walked side by side. They ate dinner together, and now Luo Feng is walking her home. Rich people sure are different. Land in a headquarter city is priceless, and yet the place where rich people live is so quiet, barely any people are here. Smiled Luo Feng. If it was in the sector of another area, then the streets would be filled with cars and people by now. The rich people's sector barely has anyone. Su Xian speechlessly glanced at Luo Feng and then said, "You're talking about rich people. You don't have money. Even if you take out all the usable money my family has, it still wouldn't be enough to purchase your auto jet. Even though the Su family is one of the country's 12 families and extremely rich, most of their money is invested in capital assets. The money they can actually use is indeed not enough to purchase Luo Feng's auto jet." "How did you know about the auto jet?" Luo Feng was shocked. When they were eating, Luo Feng knew that Su Gang and the others purposefully withheld his information when they were overseas. However, paper can't contain fire. After the incident at the Palace of War God's auction house, Luo Feng became even more famous. Su Xian learned about this through the HR Alliance's internal discussion forums. "Luo Feng, the Great Examiner, your jet is parked in Mingyu sector, but no pilot ever enters or exits it. Could it be that you're a pilot?" Su Xian started giggling. Luo Feng was speechless. A pilot? Every pilot of every fighter aircraft needs extensive training. No matter how much of a genius they are, they cannot become a fighter aircraft pilot without huge amounts of training. Luo Feng wasn't a pilot. The people of the HR Alliance were easily able to determine that, so Luo Feng must be riding in an auto jet. Most regular fighters don't know about it, but the higher-ups of the HR Alliance were clear about it. Even the higher-ups of the Dojo of Limits, like the examiners and investigators, have to pay, after discounts, 180 billion Chinese dollars for an Emperor-level auto jet. Other countries and the HR Alliance wants to purchase it. Sure. As long as you can pay the price, buy it for 200 billion in your dreams. "How about we ride on the auto jet?" suggested Luo Feng. Su Xian wanted to, but she looked at her watch. "It's late now, so if we rush over there to ride on it, it'll probably be 11 or 12 p.m. by the time we get back." "It won't be long," smiled Luo Feng as he commanded, "One, come here." "What are you doing?" asked Su Xian in a confused tone. Luo Feng smiled mysteriously as he raised his head towards the sky. Su Xian, still confused, also raised her head towards the sky. A flowing light stopped in the sky above, which was indeed the dark blue triangular fighter jet. It slowly descended. Su Xian saw the triangular fighter jet in the air, mouth agape, so fast. "The autojet's top speed surpasses Mach 10. As long as I'm on Earth, I'll be able to send it a command." Luo Feng smiled as he pulled Su Xian's hand. "Come on, let's go up there." Immediately, blade piece after blade piece appeared from Luo Feng's neck. The 365 blade pieces quickly formed into the soaring shuttle. Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle with one hand holding Su Xian's hand and the other hand holding her waist. Whoosh. The soaring shuttle flew up and the hatch of the hovering autojet opened. Automatically. This Su Xian looked downwards with shock. She's flying. After that, Su Xian reacted. Luo Feng was holding her. Su Xian Luo Feng held Su Xian's waist as his body pushed against hers. He felt the temperature coming from Su Xian's soft body and couldn't help but to lower his head and look at Su Xian. His heart moved and he lowered his head and kissed. While the wind blew in midair, Su Xian was absent-minded. Her first kiss was stolen just like that. After their kiss, Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at Su Xian, who was bright red, as he softly said, "From now on, you, Su Xian, will be Luo Feng's girlfriend." "You're so forceful." Su Xian couldn't help but to glare. "And what if I don't agree? Then I'll let go and let you drop." Luo Feng had a playful smile on as he purposefully loosened his hand a bit. Su Xian's body shook a bit and she was shocked as she saw the trees and streets below. She couldn't help but to say, "Be careful, the ground is like 70 to 80 meters away." "Do you still dare to disagree?" laughed Luo Feng. Su Xian giggled. "It took you so long to confess that I thought you were too scared to." Indeed, Luo Feng and Su Xian frequently video chatted, and their chats last for 1 to 2 hours even though none of them said it. Clearly, the way they acted was exactly like how people in a relationship would act. They were just missing the confession. "Because, in the past, I didn't have enough power. I didn't want trouble you," said Luo Feng softly. Su Xian's eyes became red and couldn't help but to bury her head in Luo Feng's chest. Just like that. The autojet hovered in midair. Beside the autojet, Luo Feng was hugging Su Xian while he stood on the soaring shuttle for a long time. This night was fated to be a special one. Outer space. The stars were plenty. This infinite universe is quite mysterious. Nobody knows what wonders the universe holds. Whoosh. A golden stream of light swiftly approached Earth from outer space at a speed nearing the speed of light. This golden stream of light swiftly pierced through the atmosphere and fell towards the Earth. Earth, Pacific Ocean, around a few hundred miles away from the islands called the Hawaiian Islands, before the Grand Nirvana period. Whoosh. The golden stream of light directly flew into the sea. The weird thing is, even though it descended at a speed nearing the speed of light, it didn't cause the surface of the ocean to change at all. The waves were the same as always. Not only did the ocean not change at all, no satellite or apparatus was able to detect this golden stream of light. Deep in the sea, around 3,000 meters deep, the golden light already dissipated, leaving behind a black, oval-shaped egg that was around 12 meters in diameter. There were peculiar golden markings on the surface of the black egg. Keep in mind that the dragon eggs of Earth only had a diameter of around 1 meter. At this moment was complete silence. Every satellite from every country, and even the special devices from the archaeological ruins, were operating as usual. None of them were able to detect its arrival. Ever since the Grand Nirvana period, the ocean has always been the territory of monsters. The area of the ocean far exceeds the area of the land, and thus the boundless ocean gave birth to countless types of monsters. You can say that if you throw someone in the ocean, only bones will remain after a few seconds, no matter how good they are in the water. Pacific Ocean, around 3,000 meters deep. The gigantic, black, oval-shaped egg sat there motionlessly after 12 minutes. It fell into the ocean, a fish-type monster with blue scales that was around 7 to 8 meters long swam to the egg and started circling it. This fish-type monster slowly swam, having a bit of intellect. It determined that this egg in front of it probably isn't a rock. Suddenly, the fish-type monster opened wide. Each of its teeth in its mouth were huge and sharp. 2 rows of teeth were intertwined like a saw. It opened its mouth and ferociously bit the black egg. Crack! The gigantic fish-type monster shook its head around in pain. Blood could actually be seen drizzling out the side of its large mouth, and a few cracked teeth fell out. Keep in mind that the force of its bite is quite astonishing. As for this fish-type monster, its bite can easily crush bedrock. Even a horde leader-level monster's corpse wouldn't cause its teeth to shatter. In fear, the green-scaled fish swung its tail and, whoosh, left swiftly. As for the gigantic, black egg, it stayed there like usual. The surface of the egg's shell was still black, with mysterious golden markings mixed in. The fish-type monster's ferocious bite from before didn't even leave behind a single mark. The humans on Earth continued to live their lives like usual. After Luo Feng and Su Xian confirmed their relationship, Su Xian no longer had class. Since it was summer break, this young couple would frequently travel around the world. Every morning and night is Luo Feng's training time. As for the afternoon, that'll be the time for Luo Feng and Su Xian. After eating lunch, the two of them rode on the auto jet, which could fly to any headquarters city in China in a small amount of time. August 26th, morning. Yangzhou City's Mingyu sector, inside Luo Feng's private training room on the first floor of Limit Hall. He sat cross-legged on the soaring shuttle as he hovered in midair. The third drawing. Luo Feng closed his eyes. In his brain was a clear, yet complicated, drawing that seemed like a maze. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 13 blade pieces swiftly circled Luo Feng as they followed the tracks of the drawing in Luo Feng's head, and since that drawing had many intersections, quite a few times, the blade pieces would barely manage to pass each other. Slowly. Faster, even faster. Not good. Break. Luo Feng was so nervous that sweat could be seen appearing on his forehead. One of the dancing blades suddenly stopped, and 3 blades flew past from the front, side, and back. Accelerate. Got it. Luo Feng rapidly opened his eyes and scanned towards the tactical communications watch on the wrist of his left hand. The timer on the watch was moving swiftly. 5:11 seconds, kind of slow, but this was the first time I managed to complete the entire third drawing. However, my break in the middle wasted a few tenths of a second, leading to this poor result. I'm at 5:11 seconds, but need 3.6 seconds to pass. Luo Feng couldn't help but to shake his head. The farther you go, the harder it is to shave time off your record. A completion time of 5:11 seconds versus a completion time of 4.8 seconds. The time difference doesn't seem big, but the difference in difficulty is gigantic. As for the 3.6 seconds required to pass, Luo Feng isn't even close to that point. The path was long, so he could only diligently move forward one step at a time. Continue. Luo Feng closed his eyes and continued. Usually, he can finish one drawing in a few seconds. So Luo Feng practices his celestial deity catalog several thousand times a day. His entire morning is spent on training the celestial deity catalog. After his training ends, his entire body becomes exhausted. As for night, Luo Feng spends his time training his fitness level, blade technique, etc. The sun was high up in the sky, and it was around 10 a.m. Luo Feng was still focused on his training. His powerful spiritual force allowed him to continuously training. The only part of him that gets tired is his mind. Even an invincible war god can't be in a state of extreme focus thousands of times throughout the morning of each day without enough willpower. If you want to become powerful, talent is important, but effort is even more important. Luo Feng opened his eyes and looked outside through the window. A dark blue saucer-shaped fighter aircraft was slowly descending from the sky. It landed on a grassy lawn, and the sector chief instructor Wu Tong had a few fighters with him and was currently welcoming someone. The hatch of the dark blue saucer-shaped fighter aircraft opened, and a total of 3 people came out. Sadly, Luo Feng didn't recognize any of them. Who are these 3 people, coming all the way to Mingyu sector? Luo Feng's eyebrows slightly raised as he sat cross-legged on the soaring shuttle. It seems like they have some authority, since they are able to ride on such a fighter aircraft. Since Wu Tong didn't notify me to meet them, they probably aren't too important. As of now, Luo Feng is the investigator of Jiangnan headquarters city and is an invincible war god, so very, very few people can make him go out and personally welcome them. Continue. Luo Feng closed his eyes and continued training his celestial deity catalog. Luo Feng was clear that his talent allowed him to shoot towards the peak of the advanced level war god level like a rocket. After that, his dark golden ball shattered, and breaking through the war god level to the existence. Surpassing the war god level isn't even done through talent. He can only move forward step by step. Many people are stuck at the advanced level war god level, as they aren't sure what to do, but Luo Feng knows a path suitable for spirit readers. Celestial Deity Catalog. Even though he needs to practice countless times, each bit of improvement brings Luo Feng a bit closer to his breakthrough. Beep beep beep. After practicing who knows how many times, the tactical communications watch started ringing. Luo Feng opened his eyes and glanced at the tactical communications watch. The alarm rang. It's 11:45, time to go back and eat lunch. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The soaring shuttle instantly transformed into countless curved blade pieces. Each of them flew inside the black god set from Luo Feng's neck like fish. Luo Feng himself landed on the floor. Luo Feng glanced at the fist strength testing machine. I haven't tested my fitness level for around half a month, so let's test it. After this private training hall was built, Luo Feng tested himself once. However, Luo Feng, who has consumed dragon blood and the 1,000-year willow heart, only absorbed a bit of their effects in the beginning. A lot of the dragon blood's power and the 1,000-year willow heart's vitality are hiding in his body, waiting to be absorbed. When Luo Feng trains, this energy is rapidly absorbed, so Luo Feng has recently been improving at an astonishing rate. Fist strength. Luo Feng turned on the fist strength testing machine. Pung. Like a shooting star, Luo Feng's fist smashed into the fist strength testing machine. The machine shook ferociously, and this is a top-quality fist strength testing machine sent by Chairman Xue, Xingyong, and the others. Beep. 239,881 kilograms. These numbers appeared on the display. Luo Feng let out a smile. Not bad, I'll probably reach 256,000 kilograms in 1 or 2 months. Luo Feng's fitness level has been rising rapidly ever since his return. No wonder even Hong said that he doesn't need to consume any other treasure as long as his body continues to absorb the leftover effects of the dragon blood and the 1,000-year willow heart. He'll improve rapidly. Speed. Luo Feng turned on the speed testing machine and stood in front of the 80-meter track. Whoosh. Luo Feng accelerated like lightning and passed the speed of sound after his first step. After that, he continued to accelerate. After a few steps, he reached his top speed. Just like that, only his shadow could be seen as he flew past the speed testing machine. After that, he swiftly came to a stop. 583.6 ms. Luo Feng mumbled to himself as he looked at the numbers. Not bad. As for reaction speed, as a spirit reader, does he even need to test that? He'll definitely reach a grade of superior for a peak of the advanced level war god level. After 1 to 2 months, my fitness level will reach the advanced level war god level. After around 2 years, my fitness level should be able to reach the peak of the advanced level war god level. Luo Feng had his loose training outfit on as he walked out the training hall. Click. The door to the training hall closed automatically. Investigator Luo. In the hallway outside the training hall stood a youth who was smiling. He slightly bowed. The commander is waiting for Investigator Luo in the conference room. Commander, which Commander? Luo Feng asked in a confused tone. He doesn't think he knows any commanders. The commander from the Southeast Military Sector, smiled the youth. Let's go, nodded Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng was shocked. As of now, each headquarter city has military sectors in the surroundings. However, the usual military sector near headquarter cities are called military subsectors. For example, the military sector to the north of Jiangnan headquarter city is a military subsector. However, the southeastern military sector is different. This southeastern military sector was built to stop invading sea monsters from the eastern sea. It's a large military sector. A large military sector, in terms of power, is way more powerful than a military subsector, and of course, the amount of equipment they have way surpasses the amount in a military subsector. Inside the conference room. Right when Luo Feng stepped into the conference room, he saw 3 people. Inside, a middle-aged man, even though his hair had some white hairs mixed in. He sat perfectly straight, his gaze was sharp like a panther's. Beside him was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, and the third was Chief Instructor Wu Tong from Limit Hall. Hello, Mr. Luo Feng. The middle-aged man stood up, and the man wearing glasses beside him also smiled as he stood up. Hello. Luo Feng was a bit confused. But he did have a nice image of him, because he recognized that the 3 people who got off the saucer-shaped fighter aircraft were precisely these few people. They arrived almost 2 hours ago, but decided to wait quietly instead of interrupting his training. Just because of this, he has to show some respect. Luo Feng smiled. Wu Tong on the side. Let me introduce to you, this is Li Da Wei, the commander of the southeastern sector. Commander Li. Beside him is Executive Officer Wang. Luo Han, Executive Officer Wang. Luo Feng nodded. Commander of the southeastern military sector. As the commander of a large military sector, his title is General of the Land Forces. As of now, it's the highest-ranking military position in China. And commanders of military subsectors, like the commander of the military sector north of Jiangnan City, have the title of Major General of the land. Forces. One can imagine just how large the difference is between a military subsector and a large military sector just from their titles. To be able to lead the southeastern military sector, this Li Dewei is definitely one of the most highest-ranking people in all of China. And such a figure actually personally came all the way here and would rather wait quietly for 2 hours than interrupt Luo Feng's training.